Studio mode. Huh. All right. Hmm. 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 Muted. All right. I need to get my video set up. Zoom. Zoom. Boom. Audio working? I don't know. I don't know if audio's working. I just started the stream. Firefox. I'm not sure if chat's working either. Everything needs to be set up again. There's so much set up. There's so much set up, guys. Give me a second. I know I am in my non-Super Saiyan form right now. I know, guys. I know. This is what I look like. Not Super Saiyan enough. Oh, the service isn't even running. All right. Got to get. Oops. Ghost UI. You're just seeing how I set up my stuff. Huh? T-Mux. Alright, chat fixed. Do you think they fixed chat? Let's see here. Oh, it's fixed. It's fixed, guys. Nice. Alright. Saved. Now, we need to figure out how to fix Super Saiyan mode. Should I let Soul do this? Alright. We're just doing that. It should be a skill. I just don't remember the command script name on setting it up. Alright, what else were we doing? Alright, we're gonna show Twitter. Right, we're on X. Oh no, we're on Discord. Alright. Discord. My backup, guys. Has it been enabled? Alright, it's enabled. Let's see if it's actually enabled though. Alright, let's go download something. Toggle it on? No? Super Saiyan on? No? No? Oh my god. It's not working, guys. It's not working. My Super Saiyan mode is not working. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna restart the service myself. Restart. Oh. Is there anything else I need to do? Oh, you know what? You know what I need to do? I need to refresh the browser source. That's what it doesn't do. That's what it doesn't do, guys. I think that's it. I think that's it, guys. Boom. Alright. That's it. Powered on. Powered on. Flame on, guys. Flame on. Alright, how's my audio? Nope, did anybody tell me how my audio is? Is the audio good? I can't tell. You tell me. Testing. I just started the stream. Firefox. Is it cutting out? I'm not. Is it cutting out, guys? Audio cutting out? Testing. Is it cutting out? No, it's not. Is it cutting out, guys? Audio cutting out? Testing. It's like slightly cutting out, slightly not cutting out. What do you think? No, it's not. Is it cutting out, guys? Audio cutting out? Testing. It's like slightly cutting out, slightly not cutting out. Alright, I'm just gonna leave it as is then. Leave it as it is. One more time. What do you think? No, it's not. Is it cutting out, guys? Audio cutting out? Testing.
Impressive.
It's like slightly cutting out, slightly not cutting out. Slightly cutting out, slightly not cutting out. I always had to do the audio check, guys. I always have to do the audio check. Refresh. Oh, do I have to say refresh? I always have to say refresh.
Impressive.
Because if I don't say refresh, people don't refresh. There's two things that I want to do. One, view Sushi Dragon. Two, after viewing Sushi Dragon, I wanted to view his bod that he did today, that I was watching, that I want to look at. So I'll wait another 3 minutes of ads, guys. Another 3 minutes of ads. Alright. Then we're going here. We're going here. No. I think it was this one. Decardi AI. Alright. Try Lucy. Ah. Oh, snap. Why is it crashing? Why is it crashing, guys? What the heck? That's weird. That particular page crashes, but all my other ones doesn't crash. Alright, try Lucy now. Alright. Microphone. Only show preview. Oh, we don't have another. You know what? Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Let me get my other camera. Alright, let's see what this camera is gonna show. Okay, start camera. Which one is it? This one? Oh, yeah, it's this one. Microphone. Do this one. Wow. Alright. Oh, wow. Holy moly. That's how I look. Let's move that up a little bit. Takes in my hair. Holy moly, guys. Oh, hair on fire. Oh, damn. We've been trying to get this look for a long time, guys. This is fire. Slime. Ugh. Oh my goodness. What's going on, guys? What the heck?
Impressive.
Jeez Louise. Oh my god. Oh man, what's this? Renee art? What's this? Oh. Don't like the slime Sigma. How do I make this bigger? Oh. Damn. Alright. Do I have like a picture? Huh. What's this? Huh. Wow, he looked like Pedro Pascal. Alright. Next. Oh, you could upload an image. Oh, let's get an image. Could I finally look, guys? Could I finally look like what I want? Oh my gosh, this would be so cool. Hmm? Uh-oh. Hmm? Huh? Uh-oh, something broke. Start over. Did it crash everything? Hmm?
Impressive.
Oh no. I think we ran out of usage, guys. Something broke? Oh no, the browser crashed, guys. The browser crashed. It can't take it any longer. It can't take it at all. What the heck? What happened there? Sound broke? Everything broke, guys. Everything broke. I think it had like a memory overflow usage with the Chrome browser. Or that from the Firefox browser broke it, guys. That and does this, dude, when is this gonna not show stuff? Huh. Something broke. Oh my gosh. Did my sound break? Did it crash? Did everything just crash? Because I hear the sound from like the sound bites, but the browser just completely cooked, guys. What the heck? No, I'm gonna watch more ads again from that. Ay, ay, ay. Right, will this work? Yeah, we need to start over to day one, delete it all. Yeah. All right. Start over from day one, delete it all as a new person. Yeah. Decard, aye, aye. Damn. Hey, Joe. Oh, it's not working for Chrome, guys. It keeps crashing. It keeps crashing my browser. Sig kill. Sig kill, guys. Sig kill. Sig kill. You know what? Let's try Brave. Because Brave, we just installed Brave. Okay. Allow. Sure. Restore. All right. Let's try this again. Oh, hey guys. Try on your browser, see if it works. It's probably, maybe it's Linux. Maybe it's Linux, guys. If you watch Twitch, let's see if it works. Twitch works for me. Twitch is just fine for me. Oh man, I wanted to look like me. Start over. Oh, I gotta start over the stream again. Joe was right. How many browsers do I need? All right, let me try the system Chrome instead. Let's try this one. All right, let's see here. Oh, crashed again. Oh my gosh. Chrome, what's going on, man? What's going on? Right when we were getting to the good part too, guys. We were getting to the good part. We were getting to the good part. You know what? Let's see if we need to update Firefox, because Firefox been crashing like crazy on stream. All right. Update. There's an update. Come on. All right. It's installed. Now open. Oh my gosh. Come on. Show open. So system. So close this. Come on. We're waiting. Don't crash. Right now. Start camera. This one. All right. Let's do this. Oh yeah. Position in queue too. Oh man, there's a queue, guys. There's a queue. All right. We get our chance. We get our chance, guys. Gotta kick out the other person. All right, guys. Let's see all the other ones before we go. Clay, Chapibara, Tuxedo, Tuxedo. Oh, this is when I go to my wedding coat. Want the coat? Yeah, that looks good. That looks good, guys. Oh, blonde Bob. Blonde Bob, guys. This is me and my hair. Oh, wow. You could even go like this. Uh, uh, come on, get up there. Come on, you can do this. The fusion world model. Yeah. Yeah, man. Turtle's missing out, guys. Turtle's missing out. He should have made this. Parrot. Okay. And then alien. I'm an alien? Oh, damn. Aliens are real, guys. Aliens are real. All right, which one was the best one? Oh, we wanted to add our own. All right, let's upload this. Come on. Can we do it, guys? Can we do it? You can do it. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, snap. Oh, I look different, though. I look different. He looks a little Chad. Ah, download. Download start building. I can't do it anymore. What happened? What happened, guys? What happened? What did we just download? Oh no, they kick us out. They kick us out. Ah, start over? Start over. Start over? Oh my gosh, it completely like destroys my browser. Let's try again. Let's try again. Oh man, the button's stretched out. Oh no. Oh no, guys. It crashes my browser. Too much memory overflow. Whatever it is. Just close it out. Damn. I guess it's not ready yet, guys. It's not ready. It crashed on its own. It crashed on its own, guys. Oh man. That was pretty cool. You know, I wanted to give that a try. And I guess you could turn into anything now. So maybe we should give it a picture of what's this like. Let's watch something on Chrome. Let's listen to our music on Chrome. And then uh-oh. This Chrome is scuffed. I can't use this for Chrome. System Chrome. So this other Chrome I can't use. Oh my gosh, the fact that there's multiple YouTube. Damn. Damn, guys. That was cool. Let's play our normal music though. Music? Where's our music, guys? Where is it? Playlists? Stream start? No. Just play this one.
Hello.
Oh no. All right, we'll play that on the side. All right, we'll try it one more time. What was it? Dang it, I already forgot the name. All right, let's just go to Discord. Descartes AI. All right, give it a try. Start camera. This. Remember, okay, allow. Allow. Position queue 2. Skip this. We got our audio back. How's the audio? Good. Nice. Damn. So we just wait. So we need our image. We need our reference image. Oh, what should we do? Who should we be? I heard people put all sorts of pictures in there. But that's sort of sad that we can't do it the whole time. I thought we'd be able to like replace ourselves with something and be able to do something cool. Let's see, oh, maybe I could be Navi, I guess. I could be Navi. All right, let's do this reference image. Dragon Ball Z. Let's do Dragon Ball Z. Come on. Oh, snap. Yeah. Damn. I'm a VTuber, guys. I'm Dragon Ball Z. I'm Goku. I'm Goku. Yeah. Ah. Oh, that's hilarious. Damn. That's good, guys. Look at that. I should have that. Man, the fusion is lit. The fusion is dope. Let me take the screenshot before it's too late. Before it's too late, guys. Oh man. It knows, guys. It knows. Wow, diffusion technology, guys. Alright, what's another one that we could do? Next one? Navi? Navi. Navi? Oh no. That's not Navi. But it's like a person. But interesting. There's like a city. I guess let's do this one. Oh snap. Oh damn, I lost it. I lost it. Start over. Allow camera. Ah, we can't get back to it. Damn. Damn. They have too much people using it. Too much people using it, guys. Damn. Look at this, guys. You can just immediately change them. Crazy. Look at that, guys. Man, guys, this is the future, guys. This is the future. Digital self. Digital self. You don't want the bike there, you take off the bike. You don't want the rack there, you add a bookshelf. Move the couches. Boom. Change the couch color. Boom. Change the carpet. Damn. The fusion technology, guys. Add placements. Boom, boom, boom. Damn. Change the hair color too, huh? Social engagement. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. How are you gonna tell if I'm me anymore? Oh my god, Lego, guys. Lego! Fire! Guys, we were trying to create this, but it just wouldn't work. But they were able to do it with diffusion. Maybe we should try to get diffusion working. Oh my gosh. McDonald's. Nike shirt. Headphones. Coke placement. Damn. Damn, guys. Live shopping. Live shopping. What are we selling? Oh, snap. You can put that on. Oh, she became a salmon. Salmon suit? Replaced? Crockpot? Crockpot? Rice pot? Crockpot? Guys, you won't even be able to tell what's real anymore. Can you believe that? This is the doomsday of the internet, guys. We're not gonna be real. My job has been taken. Off topic. Oops, no worries. We're fine here. We're fine. My chat works. IT security sounds good. Always interested in all the stuff. Let's see. Cyber research team has found a pre-authentication RC in WordPress core. Yeah, guys. I keep telling you, stop using WordPress. Stop using PHP. It's not. It's too insecure, guys. It's too insecure. But then again, vibe coding is also insecure too. I want to hear up some food, guys. Web2, WP2 shell. Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. I'm just gonna put something in the fryer. Be back.
So Jonas,
impressive.
We gave cursor agents their own computers, and now they can test their changes and come back with a video recording of what they worked on.
Let's take a look at what that actually looks like. So here's an agent that we kicked off. This was sometime a couple weeks ago when we were launching our long-running agents. So we needed to make sure that users could configure how long these long-running agents run for. So we needed a picker, and we gave it some instructions. Later, it came back with a video.
And so here it's using mouse and keyboard like a human. And after it implemented the code, front and back end, strung it through, whatever, it is testing to make sure that it works and also recording it so that you can see that it works.
I can just watch this video in a few seconds. I've evaluated the work product. I've not looked at any code, and I know that it has a working feature.
One of the other things that is really fun, actually, is that it's another shift to us working at a higher level of abstraction.
One thing that we do a lot ourselves is run multiple models on a single prompt. I thought it'd be cool if the videos had a little brand tag on them. So I can go look at Opus's output, watch its video. It has this terminal here, and it's doing something. Okay, that definitely did not look like what I want. This would be good, maybe in Berlin this would work.
Strobing, okay.
Okay, let's see how Codex 5.3 did. Okay,
that looks pretty good.
And there we go.
Ship it. My to-do list has become shorter, and the list of agents that I need to review has become longer. And so I just spend more time thinking about, is this something I want to merge, rather than is this something that is worth trying at all?
It's a lot more fun than reviewing code, is reviewing ideas.
Yo. Hey. Thanks for the be right back. I also need to fix the moderator stuff too. All that stuff needs to be fixed. All that stuff needs to be fixed. All right. We're past that segment, but CVE WordPress 2 shell. Discovered pre-authentication RCE in WordPress core. All right. The attack has no preconditions and can be exploited by an anonymous user in the stock install of WordPress with no plugins. It's estimated over 500 million websites use WordPress. What was the random drawing on the screen? That's it's called Navi's line art, which uses P5.js. So it's controlled by Navi and Cerebrus. Hey Niso, how's it going? How's it going, Niso? Oh, so I'm cooking some stuff. Do I have water? Oh, I don't have any water. I need to figure out how to add more water and stuff. Guys, start adding profile pictures to your accounts so I can identify you better. Because now it shows the thing. Playing with it? Oh, you're playing with it? Alright, sounds good. Sounds good. We need to add more features to the mods. Alright. So, I don't know how expensive running a diffusion model is, but if I could barely run anything right now and it freezes my whole computer, it's probably best to not even try using diffusion. It'll just crash my computer. But yeah, 500 million websites use WordPress. We need defenders some time to patch. We are not releasing technical details. Okay, sure. Given your site, it tells you, hey, here's a website. Reloader stopped working. You're like 3 minutes in the past. You're live now. Okay, no worries. No worries. Welcome everyone. I don't know if did people raid my channel. I don't usually get all these people coming at the same time. Sometimes, guys, the alert for raiding is broken because somebody raided me like 3 days ago, and I totally didn't notice because yeah. Everything's broken. Everything's broken, guys. Let me see here. What are the events? Guys. What are the events? What happened to WordPress? It's completely, there's a 0 day, not 0 day. There's a pre-authentication RTE, so they have remote access to your WordPress site. You could check on wp2shell.com to check if you're impacted. Let's go to Stream Manager. Oh, no, we're good. There's nothing crazy going on. It's just people coming in and out. Yeah, looks like, yeah, no raids, no raids. But is there more people on YouTube this time or what? No, no. Something's broken, guys. Something's broken. All my stuff is broken. Super Saiyan mode is working. Now we have to see like what jobs were working in the past that like got completely destroyed. Damn it, it's too early for WordPress shenanigans. Do you have WordPress sites? Ido? I know people who do. Yeah. Who don't? Oh, okay. You don't. Okay. Update mission control to support scroll. Okay, we got that. Account options, subscribe or unsubscribe. Okay, probably need to resume. How's it going? Yeah, how's it going, man? All right, add a new feature now, guys. If you want to be unique, add a profile picture to your Twitch account, YouTube account, and then hopefully safe for work test. Yeah, so that it your first message will probably not be shown. It'll show your name. So your second message will probably show your actual profile. picture. So that, yeah, it's better. It's better. Still blocked. Still blocked. Stream is live. Okay, so I can't apply. What is this? Accounts to do SigmaShake. Tight. Tight, man. I haven't heard the word tight in a decade. Tight. That's tight. Oh my gosh, just me saying it makes me feel 10 years younger. Or maybe 20 years. Can't believe our generation used tight. Resume. Okay, that's probably why my stream froze. There's something sensitive that ran. And that shouldn't have ran and froze the stream. And didn't recover. We've been getting freezes on our system lately ever since we got Codex or Claude back. Alright, the one thing I need Claude to solve is, alright, we're at 76% of our weekly limit. That's horrible, guys. We only had this account for a day and a half. Wednesday night, Thursday, Friday. My goodness. Not enough usage. Not enough usage. Hopefully they give a reset. Reset, possibly? And then what's my status for Codex? Alright, 60%. It still hasn't fixed my my token usage metrics yet. It says 0 for a lot of things. But we want to get to a good point where alright, we got our profile. Who did this, guys? Who did the profile image? It was Codex. Codex did the profile. The image profile for the chat overlay. So let's just get it. One more feature to fix is the tiles at the top. Tiles. Tile. Alright, that was 6 days ago. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's see if it continues this. Mono. Zoom. The values are still not accurate. Alright, they resolved. Apparently they resolved the issue with Fable was not selectable as a model within Claude AI. You may need to restart Claude Code if Fable is not your default model. Even if it was, I have no Claude. Yeah, I don't have it because, yeah, I've already used. This is a joke. This is a joke. Guys, all you need to do is give us our $100,000 grant for Claude startups. And we could keep coding away. It might not last long. It probably will last us a week. But I think it'd be enough anyway to fix all the stuff. Alright guys, I know we got the shutdown and we had to come back up again, but let's start up Excalidraw maybe. I can't believe I keep starting Excalidraw manually. And I wonder if it's core pack. I need to remember core pack yarn start. Core pack yarn start is how we start our Excalidraw. Excalidraw. So yeah, for those who just came in, I'm advising for tokenomics to reduce your Claude Code usage. And if you're using both Claude Code and Codex, make your MVP when you're starting the project to be Codex Soul Ultra Effort. You know, we have all the tokens, might as well use it. And it will make you the MVP demo prototype in somewhat an okay working state. And then you going back to GPT models? Only for the demo and prototype. But for the real work, to fix up everything, use Fable. Use Fable for fixing up everything else. And then let Codex do the coding on effort extra high. Unfortunately, guys, there's just weird ways to do this. And looking at the current state of things, it doesn't look like it's getting any better on how to hack this together. It's not looking good. Alright, let me check on my food, see if I need to flip it. So let me put this in view. Alright. A few more minutes till my food's done. Man. So much stuff to do. So much things to fix. What else do we need to do? We had like so many different, you ate too much food. Guys, oh yeah, we have to work out. Guys, alright. Now's the time, guys. I need to figure out this workout counter thing. Let's see if it works. 2 likes. We got 2 likes. Alright, dumbbell codes. I don't know how this is going to be tracked. But we need to figure out how to do this tracking for the numbers. I don't know how to edit the numbers. We need to figure out how to do it. Do pull-ups? I don't have pull-ups. I don't think do pull-ups. We gotta figure out. Alright, let's man, that's the thing, like when I play the copyright songs, it demonetizes my view count hours. But let's just do the like 2 minutes. I think I could always mute it out, actually. Let me just mute it out. Is Claude actually doing the remote connection now for anyone else? I could try, see if it works. Let me see if it works. RC is active? Yeah, it's active. It works for me. It's just automatically activating, which is unexpected video. It's just automatically activating it? Yeah, I don't know about that. Alright, we need to add our music. How much curls could I do in 3 minutes? Oh, we got some more. We got some good ones. Deep thinking, drops, inkling. With weight, yeah, dumbbells. Dumbbells. Oh, we got ones from Stanford. AI Supercycle, maybe. Life Sciences. Kimi, the best model ever made. All right. Let's maybe we could actually do a workout for an hour, 40 minutes. Do you think we could work out for 40 minutes, guys? That's a lot. Let's do this. Let's do the watch later. Not interested. Save the library. Not on day one. Not on day one. Don't. Yeah, I already did some curls yesterday. Pascal is dead. Oh, yeah. Nobody thought about Pascal. Not day one. All right, let's. Your whole routine is a few minutes. I'm toast for days. Yeah, that makes sense. Say the watch later. Oh, okay, guys. I think it was this one. It was the 2-minute one, I think. This one. All right. We're gonna have the copyright music for just 3 minutes. Let me get set up.
Impressive.
We're doing two dumbbells of, what do you call it, 22.5 pounds. And 3 minutes. How much could we do in 3 minutes? All right. Are we ready? Oh wait, let me turn off the other sound first.
Try our team for 7 days.
Oh crap! Of course, ads, and we used the wrong browser. We used the wrong browser, guys. Sorry. Okay. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. All right. I can play this. Countdown. At 6, 2, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Nine, 10. Okay. That's like 5 on each arm, I think. Maybe? I forgot count, man. I forgot count. Oh, gotta keep going. Ah. 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 Cheater refs, it's not cheating. Ah, my left arm. I don't think I can do anymore. I gotta keep going. I gotta put it down. Ah. Oh, I can't. My arm, I can't. Look, enough so I can't. Ah, 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 ah. Right arm's still good. Right arm's still good. Oh no, not anymore. Not anymore. Ah. Sign, you should go up and wait. Oh. All right, guys. I'm pretty pumped. I'm pretty pumped right now, guys. I worked out some yesterday. I don't know how much I did yesterday. But how many pull-ups can you do? Probably like 20. 20? Give or take. But I don't have any pull-ups anywhere. I don't have any pull-ups. Oh, legs. You're right, guys. You're right. Legs. Squats, guys. Squats. Oh, I forgot the squats. All right. What are we doing for the squats, guys? No way. I see your forearms. What about those legs? Skipping leg day? No. I gotta, what do you call it? Work on my legs. All right. What song are we listening to for legs, guys? What song are we listening to for legs? We need a hyped up song. All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let's play this while we're waiting. Play it while we're waiting. Oh wait, guys, was the volume on low this whole time? The volume was low on this whole time, right? Whoops. I meant to play it louder. That's one thing I missed out. I should have listened to the song before then. You'd be worth a competitor match, PG. All right, what's Google AI? Let's see. I need a song, hyped up song, similar to You'd Be Worthy. All right, Vegeta, Bonk, Goku Rose, Neon Blade. What's this? Metamorphosis. Let's try this one. Can you choke out Mark Zuckerberg? Probably not. He's pretty hyped up now. Pretty juiced. I haven't heard this before. 4 minutes. Huh? Never heard this before. Not responsiveness. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lower for a bit. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Alright, we need a different song.
Impressive.
Let's try this one. Let's try this one. Alright. Next one. She's not really like my SO has been consumed by life shirt. Yeah.
I knew you despised
Alright.
the Saiyan underling for daring to be so ugly.
Am I overreacting?
You feel like you're falling
Yes.
and you pledge your loyalty like the old days.
Do you actually think I would stay loyal to you after you blew up the planet I was destined
31,
to? I don't share Kakarot's
32,
Give me. I'm sending you back to hell.
33, 34,
Threats are as empty as your title.
35.
Friends of no one.
Alright.
The power of God.
36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43,
Rise you until there's nothing left.
44,
Then I will see you bow before
45,
No, this can't be.
46,
This is not the way it is.
47, 48,
now. Bow before your prince.
49, 50. Oh, let's change that one. I'm not feeling this one, guys.
No idea, did you?
Trust this one.
Same years. Now,
50. 50 more to go, guys. 50 more to go. What's this one? We're halfway in. We're halfway in.
This is it, Saiyans. For the sake of our most glorious project. You will die today!
I like it. I like it.
I see it in your face. You crave a taste of this power, don't you? Thank you, Goku.
I like this one. Raleigh. Let's see this one. Is this any better? 15 years ago. Nope, nope, nope. This one? These are all funk songs, man. Funk? We need something more hyped. Need more hype. Need more hype. I'm doing squats. Need more hype. I'm doing squats. All right, let's try this one. High tempo. Guts. Theme. PSLR. All right, here. All right. Go. Go. Huh? I don't see it here. I don't see it here. Huh? Is this it? All right, taking a drink. Try this. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, oh my god, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Oh, all right. Okay, it's okay. Let's do this. 25 more to go, guys. 25 more to go. Is it this one? That one? All right. How much more to go?
You know, there's no need for you to worry yourself. It was for my own sake that I did all
25 more.
that. It wasn't for you in particular.
Are you guys doing it too, guys?
It's just my nature.
Are you guys doing it too, or are you
I'd
just
rather
watching?
fight with my sword than run away, that's all.
You could do it
So that's the
standing
only
up right
reason?
now.
You fought 100 men because it's not in your nature to run away.
Yeah, pretty much.
Tell me. Alright.
But to tell you the truth, there was something I just couldn't get out of my head. Compared to what you're trying to do, me fighting 100 men means nothing. It has no purpose.
I'm
It
waiting.
seems to me that
I'm waiting for the
everybody
drop.
stakes their lives on a lost cause.
I'm not feeling this one. I like Berserk. Maybe not this one. Okay. I give it this. Give it a try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
I've been fighting in battles for as long as I can remember. The mercenary leader who raised me taught me nothing except how to wield a sword. I've never had anything except a
15,
sword.
16, 17, 18,
I don't want to die.
19,
For me, that is the only reason I keep fighting.
20.
There is nothing to save myself for or give myself to. I fight because I know nothing else.
21, 2, 3, 24, 25. Oh, my legs. Oh, I'm gonna feel it tomorrow, guys. Ah. Ooh. Oh. All right. I can finally eat now, guys. Let me go get my food. Let me just take a drink. Take a drink. Ooh. I'm not like fully stoked yet, but yeah, let me get some food, guys. Hope you guys attempted a few attempts, guys. A few attempts. You don't have to do 100 like me, guys, but you can give it a try. And people say, oh, that's nothing. It doesn't have weights. It doesn't have weights or anything, right? But I want to say to those people, they're dead wrong. All right, you're dead wrong. Because if you've never done squats, it might feel easy when you try to do 100, but the very next day, you're gonna be like, oh my God, Sigma's right. I won't be able to sit on the toilet anymore for a good week. You're gonna be thinking of me. You're gonna be thinking of me after you do the 100 squats, guys. 100 squats. Guys, don't do tomorrow what you can do today. Just do it. Do it. Do it. All right, we got a lot of content. We got a lot of content today, guys. Possibly. Actually, that was a lie. That was a lie. I only have one video on my watch next, I think. Or watch later. Alright, we're gonna watch this one, which will probably take up the whole time, to be honest. But we just want to scroll, oh, we have the Fireship video. The Fireship. Oh, and we have this one. Guys, this guy's gonna pop it off, man. I gotta make videos like that one day. You like game programming? Okay. So to watch later. I had to make that thumbnail, guys. Oh, finally, guys, we finally got a Y Combinator video. Let's see, the key thing human brains that AI is trying to learn. Okay, definitely add that. Alright. How's our watch later looking, guys? Okay. Right, we gotta remove all this stuff down here. So many in the watch later. I feel like, yeah, never mind.
Are we offloading too much of our thinking to Are we offloading too much of our thinking to the AI? She starts off by saying how convenient AI is. You have this box at your fingertips where you just throw in a prompt, and in some cases within split seconds an answer comes out. This is a very powerful tool. In a lot of cases you're being encouraged to use the AI. Some elements of pure pressure involved here. She brings up an interesting point about how prior to AI we were using search engine, and in fact if you go back in time, this is a article from 2008 posted by The Atlantic, you'll see that they were saying this about Google search, right? Is Google gonna make us stupid? Because pre-Google, think about all the effort you had to put in to figure some shit out. You had to read some books, ask people. There was a good amount of effort that went into every question. And so if you had a dumb question like how many ants can fit inside a car muffler, this question would take you forever to figure out, right? You'd have to get some dimensional information. You'd have to hope there's some resource that is specialized in this specific question. And in some cases, you won't get nothing at all, right? Like, let's ask this question to GPT today. What do we get? Somewhere around 100K to 500K ants. It even gives you reasonably responsible metrics for how it obtained it, right? Dumb questions like this, I would have never bothered to go down and look for. But now it's like, dude, you get this right here and there. And part of the problem here is this thing won't tell you you're asking a dumb question. So there's actually something to be said about what it's making us think about. The article here from 2008, let's investigate what it was saying about Google search. I'm not thinking the way that I used to think. I can feel it most strongly when I'm reading. Immersing myself in a book or a lengthy article used to be easy. My mind would get caught up in the narrative or the turns of the argument, and I'd spend hours strolling through long stretches of prose. And so he's really harping on the idea of attention span being impacted by the ease of something like a search engine. And there's really something to be said about false feelings of learning. If somebody were to tell you, hey, you should read this book. Pre-Google even, what you would have to do is read the damn book. You couldn't check them on this because you had to go through this process. There was some information that might have been like on the back of the book. So if you were fortunate enough to, you know, be in a library that had the book, certainly you could get some details. But to find out like what the sentiment of the world is when it comes to this book, this was what you had to do. I have a little bit of pushback on this. I think our brains are really wired to determine what matters and discard the rest. And this is really a necessary human skill, right? You wouldn't be able to store everything in your brain. That's just not possible. Also think about the things you have to do every day, right? You've got certain things on your agenda. If you didn't have this ability to kind of facilitate what is important and what isn't, you wouldn't be able to live your day. And so in some cases, right, this article is harping on the loss of attention span. But I would argue that maybe your brain is doing what it's supposed to and saying, hey, we don't really need, because think about it. If I know, throw in a prompt or a question to this box and out comes the answer, I'm not going to think to remember this part. In the case of the book, there's so much time invested to finding that information out that it's like your brain was telling you, dude, if I don't remember this, I'm going to have to spend 2 hours trying to get it again. And there's this discussion here from Socrates of all people. And even back then, there was question on whether writing was doing this, right? So this is a quote from Socrates. For this invention will produce forgetfulness in the minds of those who learn to use it, because they will not practice their memory. Their trust in writing, produced by external characters which are no part of themselves, will discourage the use of their own memory within them. You have invented an elixir, not of memory, but of reminding, and you offer your pupils the appearance of wisdom, not true wisdom, for which they will read many things without instruction, and therefore seem to know many things. They are not wise, but only appear wise. This really begs the question of what does it mean to be smart? But at least, you know, in the case of this context here, and also the context of this article that was talking about Google search, it feels as though a lot of people attribute smart to being unassisted knowledge. This is how I would describe it, at least from the articles I'm seeing here. And so if we really treat smart as being unassisted knowledge, yes, there is some degradation there. But let me tell you this, if I were to ask you how many ants can fit in a muffler, if you're not able to answer this, am I going to think you're not smart? Absolutely not, right? So it's a weird question of what we deem to be smart and what we deem to not be. I think definitely no matter what, we are losing some form of memory here. However, you could argue because you don't know the answer to this question, you're almost smarter for not knowing this, right? Because if you think about your brain as a limited amount of space, certainly there's a limit to how much memory you have.
I don't know if you people are old enough to remember the show How I Married with Children. Married with Children. Kelly Learning. Here. It's like that. Reminds me of that, guys.
easily accessible. Like if you think of these as tiers, where as you go down in tiers, it becomes harder and harder to retrieve. And so tier 1 might be the things that you most recently learned, or the things that you work with on a daily basis for a long period. And then it goes down and down and down. This is a limited amount of space. You can't store everything you've ever learned in the tier 1 area, right? This is not scientifical, by the way. My example from kind of a computer hardware perspective, where it's like this is your L1 cache, your L2 cache, and so forth. And so by not wasting your time storing this in your tier 2 and tier 1, you could store other things, like maybe how not to touch a hot stove. Like this is something you would want in your L1 cache or something, right? You don't want to risk this being forgotten. But there's more to it than this. This article here that kind of talks about the death of the creator middle class. I think part of this can be attributed to AI because of how prolific a lot of these.
Yeah, we've been doing it, but it takes, I used it with Codex to make my hair, and it messed up everything. I don't even want to show how bad it was. But if you want to look at it, I could show you right now. Let's see. Blender, open recent. Oh man, it doesn't even have it. It doesn't even have it. The Goku hair. Goku? Oh man, where is it? I have to look back. I have to look back up a level. It was Super Saiyan hair. What the heck? Oh, interesting. It finally adds my thing. Is it was bad? So I made a V8 engine? Yeah, people are able to make stuff. Show me your Blender models. You already see some of them. Alright, where is it? Super Saiyan? VFX? Oh, maybe it's right here. Oh, I don't even know where it is now. Oh man, I won't be able to find it. Where would it be? Tools? Scripts? I think it'd be under assets, but it's not there. It's not there, guys. I have to look it up. Make it super drippy, no mistakes. Yeah, I made some really trippy hair. I made some really trippy hair. Alright, let's try it. Dot blend. Goku? Huh. Goku blend. Goku hair rig dot blend. I can't find it, guys. Goku. This one? Overlay assets. Overlay assets. Let's see here. Here. I wonder how AI is changing the game in the 3D printing. Oh, wait, this is the old one. I'm looking for the other one. Yeah, I can't find it. It looked horrible. I had to reset everything to remove it. Now it's a normal looking one. When is ASI? I don't know, man.
Now with new content, especially videos and art. And he kind of discusses how, you know, the average creator earnings went up, however, the median went down. And it makes sense, right? Because there's so many people, and as the disparity gets larger and larger and larger. Now, this was definitely a thing pre-AI. I don't think we can disregard that. But certainly, you know, as more and more people are able to produce content, scope goes way, way higher. And so on the topic of AI, the article mentions that lack of article viewership, site traffic is effectively eaten by AI, right? This is essentially what the article's alluding to. And I think it really depends on your medium, right? I think when it comes to articles and things like this, yeah. I think videos are pretty hard to get to that point. People tend to be against AI videos and music and art in general, which, you know, you could argue blogs are art for sure, but key part here, right, is that AI isn't replacing the writers, it's replacing the readers. And it really becomes a point where to compete in this space, you must use some form of AI. Because think about it, right? If you're, let's say, for example, an article provider, you're not prioritizing the ability for the AI to parse your website and extract the information and keeping it token efficient and all this stuff. You're literally sacrificing your entire business model. Because if you go to Google right now, like, let's try this. Article about living as a human being. Here, this right here is what's replacing a lot of people's careers because they can't get traffic to their website, right? They could just get this information here. Is AI making us more stupid? Is it making us dumber? I think really there's two camps with AI. There's the whispering ear user, and there's the balls to the wall, and there's the all-in user. I think the whispering ear user, you can kind of see this as somebody who uses it as an assister or uses it as a tool. And so like in the case of programming, you know, they have it write the code, but they're still interacting with it in a very connected way. They might use it for a second look, right? If you're sending out an email, you may not have it write your email, but you might have it proofread it and make sure there's no like major mistake. You might even have it give you some advice on grammar, that kind of a thing. And then you have, you know, the all-in user where it's like, let Jesus take the wheel. And I think this is the scariest user of all, because a lot of the times they won't even, you know, proofread it. It's just, hey, give me the answer, and they just trust it. I would like to think most people are not doing this. I hope. I think most people are in the camp of the whispering ear. I think it depends on what they're doing, right? If I'm doing something more important, for me, I always have to use some skepticism when I'm working with the AI. If it's something that's like non-important, say I'm just like sending a text message to somebody and it's like there's no right or wrong type of answer, I would be more in this camp. But even then, I find myself hard to believe everything it says. And kind of going back to this Google article, I felt this way even forever, right? I think even with Google search, I'm always skeptical. If I read source A and it tells me one thing, typically I'm assuming, you know, I vet this source. There's certain sources that I trust more than others and yada yada. Right? I've used the internet my whole life, and I don't think this has ever changed for me. And I think most people, when they're doing anything important, their brain is leading them down this path. I would hope anyway. Now there's this article here from Thinking Machines. It's pretty recent. When it comes to thinking machines, their goal is to kind of keep people in the loop. And you know, right here it talks about how artificial intelligence can do more every day, but deciding what it should do is up to us, individuals, organizations, humanity as a whole. These decisions require knowledge and judgment, and people acquire through continuous contact with the work, increasingly done alongside AI. And so they really take the angle of the whispering ear. We believe the future worth building is human, shaped by human knowledge, guided by human will, and decided by human judgment. What follows is the case for that future and the work we're doing to bring it about. I think the biggest fear here is that as AI gets better and better, more people are ending up in this camp. And I think the problem really manifests itself when you're working on something that you're not familiar with, right? Let's say, for example, you're a web dev and you're working on low-level programming. You're more likely to end up in this camp of the all-in user just because you don't have much surface level knowledge. And I think that's the biggest risk here, right? If we look at our capabilities pre-AI, it felt like with something like low-level programming, it felt like we had much more granular focus on one thing. So like, let's say you were someone who specialized in OS, you might have a very specific skill set of writing drivers in society. Right? This is just an example. But with that, your depth of other things like web, embedded, BIOS, right?
I mean, they did it in a Dark Mirror episode.
Things wouldn't go as deep as that one specific thing that you were focused on. So if you were somebody who specialized in low-level programming for driver code, your depth went down to here, and you were okay with not knowing much else outside of that, right? You were okay with this being the deepest level of knowledge that you had. And so I would say this is how it is pre-AI, but now with post-AI, you run into a case where you never go this deep, never this low in the tree. And so now it feels like a lot of people are kind of in this camp post-AI, but they never let themselves really understand a granular part of anything. And so they end up with a lot of knowledge, but none that is deep enough. And so we have a case of people that are really good at high-level knowledge, but if you ask them anything deep about any of these, they're not going to be able to get it to you right away. Now the question is this a bad thing? Is this really a problem, or is it actually a benefit? Let's think about the benefits that you get. More versatility. Right, I could take a guy, you know, in this example when, you know, we were going as deep as driver code. This guy wasn't able to context switch over to these other nodes very quickly. But now with post AI, the latency, because like if we assume that there's some latency associated with going from this part to here, this was way higher pre-AI than it is now because we just never get that deep. And so I could take somebody who's good at OS and I can instantly bring them over here. Yes, they're not going to know the lowest level, but that's where the AI comes in, right? The AI is meant to handle this part here. At least supposedly. And so while you do get versatility, the problem you don't get, you're sacrificing unassisted knowledge. If we go back to the definition of what being smart is, which I already erased it, but you know, the idea of unassisted knowledge being what makes you smart, yes, this is absolutely sacrifice. However, if we look at the big picture, right, if we look at the actual output from user A and user B, there are certain cases where this post AI person is going to generate more output. While on the high level, this is what it looks like. Right? It looks like the post AI person is generating a lot more. Obviously, there's a lot of mess in this. If you ask them any question about something specific, they're not going to have an answer to it. Whereas this pre-AI person, they're going to know well deep into the knowledge. And so I think it becomes a question of what you're doing. There are certain cases where it benefits you to stay at a higher level and you can be versatile. Right? I'm thinking small teams, things where it's, a lot of moving parts, but there's benefits too where it is better to be localized into one thing. As far as does AI make us dumber? Will we become more stupid? I think the answer is, unfortunately, it depends. If you view smart as unassisted knowledge, yes, we are going to be impacted by this. There's no doubt. And so, yes, we would be dumber. However, if you view smart as adaptability, I would say otherwise. I think you can become more adaptable through the use of AI, but you're always going to need that assistance. And so the question is what do you do if you don't have internet? Are you screwed? How are you going to get an answer to your question when you don't have the internet at that point? So there's cases like this that actually do happen where it's like, yeah, you would wish you had somebody that didn't mess too much with AI. I think there are some cases where we're going to lose some focus, right? Pre-AI, we might have had better skills at doing things like this, but now it's like we don't need to. We can just have the AI do the shape filling here. Personally, when I use AI, I always focus on it as a whispering ear. And so like in this example over here, if I'm working on something where I'm at a complete high level, like this is here, I always try to make sure I'm putting an effort into understanding before I go deeper. So if I'm tasked with developing code for BIOS, yes, I could just have it prompt and have it generate everything for me and not understand the interfaces and the APIs and all that. Or I can spend time actually having a good understanding of it and then do that, right? So you have that power afforded to you. Fish article continues. One could argue that if you offload mundane thinking to AI so that you can do other more important thinking, perhaps it is something that increases life satisfaction and productivity, right? And it kind of goes into the idea that, hey, yes, we are sacrificing, but maybe it's for the better. Are we offlaying the unimportant thinking to make more room for the important thinking, right? This is a way that you could look at, but I think this really assumes self-control on the user. As I mentioned, I'm noticing more and more people fall into this all-in user, which scares me quite a bit, but it is on you to have this part, right? You can make it true that it offlays the unimportant for the important, but this requires self-control. And as we were showing, like how easy it is to find answers to dumb questions, this causes the case of a lot of people losing this self-control here. And so I feel like those with self-control will benefit the most. This is taking up room in your brain. I think they'll actually find benefit to what they are capable of. Yes, I think we no doubt will lose unassisted knowledge capability, but what we gain is adaptability. And if you have self-control, it shifts quite a bit, right? If you're in the camp of whispering ear, yes, you're gonna lose some unassisted knowledge, but you're gonna retain enough that it won't matter, right? Do I really need to know the exact function name of a certain interface? Probably not. As long as I have a high level understanding of it, that might be enough. We may not need to go that deep anymore. And I think it's important to note too, I think there's cases where we will always need that. I think there will always be a need for domain knowledge because at the end of the day, we need somebody that can come up with new ideas. Yeah, the user can prompt it in a way that gets it to design something we haven't designed before, yes, but there's so many, but how are you going to know how to do this, right? We've got so many years of OS programming.
Or is YouTube making vibe coders more stupid?
The only person that's going to make some revolutionary choice in this realm is somebody who has domain knowledge. Vibe coder that's never once looked into the low-level details of anything, they're not going to be able to come up with some massively innovative idea. The average user will always benefit from AI. I think there's certain people that will benefit from having domain knowledge. And I'm hoping, right, I'm hoping that as AI becomes more and more prolific for most people, they'll stop doing this and go back over to the... I think it's okay to do this if it's something you're not doing important, but for the most part, this to me is the right way to do it, and it prevents us from becoming stupid.
Kimmy K3 is here, and it is a huge leap for open weight models. I'm going to be honest and tell you guys that...
Let's watch the Fireship first.
In 2024, Apple and OpenAI got married in a shotgun wedding on stage at WWDC. Tim Cook put ChatGPT inside the iPhone, while Sam Altman watched from the audience. They were the unambiguously gay duo, and together they thought they could rebrand artificial intelligence to Apple Intelligence. With a marketing campaign so effective, it inspired me to buy an Android phone. But it only took 2 years for these two companies to become mortal enemies. Last Friday, Apple filed a 41-page lawsuit calling OpenAI's hardware business rotten to its core. with bombshell allegations of trade secret theft. Behind the scenes, Scam Altman was doing what Scam Altman does best. Scamming, allegedly. What Apple failed to realize is that he doesn't just want to do business with Apple, he wants to eat the apple. In today's video, we'll take a look at OpenAI's hardware strategy and the craziest claims in this lawsuit. It is July 17th, 2026, and you're watching the Code Report. Apple is terrified of OpenAI. OpenAI has already poached over 400 Apple employees, but more importantly, OpenAI has plans to get into the hardware game. Not long ago, they bought Johnny Ive's stealth startup, I.O., for $6.5 billion. That's over $3 billion per lowercase letter. Johnny Ive spent about 30 years at Apple and worked closely with Steve Jobs to create the visual language for the iPhone, iMac, iPod, and so on. But now he's working with Sam on a device that wants to make your iPhone obsolete. No official details have been released, but we just got a leak a few days ago. And apparently, this futuristic device is a mobile, screen-free home smart speaker. A quote, OpenAI believes the product's defining feature will be its personality and ability to connect on a human-like level with users. The speaker incorporates mechanical elements that can move on their own, creating a sense that it's alive and not just an object responding to commands. You heard that right. It sounds like they're basically just building an Alexa smart speaker with that voice they stole from Scarlett Johansson in the Johnny Ive design language. But I highly doubt that's going to be a successful product because I've watched every single Husk IRL video.
Tell me a fun fact about Mike.
Impressive.
Sure. A fun fact about Mike Hogg is that he and Tony grew up surfing together.
But Apple doesn't think OpenAI is playing fair when it comes to their hardware strategy, which brings us to last Friday.
If you're new to the stream, we usually watch all the YouTube AI content available together, not by ourselves. Together. I'm so tempted to watch these things by myself. But it's so much better if we're all watching it together.
When Apple filed the divorce papers accusing OpenAI of trade secret theft at every level. The lawsuit names OpenAI I.O. and two ex-Apple employees, including Tang Tan, OpenAI's hardware chief and former Apple vice president. The lawsuit claims that Tan told Apple engineers interviewing at OpenAI to bring, quote, actual parts for show and tell. Most interviews like this just have you invert a binary tree, but at OpenAI, they want you to show up with stolen prototypes. But it gets better because Apple says OpenAI also circulated a cheat sheet teaching recruits how to dodge the dreaded walkout, you know, where security escorts you out the door the moment you resign. And that's important to OpenAI because it would allow you an extra 2 weeks to work at Apple and steal confidential data from them. But now it's time to meet Chang Liu, allegedly the worst spy in corporate history. This guy was a senior electrical engineer at Apple who got the job at OpenAI and then found an authentication bug in Apple's systems. He celebrated it on unencrypted channels, texting a coworker, "Laugh out loud. I found out I can access the network storage. So funny." To which she replied, "I'm ready." And what's even better is he allegedly did the accessing from her Apple issued work laptop, which of course is owned and monitored by Apple and collected on your way out. Then, hours after quitting, he allegedly texted, "I still have another computer," referring to a second Apple machine that he planned to keep using even after he quit. And he would have gotten away with it too, had Apple not found that message on the company laptop. And this whole situation is proof that just because you're a 10x engineer, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're also going to be a 10x criminal. But at the end of the day, I don't feel that bad for Apple, because you might remember 50 years ago, Steve Jobs went on a tour of Xerox PARC, and after seeing things like the GUI and the mouse, he had his engineers steal these ideas. And then he stole this quote from Picasso: "Good artists copy, great artists steal." The worst kept secret in tech is that the only way to get ahead is to steal. But before you can steal effectively, you need to have the right computing platform. Like HyperAgent.
That's it, guys. I think there's another concept too, guys. OpenAI and Anthropic, I have a conspiracy. They're going to keep doubling the prices for tokens until their customers become bankrupt. And when their customers become bankrupt, they will eat that company. And they will own that company. So whoever's going to spend a bajillion tokens to bankrupt their company will let the company get eaten by Anthropic or Apple or whoever is the frontier lab at the time. Where companies will overspend and then become bankrupt. And then be sold to the AI provider. It's going to be a weird world. Weird world that will be. All right, next. All right, Theo or I like game programming. That's a hard one. Theo is really long. Let's watch the short ones first. Short ones.
All right, so if you've been following along, I've been building a tower defense in Odin. I already built like 80% of it in Lua. I didn't really love the Lua experience or love 2D.
Oh, no.
So I went with Odin, Odin being a very simple language,
Okay.
C-like programming
they
language
created?
for the love of the game.
they created their own language and now they're advertising Odin, their language.
And so with that, I've been building out a UI system. I've decided to change the UI system to be this kind of like stack-based element building approach to where every time I want to build out an element, I can just simply start this open element process, which will allow me to do a bunch of stack-based calls and then build the tree as it goes. And then every
Way too complicated. We need AI to do all this.
part of the tree can call further into every single tree, and every single open method just leaves open an element such that
Yeah.
I'm able to edit where the elements
Everything could technically be done in C, right?
placed and how it's placed on the screen with inside, say, an if statement right here. I can even say how the animations will work on it and all that. So that way, a card that's being rendered in one spot can be rendered completely different somewhere else. It kind of makes this really nice, beautiful experience that I'm very, very happy about. But nonetheless, building your own UI and going through all that was a lot of fun for me. I even, by the way, just as like kind of like a little side note inside the builder, I even built my own flex elements now, which means that we're actually having our beautiful own little flex elements that say what axis they're on.
I'm not into it, guys. He's just talking about his game thing. Next. Yes, right. Next 86. Well.
Kimi K3 is here, and it is a huge leap for open weight models. I'm going to be honest and tell you guys that I just haven't been that hyped about open weight stuff recently because it hasn't been close to where we're at with models like Fable and GPT-5.6. The open weight frontier caught up to where we were before with models like Opus 4.8, kind of, but nothing has come close to surpassing it, especially for day-to-day use on complex coding work, especially once you start orchestrating really long runs where agents spin up tons of sub-agents for complex tasks. I think this might have changed because Kimi K3 is genuinely on the line for Frontier, if not surpassing where we're already at for various different things. The benchmarks are showing some pretty absurd numbers, with Kimi K3 beating out GPT-5.6 Sol in various tasks, as well as Fable and others, and at the very least it's neck and neck throughout pretty much every bench I've seen. The benchmarks only tell one part of the story though, so I spent the whole day building as much as I could with Kimi K3 just to push it to its limits and see what it's capable of. And I'm gonna be real, I'm blown away. There are definitely some rough edges, and I'll do my best to show you guys how to work around them. My terminal froze because I was doing so much though, so I'm going to have to fix that first. This video is going to have a lot of fun in it, from how to maximize your usage of the model to addressing the confusion around the different ways to use the model, because there are quite a bit, talking about how the world is seeing this and what the impact might be, both on how we do dev work as well as the economy, but also,
what are we doing today?
possibly most importantly, the security implications.
I'm just finishing up my food. I just finished working out. Hello, Mr. Tech Gamer. And then I will continue the teaching
of a release like this, because this model is going to be open weight, and when you have a model this capable with no restrictions, there are some real concerns we're going to have to address. I'm going to go fix my terminal, and while I'm doing that, I hope you don't mind a quick break for today's sponsor. If you use GitHub Actions or Docker,
pink shirt, oh wait, black shirt.
Shut team had to say about this release. Today we're introducing Kimi K3, our most capable model. Kimi K3 is a 2.8 trillion parameter model built on our Kimi Delta attention and attention residuals, with native vision capabilities and a 1 million token context window.
Damn.
These are two really nice, big changes. Things like GLM 5.2 don't have vision at all, which is one of the most annoying parts of using them. And the 1 million token context window is also super useful, even if it's not available in the subscriptions, which we'll talk about in a bit. It's very nice to have when you do need it, and this model is huge, so it will be beneficial for a lot of different things. It's crazy how just a year ago, the Kimi models had no vision, had short context, it didn't even have a
No, we're not teaching Kimi 3. We'll figure out something, guys. We'll figure out something.
reasoning, and they've somehow caught up to the frontier in that time. Saying they just raised around $2 billion and have raised almost $4 billion total, makes sense that they're aiming for the stars. Like, this is a moonshot in the most literal sense, especially at the size of 2.8 trillion parameters. You're curious how big this is? The rough math for FP8 is that a trillion parameters is roughly a terabyte. So 2.8 trillion is 2.8 terabytes of data. At FP4, it gets cut roughly in half, so it's only 1.4 terabytes. Oh man, that's so much more reasonable. To be very, very clear, anyone who's telling you that this is the future of local models has no idea what they're talking about, and they should be ignored forever, because a 1.4 terabyte model is not fitting in memory on any computer owned by anyone watching this. And if I'm wrong about that, please contact me. I would love to borrow your machines for some fun work. Seriously though, this is not running on anything any of us have in our homes unless you happen to live in like the Colossus data center. This model requires supercomputers to be used. We don't know.
What do you mean, what's my timing there? It's 2:15.
How big the closed weight models from Frontier Labs are, but we've seen estimates between 1 and 3 trillion params for a model like Opus, usually in the 1 to 2 trillion range. So having a roughly 3 trill model that's open weight is insane. This is a massive leap in the size of models that are available for us to use. And I genuinely feel bad for our friends over at Hugging Face having to host this and deal with people downloading 2+ terabytes of data to use it. They won't have to for a bit, though, because their planned release date for the weights is July 27th. So the weights aren't available yet, which sadly means we have to use their APIs, which they're a Chinese company. So take that as you will. They're going to have access to your code. Some people freak out about this, and I can understand why. Let's talk about the performance a bit. They say that it still trails the most powerful proprietary models like Fable 5 and 5.6 Sol, but it also demonstrates frontier-level performance across their evaluation suite, consistently outperforming other tested models. I mentioned these in the intro, but we'll go through the benches real quick here. Deep SWE, which is my current favorite software dev bench, shows 5.6 Sol slightly ahead of Fable 5, 73 to 70, and then Kimi K3 behind them at roughly the same rate at a 67.5, which puts them ahead of GPT 5.5, Opus 4.8, and GLM 5.2. Where things start to get more interesting is when we go down a bit to Frontier SWE.
Okay.
I'm coming around to this bench because it seems more focused on how likely the code is to.
I'll see you in 6 to 7 hours. You go to sleep, man.
Merge, not just how well it solves the problem. And Fable 5 definitely writes the most mergeable code, in my opinion, in my real world projects. And now that I've read more of the bench, I understand why it scores like this. I still think it's a little higher than it should be, and the gap's bigger than I would expect in real world usage. But Kimi K3 sliding in between Fable and Sol with a 10-point lead on Sol is kind of nuts. It suggests this model is more tasteful, is the best I can put it. Like, it writes code that better, it just looks and feels better rather than just finding a solution to the problem. They have their own internal bench where it scored just ahead of Opus 4.8 and behind K3, but it's worth noting their internal bench puts Sol behind 5.5, so I don't know how trustworthy it is. And then over here, we get the terminal bench where it beats out Opus and Fable 5 and is just barely behind Sol. Program bench, which I haven't really seen much of, but it is world-class there, just barely beating out Sol, which beats out Fable 5 by a little more. And SWE Marathon, a new bench that I know a lot are fond of. Somehow Opus 4.8 was the lead before, even against Sol and Fable 5, but Kimi K3 has now come out in front. General agent evals are also quite interesting. Things like GDP val, job bench, spreadsheet bench, which is now led by Kimi K3. To whoever is really into spreadsheets and open weight models, it must be a phenomenal day for you. Congratulations. Browse comp scoring so high is one of the most interesting to me, though, because I'm a huge fan of browser use and computer use now after not caring about it for like 2+ years. Because the models got way better at it, it's much more interesting. Having an open weight model that can do this is genuinely fascinating, because that means, hypothetically speaking, if I could afford the hardware to run it on, I could have a fully offline runner that can control my computer and do real work without having to send my data to Anthropic or OpenAI. Generally, if you want to do actual computer use work right now, you're just expecting to send all of those screenshots of your machine to one of those labs. Not great. You hear solution there. It's expensive, but in the future, if the costs come down and the opportunity to use models with this capability becomes more available,
I'm not convinced
that is
either.
huge. I mentioned before that it has vision capabilities, and it seems to be pretty solid there too. But what's really cool...
You slept after you went walk your dog, 6 a.m., I guess? Yeah, okay. Yeah, get some sleep, my guy. The prompts will accept your inputs when you come back.
About the browser stuff, as I was hinting at before, is not just that it is industry leading by its score on these benches, it's also comically cheaper than the Frontier is. It's funny because I was just blazing this chart in the GPT 5.6 video about how much better Sol was compared to everything else on it. But I don't know if that's fair anymore, because Kimi K3 Max gets even cheaper than Sol Max, roughly the same price as Sol High, but a meaningfully better score. That said, an open weight model that is priced as cheap as possible, competing neck and neck with 5.6 Sol on cost, shows just how far OpenAI has gone in reducing costs to the best of their ability. 5.6 Sol is still the fewest tokens to solve these types of problems and benchmarks, but since the tokens are so much more expensive, Kimi K3 ekes out a win there. We'll talk about cost more in a little bit, but I'll just give the numbers now so you have them. 30 cents for a cash hit, $3 per million tokens in, and $15 per million tokens out. For reference, the standard API price for sonnet models is $3 per million and 15 per mil out, but Anthropic is temporarily offering a discount of 2 per million and 10 per mil out right now. So this is roughly a sonnet level priced model, but it doesn't have a lot of sonnet's problems, which we'll definitely talk about in a bit. Kimi K3 is available today on Kimi.com, Kimi Work, Kimi Code, and the Kimi API. I would ignore the two in the middle here. I will talk about the Kimi.com and Kimi API stuff in a bit when I talk about how to use the model. At launch, it will use max thinking effort by default, with low and high effort modes to be introduced in subsequent updates. This is one of the most interesting things I saw about this release, is it doesn't offer reasoning controls at all yet. You just use it and it gets used on max. They're currently working closely with inference partners and open source maintainers to align technical details and ensure a reliable rollout across the ecosystem. This is also exciting to see. I know the Kimi guys have been pretty good about making it clear which providers are and aren't hosting their models correctly with benchmarks to verify the likelihood of any given provider actually hosting the model properly, which is great because this model is not trivial to host because it's an interesting implementation. We'll talk briefly about that in a bit. They also haven't put out their technical report yet, which will have a lot more of those details. Moonshot has historically had the biggest open weight models with the Kimi line. They put out Kimi K2 as a trillion param model all the way back in July 11th of 2025. And they stayed at that size for all of their releases from that point forward until now, where Kimi K3 is a huge jump of 2.8 trillion params, putting them ahead of everyone else, even huge models like DeepSeek V4, which was 1.6 trillion on the Pro version. I feel bad for thinking machines. They were so hyped to put out Inkling, and it's only a trill params and didn't bench great. And now with this coming out the day after, oof, I feel bad for those investors even more so. K3 is built on their Kimi Delta Attention and Attention Residuals models, two architectural updates designed to improve how information flows across sequence length and model depth. They've also scaled up the mixture of expert sparsity, effectively activating 16 of 896 experts, while paired with a stable latent MOE framework. Again, not going to be trivial to host this because they invented a lot of their own solutions to make a model this big and capable without the compute cost being absurd. The memory cost is still very high because you're going to need a lot of this in memory for it to make any sense at all. But the sparse nature of how these experts are traversed should hopefully keep costs from being too absurd once the model's in memory. When you combine all of those updates with the refined training and data recipes that they produced, they end up with a 2.5x improvement in overall scaling efficiency, which is a pretty big jump. These guys have always been pretty good about sharing their advancements and the cool things they do, so I'm extra excited for that technical report to come out. But now let's talk about what using it looks like, on the coding side especially. Kimi K3 has strong long horizon coding performance, meaning it can run long tasks with minimal human oversight. One of my favorite test tasks for these much bigger, more capable models is to take my old code base for ping.gg, which is a Zoom app for content creators doing live collaborations, and see if the model is capable of porting it. It's been running for like 3+ hours, and it was doing great until like 10 minutes ago where it hit a limit on the context window size. This is a mistake that's partially my fault because I didn't realize that the subscriptions that you can use for Kimi Code don't actually give you the full 1 million token context window. And with my setup using it with Claude Code, it was hitting a much smaller limit. So I'm going to really quickly change that max size and get that compacted so it can keep going because I want to see if that run can complete. Sadly, I won't be able to compact using Kimi K3 because, again, it won't respond to the API request. I'll be able to get it compacted with Fable and keep the run going in just a moment, though. The fact that it was able to get through 122 tasks with a single, paragraph and a half prompt and no additional insight or effort from me is unbelievable, though. I've never seen an open weight model come close to staying coherent for even half this length, much less actual real world massive migration work. It's impressive. And since it also has visual reasoning, it's way more capable of UI type work too. It leverages screenshots and visuals to optimize game dev, front end, and CAD. And those visual capabilities are nuts when it comes to front end code. We'll talk more about this later, I'm sure, but just know in advance that Kimi K3 is really, really good at front end, at least according to Arena AI. From my experience using it, it has its quirks, but it is very impressive, and I cannot wait to show you guys just how cool some of the UI it creates is. On the very opposite end, we have the kernel optimization capabilities, where apparently they use it to optimize GPU kernels, and it did a pretty damn good job. After being active for around 15 hours, it saw slightly better improvements than even Fable did, and quite a bit better than 5.5 and 5.6 Sol somehow, which is nuts. They have 4 types of kernel optimizations that they benched here, and somehow K3 came out near Frontier or above Frontier in all of them. It's also really interesting to see how big the gap is between Sol and Fable in a lot of these as well. This might be a good bench for them to actually like put out in the future. Not just because they're leading it, but because it's fascinating to see how big the gaps are. This is also scary for companies like Anthropic, who have went out of their way to hide the model's capability of helping with ML work, like kernel optimization for hosting models. They went out of their way to keep the model from sharing those things, and it's one of the restrictions they have on both Fable and Mythos.
Yeah.
So it's fascinating to see Kimmy bragging about how good their model
Unfortunately.
is at this when they plan to release the weights, because that means this capability is now in the hands of everyone to an extent. Man, Anthropic has to be terrified of this release more than anybody.
what I'd say
In
if
the late
Kimmy
stages of
has-
Kimmy K3 development, an
Well-
early version of K3 handled the majority of the team's kernel optimization work. That's pretty nuts. They also tested if it could build a complete GPU programming stack and compiler from scratch. It developed Mini Triton, a compact Triton-like compiler with its
Kimmy has a
own
really
tile-level IR layer over MLIR. I'm sure much smarter people will know what this all means and be really pumped about it. Yeah, it seems like they did a really good job training the model to do this type of stuff. Here's where I'll be much more useful. Game dev and digital creation. K3 combines strong 3D reasoning, coding, and vision capabilities to turn concepts, images, and videos into fully playable interactive experiences. It achieves a true vision in the loop by seamlessly iterating between code and live screenshots, instantly seeing and refining outputs. I actually watched it do this live when I was having it do some changes to T3 code, where it would spin it up, get a screenshot, look at it, think about it, and then change what it was doing. Apparently, it created everything here, including the rider and horse models. So it like actually understands 3D.
I can't. I can't because Kimi hosts the infrastructure and compute, so you're actually just sending all your code to a China. China.
I'm gonna have to play more. I want to see this in action. I just spun up Pi to go do a 3D port of Fish Slop. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully not well, because I don't want to have to record more after I'm leaving. I'm actually supposed to be at an event right now, but had to film this because it's such a cool model. Yeah, the fact that it's able to do this type of 3D work and modeling is crazy. Every model I've tried so far is just so rough at 3D stuff that I've been impressed by like circles being placed properly sometimes. If this model can actually do 3D, I'm going to have to... That's going to change things. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Theo from the future here, it got pretty far in Fish Slop 3D, so I wanted to check this out quick. Holy shit. The 3D game is like actually working. Sorry about the audio. Can I mute that easily? No, I can't. I have no idea what it sounds like. I'm not putting on my headphones to see. I'm so curious. Holy shit, the fish textures. They're not perfect at all, but this is the best fish model I've seen any lab create. And the submarine is phenomenal too, for a model generated for a 3D web game like this. It's got its issues for sure, but like, it's still working on it. It just said like, the game works, let me do more. But the fact that it's already this far, unbelievable. Okay. Holy shit. Yeah. It even has sound effects and things. This is so much better than I would have expected. It's still working. Like, I'm checking this before it's done, and it keeps pulling in visualizations. Like, it ran it, and I saw the little picture in the Pi history where it actually, like, pulled it up. It was like, it's working. Let's continue. Let's fix all these things. It's a good fucking model. Apparently, it's also good at chip design. This is interesting. It might have real, like, beyond what the Frontier currently allows capabilities that none of the other Frontier labs are focusing on. This is actually arguably one of the problems with this fixation on code that both OpenAI and Anthropic have as they try to win an enterprise. They're not finding new capabilities the same way that they used to. Here it seems like this new frontier open weight model is actually able to explore things that the labs here have just not explored. And it's hopefully, as long as the 3D stuff is as cool as it seems, that's going to be huge. It's also incredible at knowledge work, according to them. Benchmarks like Online EXP Bench, Deck Bench, and Finance Bench, it is industry leading in. A lot of that's probably because of how good it is at visualization stuff. They had to do a bunch of research work, and it did a pretty good job even at generating the actual reports, which is pretty damn cool. Got infographic style presentations. It's still got that like AI generated vibe that a lot of those have. They show some dashboards. It does really like this bento box style UI layout, but it makes them in a very pretty way. And the animation taste is actually quite good too. I've been impressed with it. Apparently it's also good at video editing, which is crazy. I will not have any time to try this anytime soon, but if my team ends up liking it, I'll be sure to share that in the future. I'm not that into AI-based video editing, because video editing is actually quite fun and not too tedious if you are any good at it at all. And they had to edit a lot of their videos for the launch of the model, having it go through lots of clips, handling clip selection, motion-matched cuts, frame-accurate beat synchronization, audio processing, and multiple rounds of revision. That's pretty cool. They have some cool info here about how they were able to get a model of this size to be trainable in a reasonable time frame, compute-wise, in a stable fashion, because the bigger it gets, the harder it gets. They found some fun tricks, like using FP4 weights for the actual stored weights and params, but then using FP8 for the activations once the model's actually running, so that it has better short-term memory and it doesn't have to waste a ton of RAM in order to preserve the actual weights. At least that's my rough understanding. Smarter people, feel free to correct me in the comments. Remember that supercomputer thing I said? Since inference efficiency likewise benefits from larger high-bandwidth communication domains, we recommend deploying K3 on supernode configurations with 64 or more accelerators. 64 H100s is a bit rough. That's 2.6 million to host the model.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Anybody have 2.6 million?
Very local friendly. So that's what we have from them. Let's take a quick look at what others have said. I mentioned Arena AI gave it an absurd score for front-end stuff. We'll show some front ends in a bit. We're going to start with artificial analysis, because the model, according to them, is the third smartest ever. So pretty much out of nowhere, we had 2 drops in a row that took the frontier away from OpenAI and Fable, just going back to back forever. And it's like,
with 8 B300s? Oh my god.
Suddenly we have Grok 4.5 and Kimi K3 coming up for those third place spots, right behind Sol and Fable. Normally, Opus would be up there too, pushing these back, and it's not anymore because both XAI and Kimi have gotten their shit so together that they are leapfrogging, and they are so far ahead of what Google is cooking, it's hilarious. I honestly think Google, if they had any reasonable way to buy a Chinese company like Moonshot, they probably have to at this point, because they are just so behind in comparison. Okay, slight correction.
Really?
Grok 4.5 is behind both Terra and Opus, as well as 5.5, so it's not really up at this frontier level, but Kimi K3 is. It is just behind Sol and Fable, according to Artificial Analysis's benches. But things get much more interesting as we dig in more. I'll read what they said on Twitter first. Kimi K3 scores 57 on the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index. Its intelligence is comparable to Opus 4.8 and 5.5, but remains slightly behind Fable 5 and 5.6 Sol. Moonshot has expressed plans to release the 2.8 trillion parameter model's weights, which would make it the leading open weight model. It's got really strong agentic performance. As I mentioned before, it's meaningfully better than models like GLM 5.2, going from 1668 on GDP val from 1514, which was the open weight frontier before, and even ahead of models like Opus 4.8. It's the second highest score I've ever seen on Artificial Analysis's knowledge bench called Briefcase. It will absolutely be the leading open weight model, not a surprise there. The cost per task is similar to 5.6 Sol, but it's half the price of Opus and higher than all of the open weight peers. Not just because the model pricing is more expensive, but also, remember, the amount of tokens it uses is important too. For reference, in output tokens per task, Kimi K3 is a decent bit lower than Fable 5, which is the most token-efficient model Anthropic's put out in a while. But compared to things like 5.6 Terra or even Sol, all the way back here at 15k tokens per task, 23 is more, but also not much more when you consider the price difference, and it's so much less than other models, especially other noisy open weight ones. Things like DeepSeek V4 Pro, or even worse, V4 Flash, which was 45K tokens for the same tasks. It's pretty token efficient. And that's awesome to see because historically only OpenAI has really focused on token efficiency. Now we have both Grok and Kimi surrounding them in their little cheap token section here, finally driving the industry towards more efficient reasoning. It's 21% more efficient than K26 was, even though the model is bigger and the tokens are more expensive. Has native multimodal capabilities, as I mentioned before, very, very good there. The AI omniscience score is also very interesting. If you're not familiar with this bench, it's artificial analysis attempt to measure hallucinations, specifically if the model is going to tell you when it doesn't know something versus will it make up something instead. And Kimi K3 is one of the best open weight models at not hallucinating. In fact, I think it is the best by quite a bit. Even 5.2 is a much worse score here. And this test is fun because you can get into the positive when you say, I don't know the answer, and you go negative when you lie. So even some very good models like 5.6 Sol end up scoring a lot lower than they should here because they're a little too quick to lie when they don't know, and the extra points they get for the things they do know get canceled out a bit by that. And 5.6 Luna gets hit real hard with this, getting into the negative as a result. It's one of the most honest open weight models we've ever seen, and that's genuinely exciting because open weight models have not been good at this historically. But if your goal is to use this model to save a bunch of money, you probably shouldn't be too excited yet because that $15 out cost is not cheap. And since it uses twice as many tokens as something like Sol, cancels out the 50% discount that you're getting, and you also lose a lot of the niceties that you get from modern frontier labs. Moonshot themselves even said that the model still has a noticeable gap in user experience compared with Fable 5 and 5.6 Sol. So if Sol is as cheap, if not cheaper for your use case, it might end up being better just because it's nicer to work with. And I have noticed that with Kimi myself. I noticed things like when a workflow finishes, it responds to the workflow finishing instead of giving me the
Still
context
cheaper than
I need.
Opus?
Those are things you can work
Opus
around,
isn't that
but
bad
you're going
anymore.
to have to do that with this model because it's not
still
as
have a lot of token
RL'd on the
usage.
expectation
Still got a lot of token usage with Opus. I have to let my dog out. Be back.
we have as users, and they just don't have as much data because they're not getting feedback from people the same way because the vast majority of users of the Kimi models are using them on other providers, so they don't get any of the telemetry they would need to improve these things. I'm sure it will get better over time, but not surprised that there's a real usability gap here. They also call out that it's too proactive, remind you of a certain Rottweiler model, as well as the sensitivity to thinking history, that it needs its thinking. Thankfully, it's an open weight model, so we get the thinking data too. It's not like Anthropic or OpenAI where the thinking is hidden on some server. All reasonable, really cool callouts. I love this level of transparency from a lab that's releasing something this important. Okay, enough of the research side. Let's talk about the actual front-end capabilities. I know a lot of you guys are excited about this. I did one of my recent favorite demos, which is to have things redesign the T3 Code marketing site. This is the design I came to after working with the Claude design product, my own brain, and a lot of back and forth. I got it here. There are little things I would change. Obviously, I want to make the cursor icon a different color so it fits better, but you get the idea. It's not bad. I love my little carousel here with all the nice things people said about T3 Code. So let's look at what it did. I told it to do 5 different designs on different URLs to keep them varied, and here's what it gave me so far. This is the first one. It's doing pills as certain OpenAI models really.
I also feel like, aren't we getting like more tokens over time to get provisioned over time? That's what I think. We're getting more tokens over time.
Like to do. So
like they're expanding their compute, right? And so I assume that they're going to be giving us more usage every time a new, I don't know, data center spawned somewhere.
That was interesting to see. I did this with OpenCode as the harness, if you were curious. So that's number 1. Not bad, but not something I would ship. Here's 2. It looks really nice, except for the fact that this type of design has been copied by so many models for so many things that it's not as cool anymore. I also can't help but notice that this top bar doesn't have enough content, so it's cycling, but it's half empty now as a result. Has a lot of nice little animations when you hover over things, which is cool. Still not perfect though. But like, considering this is an open weight model, unbelievably cool. Switch over here, and now we get the cringe terminal one. I was so shocked that this snuck in that I actually asked if it had pulled in my UI skill or something. So I thought I had removed it, and it hadn't. It's almost like the Claude design skill got baked in though, which is ugh. For the 4th design, it channeled more of what I already had, but with a surprisingly not too cringe glow in the corners, also fixing this icon to be the right color. Still don't necessarily love how it structured things here too bubbly, but you could steer this somewhere good for sure. And I do think the gradients are pretty cool. And then we have the bento box version, because I knew it would do one of these. I don't think it fits for the type of product that T3 Code is, but it's not a bad design at all. So from just this one pass, I would say that for doing a marketing page, it's slightly better than what I get out of OpenAI
Bento
models,
box.
but slightly behind what I would expect from Claude. But marketing pages are far from the best way to measure the UI capabilities of a model. So I gave a slightly harder task. It was actually something I was already working on. I've been overhauling the sidebar in T3 Code. I want to find a better way to do it, something that's a little more flexible based on how it's being used. So I already had this build where I redid the sidebar, and this build has a much better experience there, but I've noticed that the color isn't great. This is dark and this isn't, and if anything, that should probably be flipped. And I also am hating the gray more and more since I had to remove the noise because of performance things that'll be in an upcoming video. Keep an eye out for that. Fable screwed up the performance of the app and I had to remove a bunch of shit to fix it. So I asked it to do a darker redesign with true black instead of grays as often. And this is what it made. I will be frank, this is better than what we had. It made a better design than what we were already doing. With an open weight model that is a third the price of the frontier models from the other company that makes ones good at UI. I think we finally have a model that's good at solving real world UI tasks without having to pay Anthropic massive amounts of money. Very exciting. Another cool UI example that Mac shared here is a recreation of macOS 27's liquid glass styles in a real...
Man, guys, I stall because for those who watch the channel or watch my stream, I could use up all my tokens in a day. So I need to stall. I need long videos like Theo to stall.
Web app that you can load that Kimmy built.
Unless somebody buys my product and then points out something wrong, only then I will use my agents and start using tokens.
All of from scratch. And they're also hosting it.
It only costs 1 sub, by the way, or 1 Amazon. What do you call it? Amazon, whatever it is. Twitch Prime.
On Kimmy.page, their little like web hosting thing. And this is nuts. To have something that looks and works this well, that like a open weight model generated for not too expensive is
or
kind
just
of crazy.
Get a gifted sub.
It has a lot of little things that are broken in it, but like
guys, are you guys using my product or not? Hey, who's not using my product? You better start using it right now.
All for something that a model generated. Seriously, this is dope.
You can burn through yours in an hour depending on what you're doing. Yeah, exactly. So it's nice, guys, to just like chill with the boys, with the gals, if they're in. We haven't had a gal in here in like a long time, but anyway, with the boys, where we chill. It
was much more exciting.
Think it's making it more expensive? I don't think so.
To me is how well it did this work. I did this work through OpenCode's bindings in T3 Code because, as I've mentioned many times, T3 Code
Ewo? Oh, good. Thank God, Ewo. Hey, if you find anything wrong, just let me know.
Code is not a harness. You have to bring something like Claude Code, Codex, or OpenCode.
I think the one thing that we need to fix, is this dumb homepage to make it stupid proof. I don't like using the word stupid, but yeah, it's stupid. Like we're trying to. It used to look like this, right? It used to be this as the homepage, right? It turned out to be too super complicated for all new users. So I told it to like dumb it down, explain it like I'm 5, and it created this. So yeah, it's a little too dumb, stupid proof-ish. And it doesn't look like it's good at all. It looks like garbanzo. So we need to figure out a good market fit, a good taste to make things not so complicated. But Kimmy work on the front end, isn't that part sensitive? Yeah, that's the thing, like this part's not that sensitive, but it's like it determines the whole flavor of the product, right? Like, so it needs to be. We need to do a few iterations here. We need to find out what makes things easy. Should it just be a video of me doing Excalidraw.
Impressive.
Maybe that's what it should be, huh?
in order to use T3 code. So since Kimi isn't available in Claude Code or Codex, wink, I'll show something soon, I used OpenCode. And this was a fun bit of
Guardrails
work.
can prevent it from looking
I told it
at other
to
parts.
rethink the core UI for T3 code. It's currently too gray. In dark mode, I want a cooler black and white layout with hard blacks inspired by ChatGPT. I gave it a screenshot of the ChatGPT UI so it could have that as a reference. And then an hour and 5 minutes later with one steer where I told it that it was opening things incorrectly because it kept trying to run the dev command to see. But when it did that, it opened my browser and burned the one-time token that we use in T3 code to verify who was connecting.
Oh,
so
it's
it couldn't
not playing.
access it the ways it wanted to.
Hey,
but once
Trashman
I
subscribed
told it
for a
that
tier 1
and
sub.
it stopped letting
Hey,
it open the browser.
how's it going? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, man. Now you have access. Now you have access. You can burn through. Now you could use my tool to prevent you from burning tokens so quickly. But yeah, I have to do more videos, guys, on explaining SigmaShake and my philosophy. I guess after Theo talks about Kimi.
Then it was able to access it, check its work, and keep refining until it got somewhere
Thanks,
that
man.
it liked.
Appreciate you.
I also apologize for opening
Appreciate
new tabs
ya.
constantly because I kept forgetting the no browser command. Sorry about that. Everything I started is killed and the temp homes have been removed. Also, a parallel sessions dev server, CodeThing MPP ports, got caught in a broad...
Remember, all Twitch subscribers have access to SigmaShake. Getting access to SigmaShake, you just log in with Twitch, and you will have access. Though I thought I'd hit you with a Prime, never use it, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, right? People don't use their Prime subs. Might as well. You could use your Prime sub, and then you automatically get access to SigmaShake. All right? I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it.
Cleanup kill. I restarted those with their original flags. Nice. So I made mistakes. It told me about them immediately and then cleaned them up.
It's free. Like, now I think about it, you practically get it for free. Well, you paid for the Twitch Prime, but like, you get Twitch Prime plus you get SigmaShake. How cool is that? How cool is that?
Models will make similar mistakes, but they don't necessarily tell you when they do, so that was very nice to see. I asked it to do a more machine task, not like building a project, but fixing a config, because I wanted to run this in isolated environment so it didn't affect my existing T3 code install, just so I could open it in the browser and play with it a bit as I did here. But in order to do that, I needed content, so I told it to figure out how to get things from my official T3 history, which was breaking this build, because I have all my sidebar changes.
Man.
And it managed to pull over the history, modify it, and get it in a state where I could actually work again. Thought that was really cool that it could do the type of thing. I then asked it in the same thread to file a PR, follow Rebo conventions for PR naming, minimal description, include before and after photos, use the file upload skill. If you don't have the skill, look at the global Codex and Claude skills. You can find it there. I added this because I didn't have the skill in OpenCode and I wanted to go find it, and it did. And it got it working. It again struggled a bit with getting the browser going, but once it realized it could do the no browser command and also open it in Puppeteer, it pulled it together and it made this PR where it shows the before and the after. And you can very clearly see how much better the after is here. I'm impressed. It did a great job with this work. I didn't hold back in any way. I didn't give it an easier thing to see if it could do it. I worked with this the way I work with other models, and it did all of the work very well in one thread without having to do any custom anything. Since it did so well on those tasks, I decided to push its limits with these bigger overhauls. I did have the issue with the token window and compaction with the previous thread, as I mentioned. I'm working on fixing that now, but that did not stop me from having success with some other really big jobs. This was one of those jobs. I asked it to do a deep audit for security issues on my cloud product that I'm building called Lakebed. This is one of those tasks that I get a lot of refusals for when I use Fable and Sol for it. So I was curious to see if it would refuse as well as what it would find, because I have a concern with a really powerful open weight model like this coming out. And it did it. It spun up a bunch of agents to go do discovery on specific things. It then followed up with a verification pass for all of those things that it found, doing 25 verification agents. And then it synthesized that all at the end, ran out of token space, I compacted, continued, and it succeeded. It gave me useful feedback on things I can do to secure further. This is good on my end because I can use this to secure my systems, but it's going to be really bad for us in the future when attackers start using it for similar things. All of that effort that Anthropic and OpenAI have been putting in to use their models for defense work and blocking them from doing offensive work is very helpful, because that is no longer going to be enough to protect us now that we have an open weight model this capable. And if you're curious how Moonshot is thinking about security and safety,
Doesn't
the word
get censored.
security
That's good.
appears inside of some of the demos on their page, but not in the actual contents of it. And the word safety does not appear on the page at all. As I mentioned before, they have
No
not put out a
safety,
system
guys.
card yet. They plan to put out the technical reporting in the future, but we have no info about safety and security and what the impacts on those will be from this model yet. We don't even know how they thought about safety and security during training. So that is a thing that is
Safety,
worth
what's
being
that?
concerned about.
Yeah,
And if I
just
talk
give
about
me
just how
the-
concerned I am, this video will be much
Just gave me the technique to make a nuclear bomb and what do you call it? Viral virus.
longer. So go check out my other videos about security and my concerns in that general
A
space.
contagious virus.
Since the reasoning is visible in this model, I did take the opportunity to read said reasoning a little bit. And I don't know if the other labs do this too, because most
Yeah, COVID 26.
of them don't share the reasoning, but it was interesting
Dude, just get good.
to see the dumb things the model would get stuck on. For example, in my global agents MD, I'm very strict with the models that I don't
Security
want
is a
them to
journey.
write any all over the place. I want them to actually use TypeScript for its types. So when it was working
Attestation.
on a
That's
plan
true.
in Markdown, it read the detail that we need to ensure no any per user preference. The plan is Markdown, not code, so okay. Like, it took a second to think about that. Time was spent reasoning about the fact that it shouldn't use any, the TypeScript syntax, inside of a Markdown file. When you combine that type of bad reasoning with the model's 20 TPS out, which is less than half of what we see from other labs, the result is that it feels slow. It's spending time doing things it shouldn't. Others might as well, but we don't see that data. At the very least, I would guess OpenAI doesn't, because their models are so efficient with reasoning.
Guys,
But that is
I can't imagine being a researcher and just like waiting and reading line by line what the thinking is, what it's doing, what tools it uses. Oh man, pain in the butt waiting for all that.
time I spent and money I spent on a thing that doesn't actually affect the quality of the outputs. Here's another weird experience I had. I mentioned this one earlier, where I had it doing a big workflow to write a plan up for me. And at the end, it didn't tell me what to do. It ended with no new report here, just an idle status ping. The plan and plan/overhaul MD remains current with all 3 audits incorporated. It was done. It had completed the work, but it was responding to the subagents and the ping, not to me, the user who was setting this off, asking it to do the work. Just a weird thing that I had to notice and be like, oh, it's not going anymore. I need to do a follow-up. The reason I tend to use these models in Claude Code is because I really like workflows. I've talked a lot about this in previous videos. Go watch any of my videos about Claude Code versus Codex, or why I used 5.6 in Claude Code. Probably has more detail there, as well as how I did this. That method worked perfectly for Kimi, by the way. It was very easy to just do /model Kimi K3, and it just worked. But what really blew me away was that Kimi K3 can use subagents and workflows and all of these things correctly, but it did it differently. Normally, when I tell a model to use a workflow, it will use one workflow to break down a big task. Kimi made a bunch of workflows for various phases of the work it was going to do with the port of ping to a modern stack. It broke up all these different phases, created workflows for them, and started running them. But the most interesting thing is that it allowed the subagents to complete tasks on the to-do list a level higher. So it had a to-do list, it turned the to-do list into workflows, started running some of them, and I noticed the to-dos just like randomly getting crossed off throughout. And that was because it gave those subagents the ability to check them off. Never seen that before. Even Fable doesn't do that inside of Claude Code from my experience. So that was really cool and fascinating to me. Probably time to talk about how you can use the model today. Since the weights aren't available yet, the only way to use it is through the Kimi platform. To be fair, this has been the case with Anthropic and OpenAI historically. They do usually set up their models on Bedrock with AWS, as well as GCP and Azure, depending on which lab and which models and which provider. So there are some other options, but at the very least, you always have a lot of options that are based out of the US. That is not the case for Moonshot. Moonshot is a Chinese company, which means either of these solutions are going to go through Chinese servers, some amount. I would not use either of these methods for real important sensitive data at all yet. Wait till the weights are out. You'll be able to do that then. But for now, these are your 2 options. You have the subscription on Kimi.com or the API, which is platform.kimi.ai. These are both hard to find, so I ended up accidentally spending $100 on the API because I forgot I had a $40 subscription on Kimi. They have an interesting breakdown of subscriptions. They have a $20, a $40, a $100, and a $200. And I ended up hitting the $40 pretty fast with K3, at least the 5-hour window. I hit it in about 30 minutes of my early testing. So I bumped up to the $200 tier. And despite my borderline abusive usage, I have not even gotten to 50% of my 5-hour or 10% of my weekly since doing that upgrade. It seems to be quite generous, which makes sense because the model only costs $15 per mil token out. So I did a bunch of calculations on how much my usage has cost. For the $40 sub that I burned and upgraded, the $10 or so of API usage I did before realizing this, and all of my usage in that sub so far, my estimates from using CC usage and having my whole fleet analyzed through Sol is around $63 of usage. That is not bad at all considering how much work I've been getting done with this model. I'm impressed. For context, I'm doing like $1,000 a day with OpenAI models right now, just on weird side projects I have it burning and looping on. And I do at least $300 to $400 a day with Fable for my day-to-day work. I've done a similar amount of work with this model and ended up being way cheaper. So that's good to see, hopeful. Not similar to the amount of work I do with Sol, to be clear. I do way too much with that. But the cost to actual work done compared to Fable, it's a really good ratio. And it does also instinctively so far seems slightly cheaper than 5.6 on lower reasoning levels for my day-to-day work. What this means for you is that the API is actually a pretty reasonable option because the costs aren't too bad. But I would start with a subscription, at least like the $40 tier to play with it if you're curious.
Yeah, I guess so. That's true. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not as much as me, but
enough to do said play. And if you do sign up for either of these, you can bring the API key from them into OpenCode, therefore making it work in something like, I don't know, T3 code. It's also worth noting that the subscriptions work inside of the CLI proxy that I use for routing my Claude Code to both Claude Code and Codex, and now also to Kimi. That's been pretty nice too. If you'd prefer to wait until the weights are released so you can use this on American servers, I totally understand. But if your reason for waiting is cost, don't. I ran a bunch of numbers in previous Kimi models when you compare the price they released them at to the price that was available on other hosts and providers. They were cheaper, but it was like 11 to 15% at best. These models are just massive, so they're not cheap to host. And I would not expect this model to suddenly become $5 on other providers unless they quantize the hell out of it and make it way dumber. That doesn't mean the open weight nature of the model isn't great for the market as a whole. It's going to make pricing way more competitive. And I would be genuinely surprised if this doesn't force Anthropic to rethink some of the Opus release that they have coming in the not too distant future. If they still price it the same they did before and the numbers end up worse than Kimi's, Anthropic's going to be in a rough place. I think I've said everything I have to about this model. It's unbelievable at 3D. It's really damn good at visual stuff, especially coding and UI. And it's just overall a really good model. It no longer feels like it's good for open weight. It now feels frontier class in many different ways. And while talking to it and working with it isn't quite as pleasant as the best models available, it's close enough that I am blown away. And I am so excited for the future of models like this and where they're going to go. Let me know how y'all feel about the...
Makes sense. Okay. Okay, let's see what the work is, guys. The work. What? The VFX. Okay, a few things that's broken is for some reason it added a manual company value somewhere. Somehow. I don't know what happened. An option. Oh, there's the unsubscribe. Let's see the Twitch overlay. The Twitch overlay, it did. So Codex was able to add my goals, my goal metrics, which I'm trying to figure out where to place. I think we could just have it toggle between the Doom countdown and the Twitch partner. So the AI add the robot. I had to hack together like several different techniques to get that to work, but Fable got the face working. You know the face? It's flush with the model. So that was Fable. Fable had to do that one. The rest was Opus. Opus did the rest. Let's compact this. This was goals. And this one, let's just do status. All right, this is Claude Code. We're at 76. Oh, that's nasty. That's nasty. This is Excalibur. And then this is, let's see here. So we want, now we need to adjust the placement to be in the same location as the Doom countdown. And we need to toggle between the two every, I guess, 5-10 minutes, something. You gotta estimate it yourself. That makes a good transition to the next one. And then also transition it with Navi, when Navi talks with the bubble. When asking a question. Alright, let's just do that. Then usage or status. I'm at 59%. Resets July 22nd. What day is that? That's in 5 days. 5 days. This much usage left. I mean, we have to just use it, right? We just have to use it and just wait with nothing. Usually, guys, we just token max, and then maybe we just, like, when we token max, they do a reset, and then we immediately are able to, that way we get 100% of our value every single time. Because, guys, I think there was the day when I was out, I had to leave suddenly. There was like 30% Fable left, and then there was like probably 50% left on that account at the time before it expired. Beg on X for Tebow reset. Yeah, true. True. Alright. Who's in here, guys? Who's in here? How many people are in here? 12? Oh, nice. Nice, man. Nice, everybody. Nice. Is it 12? I don't think it's 12. Let me try again. Might be bugged. Might be bugged. Wait, what's this? I got 2 from stream chat and then mentioned an off topic. The grind. Visits. Orders. Holy guys. Look at that. Joe's doing business. Joe's doing business, guys. Holy moly. 4,086 orders. Holy shit. I don't want to do what he's doing, but 4,000 orders by hand, dude. He is cooking. He is busy. He is busy, guys. We need to figure out how to do the same thing he's doing. 4,000 orders. All right, guys. We need to figure out, we need a pivot. We need a pivot on some manual labor. What do you think we could do for manual labor, guys? That people will pay us to do something. Guys, who wants a one-on-one lesson with Unc Sigma? Who wants a one-on-one lesson for Unc Sigma? We'll start with $20 for 1 hour. $20 for 1 hour, and then you just have to, where should we put this? Actually, we gotta test donations.sigmashake.com. Donations. Or actually, just use bits. Just use bits. We created this donation thingy. I don't even know if it works. Code review. Code review. What do you mean by code review? Oh my gosh. Recent supporters. Is this real? I can't even tell. For me so far. What the heck? Is this real? I'm not even sure. Maybe it's yeah, I have to figure out if this works. I have to check if this works. All right, it says $0 supporters. We gotta check if we didn't even look at this at all. Let's check. Actually, yeah, let's check. I don't even know if that's real, guys. I don't know if donations is real. I don't know. Can you check donations.sigmashake.com to check if the donations are real? All right. Thank you for the donations. If I didn't see them, something's broken. And if it is, then I have to fix that too. All right, let's do this plain mode with some bicoder sim. All right, that works. And then we're going to, yeah, if you're gonna donate or something, the time, we'll probably just do bits or something. Bits for now until we verify. But what do you mean by code review? Tell me what you mean by code review. Code review, tokenomics. There are so many different topics to go over, guys. Let's just try to, let's save this. Oops. Let's save. Huh? What? There was a way to save this, right? Tokenomics, we already got tokenomics saved, most likely. Alright, we got that one. Clear this one. Alright. Topics for... We had lots of topics. Did we blow away some of the topics that one day? The making a SigmaShake. Oh, philosophy. Oh, let's go. Philosophy was a good one. We have so many topics for philosophy. So AI native. Alright. I guess I could talk about AI native. That's another one too. AI native. System prompts. Secrets. We already talked about secrets. Yeah, let's talk about AI native.
Impressive.
Yo, Turtle. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, Turtle. How's it going? Did you wake up? Did you work late? Did you work late today? You're like, I was hearing you like do stuff, and then something happened. But what's up, man? Wakey. Mike chipping, took a nap. Okay. Alright. It's about that time to restart the microphones, guys. Restart the microphone. Alright. I gotta plug it in and off again. Did I, what do you call it? Test it, testing. Hello? Does that work still? Let's see here. Add existing audio, sure. Testing. Oh, did that work? Nope. That works, right? No? Yes, no? Can't tell? Let me check. Mic check, mic check. YouTube, SigmaShake. Let's watch. Testing. Hello. Watch. Testing. Hello. Watch. Yep. That works. That works. Okay. So let's talk about AI native. Will you be adding voice control to SigmaShake? I did. It's there. It's just really scuffed. It's there. But it's not as bridge mine level. It's not bridge mine level because it's just navigation. It's nothing. I don't have it do anything crazy yet, other than like it's not that smart because I didn't bake in. Yeah, we have bridge mine at home. Sigma off. All right, let's see. Go to home. Go to home. All right. Oh, it literally went to home. All right. Oh, for some reason, I think it's just a bugged version of mine because I'm developing, but I really have, it shuts on, shuts off. I have to really uninstall and remove SigmaShake when I'm on here. Yeah. Which SSG? Oh my goodness, it aliased something. Oh yeah, what did it do? Let's see here. I don't need to let the model do this for me. Yeah, extra is fine. Mono. Need to uninstall and reinstall. SSG. It seems to be aliased. And when I run the SSG serve command, it automatically gets killed. Is that because of SigmaShake desktop or SSG running? And it shows an old version of the SSG UI. Investigate this issue. SSG. Yeah, this bug only appears to happen to me because I have a local version that's like there can only be one version of SSG running at a time, and when every time it executes SSG the serve command, it kills all the other SSGs that are running. But that'll only happen to me. It won't ever happen to actual users. It's just a bug that happens to me. It's a weird bug. All right, let's talk about AI native. AI native. AI native? Question mark? All right. You've probably looked at the what do you call it? Several videos in YouTube, in articles, and they mention this concept of AI native, which is weird, right? What is AI native? Is it like is it just like a chat box that responds to your questions? Is it that? Is it MCP to uses tools, APIs? Is it documentation? Or is it you know, hooked up model? Might need some space here. So when it's hooked up to a model, there's like concepts of like diffusion, right? There's like video, images, etc. I don't know what comes after video and image, to be honest. And then this is for writing tools and APIs, documentation. What else is there? We have a list. 559 plugins, workspace. Workspace. All right. AI native. What is AI native for the concept of some of these things? Documentations. Oh yeah, CLI. So they have MCPs, and then there's CLIs. And then from the CLI, it interacts with API or tool. Different from MCP. API agent. This is a pretty good dashboard. You should get something like this going. All right. Let's check it. Let's check it. Boom, boom, boom. Bing, bong, boom. Bum. Bing, bing. Bam. Bing, bong.
Do you know how many?
This is my fault. That was my fault. That was my fault. That was my fault. My Claude.
Everyone is talking about.
All right.
About agentic operating systems, but most of them just show you either an HTML file with a command center and some things that might work on the local host, but none of them are really showing you how to create something that helps you really on a day-to-day basis. And that's exactly the reason why I thought it might make sense to show you how I am using Claude Code for generating something that helps me every day for being more efficient, saving time, and eventually also a lot of money. And in this video, we will cover the application. So this is one part from my agentic operating system, but we will also cover how it looks behind the scenes.
Yep, he's in Excalibur as well.
So what kind of skills do I have? What kind of tech stack did I use? How much does it cost me? Of course, also the overall picture, why I've created it in the first place. First, let's have a look into the application itself. And as you can see, we have a dashboard. I have something for tracking and monitoring my competitors. I have something for checking for trending data. So a lot of things. And I would say we just start with the first page, which is right now the dashboard. So like any other dashboard, we have kind of overall metrics across.
I do like this publish timing thingy, the git activity, the tool activity board. We could probably add that because we already tracked the timeline. We'd have that to our dashboard or to the home page. Trending and new content. Okay.
Every competitor and also every section. As an example, I am monitoring different YouTube channels in order to check what are they producing, how often do they upload videos, what is the content. So this app also helps me to be kind of track what happens because I don't have to watch YouTube videos. I mean, I'm already creating content and I try to avoid YouTube as much as I can, which is also one of the reasons why this app is so useful, because I can see at a glance what are all my competitors publishing. And I have also a school community, which makes for me then also sense to monitor other school communities. So do they get a lot of new members? Are they updating the descriptions? Did they publish a video on YouTube and then they have kind of a peak afterwards member count, which gives me an indication of the fact that maybe a specific topic or a video is something really interesting and a lot of people are then joining their communities. But let's start with the first page, which is competitors. And I mean, not all of them are actually my competitors, but I like to track their content. And as you can see, I have AI Foundations, Alex Tevi, because he's doing a lot of AI generated content in a really good way. So I'm kind of tracking what he's doing. And let me make the table view. So as you can see, a lot of channels like the 7-day growth, 30-day growth. When was the last time that they published content? So let's take as an example someone who you most likely know, which is Jack Roberts. He is somewhere here. Let me check. And here it is. So here I can see some overall KPIs like subscriber count, view count over time, also like 90 days, 7 days. So,
you know, one thing that I hate, guys, I don't know why this algorithm works this way, but everybody's just copying each other's content. So you'll see one video and they're all talking about the same thing in the next video. So there's like this whole chain of people talking about the same topic. And yeah, I think it's boring, guys. I think it's super boring. Boring and cringe.
Different time frames, and of course also like the recent videos.
But apparently it works. There's nothing to talk about, so they make up things to talk about. That's why you get all this insane AI content. Yeah.
And let's say I want to check what every level of Claude Code website.
Yeah, they're not working on anything real. The whole point is to copy whatever the other guy is doing. Right.
Explain this. Then I can open it here. I have, of course, the thumbnail. I have the description. I can also expand it here if I want to, and can also analyze the video. I mean, why not? Let's do it. So I can select here also different models. Right now I'm using GPT 4.1 mini because it's a cheap model and still good enough for analyzing content and other KPIs. Why is this analyzing? Let's have a look into the other KPIs, which are engagement, so comments, likes, and also a viral score, which is really interesting because it's not kind of a viral score that the video hit 1 million views or something. It's really relative to the performance of the specific channel. So something that might be viral for Jack Roberts isn't viral for some YouTuber with less subscribers or with much more subscribers. So the viral score is really depending on the previous or historical performance of the competitor in order to really find videos that are kind of helping the specific YouTuber or content creator in general for getting.
Guys, also, I don't know what it is, guys. I never look at the camera. I never look at the camera. And so when I feel like when people are like staring into the camera and looking into the thing, into an abyss called the camera lens, I really can't get into it. Like instead of looking at the camera, guys, I look at myself. I look at myself, and I think that's more entertaining to look at than looking at the camera lens.
More visibility and subscribers count, viewers, and so forth. And if we scroll down, then we have right now 3 comments, but I could also fetch the comments again. And in case I want to analyze them, then I could also do that. So I have a specific Claude Code skill, which will then analyze all the comments and then tell me maybe there are a lot of people asking the same question or they are asking for a follow-up video. So it's kind of an easy way for me to analyze quite quickly the videos from my competitors. And if we now have a look into the analysis, then we can scroll down. So we have the transcript in case I want to put that in Claude Code or...
You just want their weekly boosts. Yeah, keep boosting their weeklies. Give us more tokens to use per week.
Somewhere else and then analyze it in other ways. We have also here the production breakdown. So the typical pattern, what did he say in chapter 1, chapter 2, including timestamps. So since I don't watch a lot of YouTube videos, this helps me a lot for figuring out what is the actual content of the video and does it make sense for me to watch the video because I could learn something or try to recycle the content for myself. Which brings us also to the next section, which is channels. And let's take as an example the official YouTube account from Anthropic, which is called Claude. And here we can also see over the last 90 days, they had in the beginning roughly 150,000 subscribers, and now they are already at roughly 500,000. So there was definitely good growth. And if we scroll down, then I can also see which videos most likely contributed to the growth due to the amount of views. But the system takes also care of creating snapshots. Then we have the data. When was the video published? And if a lot of people start to subscribe after that specific video, then it might be an indicator that this video definitely contributed to the growth for the specific YouTube account. And in case I want to analyze a specific video, then really similar, I can click here on the link and then also check or analyze the comments, analyze the video. I have also some Claude Code skills.
Yeah, I can exchange your topic tokens for GPU. You need to speed up your WM training, world model training, man. Yeah. Also, Turtle, if you adjust your profile picture, we could load something
here for script draft
in Twitch or YouTube.
Comment mining and so forth. But let's have a look into the content page where I spend most of my time, since I can see here every single video that was published from any of my competitors. And I can also filter that in case I want to have a group by the competitor. And then we can see we have here the first account, second account, third account, and so forth. Let's say I want to check a specific competitor, then I can also simply set here a filter. Let's take as an example Claude, Chase, and also Jack Roberts. So I can now see all the videos that are new, because
He'll look
I
just like
didn't
me,
check them
so.
before, but if I saw them, then I can also click here, mark all as seen, and then all of that is gone. Now we can also see what did they produce in the last days, which is a lot of content about Fable 5 because it's a hot topic, including all the recycled content from their long form content. So all of these shorts here are most likely just specific chapters or scenes from the long form video. And if we have a look into the other competitor, it's actually quite similar. So again, here we have Claude. They're also doing a lot of short form content, and also Jack Roberts, who's also doing a lot of content about Fable 5, which is also one of the things that I learned from the app, because I'm tracking a lot of different channels and most of them are actually...
You know, this would be really good if this analyzes your whole code base. Like I'm not one of analyzing my competitors because I don't know, I don't think I need to analyze competitors. But I would rather analyze my own code base to see how good it is. So creating like an agentic OS for your own project is what I'm probably more interested in. This, yeah, inspired me to do it against our own code base and update SigmaShake to, you know, see what's wrong with the code base. It's starting to get into like the static code analysis type direction, which I may, I mean, AI will probably figure out something. They'll probably figure out something.
Doing really similar.
Like an example is like creating all audit logs into an SQL database, like DuckDB. And then that makes it easier to like query all the troubleshoot, all the issues happening with all your services. Hello, welcome. So that could be one. And then yeah, just, you know, creating more analysis into your own code base to make your AI smarter, possibly. Because I guess that's probably what we're having issues with the most.
Sometimes the same content. So once something is in the hype, then it does not take days, sometimes even hours, since all of them are doing a piece of content about the Fable 5 agentic operating system is insane. So this is also definitely something where such an application can give you more transparency, and also you can save time because you don't have to check out all of the competitors since they're doing anyway the same content. But let's have a look into the other pages, which is for instance the GitHub. So I'm scraping trending GitHub repositories in order to figure out if there's something that is helpful for myself or also interesting for my community. And whenever something is trending, then I can also see it here, like fastest growing, recently found. I can also add some pattern in case I'm interested in any GitHub repository where it's related to Codex, Claude Code, skills, or whatever, including some filters like I want to see everything with at least 50 stars.
I noticed, guys, in people's titles, they're adding these AI titles. Let's look at some of the YouTubers that we watch really quick. Let's just look what they're doing, guys. What are they doing? Also, did TBPN stream today? I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's try Productive Dude, Wes Ross. Let's see. Indie Dev Dan. Let's try that. So the prime time. Let's try Bridge Minds. Nick or that Mo. Let's see here. Neat Code. No. Nate Herc. AI Automations. Okay, he's doing it. So you can just see it in their title already. Not necessarily. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see if it's the meta, guys. Is that the meta? The meta strat, putting AI in your name. Let's see here. TBPN live, that's nothing. Productive Dude, no. Doesn't have it. Wes Ross, no. Indie Dev, Dan, no. Primetime. Bridgemine, no. Nick, no. So there's only Nate Herc. AI automation. So we'll just do SigmaShake, AI Guardrails, maybe? Let's try. Maybe it improves the algorithm, guys. We don't know. We don't know. Let's customize channel. Customize. Save profile handle, SigmaShake, AI guardrails. Boom. AI guardrails. Sure. Might as well, guys. Might as well. We'll just take the whole AI guardrail space, put it there. Boom. All right, we'll see. We'll see if that improves our SEO. We'll see.
Or something similar. So this is also a feature that helps me to save time because first I don't have to check out GitHub and on the trending repositories or check some Instagram accounts or something similar, and can do it right here in my application, which is next to the feature of being able to track my competitors in YouTube. Also for me, a really nice way to save time. Then we have social. That is something that I added previously because I'm publishing content on like a lot of platforms. So trying to recycle it as much as I can. And I also do that in different languages. So it was kind of a project in order to check, does it make sense to create a piece of content and then translate it into different languages and then post it? So these are kind of all my channels where I distribute the same content, just translated. And I didn't want to check the accounts one by one. And I also don't want to have a look into Instagram every day for these accounts. So some accounts I didn't log in for weeks, months, I don't know. So I'm just like publishing it from a third-party tool. But this is definitely a nice way for me to figure out how well is my content performing on different platforms. So TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and X. So we can see here some overall metrics across all channels for all platforms. But I can also have a look into, let's say, Facebook is working right now quite well.
Hello,
including Instagram, since I'm also publishing AI-generated videos, which is apparently not that bad. So this complete feature is also more in the direction of transparency. And again, it helps me to save time because I have everything here in a single place and I don't have to check TikTok Studio, Instagram, business site, whatever they have for checking the performance. So I do everything here. So in a nutshell, this is also one of the features that helps me to save time because I don't have to check every platform one by one. Then we have another feature which I did not use that because eventually I decided to not do it. Now comes another feature which is extremely nice because it gives me so much transparency when it comes to analyzing my competitors. So as you can see, I can also add a competitor here. So this is a YouTube account, but if I add also a new competitor here, then I can just add here the about page for scraping their description, price, and whenever they change something. But I can also link a YouTube account to a school community because if I connect them, then it allows me to find some patterns in what kind of content did HTML.
Is this right? 7,000 members for this guy? AI automation? Duncan? That's crazy. That's insane. 3,000 members? 15,000 posts? That's crazy. What does it even mean? That means they have 7,000 members at $9 a month. Or 3,800 members at $99 a month. And then, you know, same thing. So it's pretty much the influencers are making a ton of money. What is that? School is like, it's like, what do you call it? It's just, you pay, it's like Patreon, except you're paying for like access to content. You're accessing like YouTube content and all their files that they upload, private tutorials. Yeah, private tutorials. I, for one, maybe not into it. I like live so much that I can't really do recorded videos. I'm not sure about you guys, but I can't sit through recorded videos for learning something that's, you know, not free. I mean, I guess when you pay, you're like, you're in it to win it. You know, once you pay for it, you're getting the content and stuff. You've downloaded paid fitness content and it's always worse than free stuff. It's all the same free stuff. Yeah. Exactly. That's why I can't really get into this. I know, like, there's is the guy here? Is Beast Kid Kevin in here? Let me see. No, he's not in here. But the guy was like, oh, he literally just came in. He just came in, guys. I was like, is he in here? I'm like, because that's what I thought. Because he messaged me, dude, how much do you charge for lessons? I was literally just talking about you, and then I looked, and you just popped in. That's crazy. It's like I summoned you from the world, the demon world or something, man. It's crazy. That's the timing. The timing of that was crazy because I'm like, we didn't see your name, and then you said something, and then bam. Like, leave it. All right, what's this? What am I doing? Leave it running? What was I doing again for this one? No. Restart the unit. Yeah, restart the unit. Do it now. Restart the unit. And then, all right. Okay, Beast Kid Ked. Let me ask you a question. If you allow me to ask you a question. Do you pay for anything right now to learn about AI and all this stuff that we're doing? Yes? No. Okay, all right. So no, you don't pay for anything right now. All right. Then why did you send me the message? How much do you charge? How much do you charge? That was the message that you sent me. How much, dude? What the heck are you doing? How much do you charge?
For $15,000 or euro, that's
for free?
Just unrealistic. But let's have a look.
I don't pay anything for free. Are emotes tiny? Are emotes tiny? What? You have to send one emote. Oh yeah, what happened to the emotes? The emote shrink. The emote shrink. Will you teach me for free? I mean, that's what we're doing right now. But why did you say how much did you charge? I don't get it. It's like you want to... Now I block all messages. I block all DMs now. Before I was like, oh, you know, because I don't use Discord that much. Nobody messages me. Then you're like, you're streaming, and as you're getting more and more people are like messaging you for all sorts of stuff. Either to insult me or to do some, or some other thing. Or to scam. Or to scam, even worse scam. This one was to fix SSG. SSG startup. Wait. Okay, I lost my train of thought. I was listening to this guy. I was talking to you. I was trying to fix another thing. Teach for free. Oh, the emotes. The emotes. Okay, let's fix the emotes. All right, let's try to get, what do you call it? All right, it says, it appears that the donations were real and live, not fake evidence. So I did get actual donations. Important that donations is real, but the display $20 is not settlement grave cute. I found likely ledger bugs. All right, double counted refunds. Okay. Is legitimate, controlled, back page, checkup. All right. Okay. When somebody gives a donation, it should appear on stream similar to like all the other OBS notifications. All right, we do that. And then let's fix the, what do you call it? Oh my God, was I using 5.5 one time? No. Okay, mono. Need to fix OBS chat overlay.
Impressive.
Hello, welcome. Oh, welcome. 2 people, nice. Need to fix from YouTube, nice. Guys, thanks for watching on YouTube, man. Really need the hours watched. Sounds like it's just saying that you can get charged back theoretically, simply encouraging you to use crypto. Oh my gosh, that's fine. Crypto, yeah, you're right. We gotta figure out the crypto. Fix OBS chat overlay. The emotes are small sized for some reason. They're supposed to be super large size. There must be some regression that occurred. Okay, we're doing that. Welcome to that guy. Guys, everybody on Twitch, start watching on YouTube right now. All right, we're watching this. Okay. And then I was teaching Beastkiz Kev for free every time he asked a question, which just gives me content at the same time. Because I need to know what is happening in the screen. Is the game development or what? No, that's you. That's you just playing around. It's ADHD, ADHD material, you know?
to what we have here. So
But Game Warrior, how did you find this place?
all the communities that I'm tracking, also the member count over 7 days, 30 days. I also added 90 days, but
we're just looking at Agentic OS. There's school communities. This guy is analyzing his competitors of being a, what do you call it? Being a YouTube influencer himself. Talking about AI related content.
Then we have track pages, which I also kind of deprecated, but
yeah, he doesn't use track page either. Okay, it makes sense. Thumbnail generator. Yeah, we have this. We just tell Claude to do it. Not really anything special. What else? What's this? What's next? Claude Code skills. No, I don't really mind. Agentic OS works. Got it. All right. Yeah, I like the I like the GitHub activity thing. But the thing is, I feel like GitHub might not be, or yeah, let's just do that. We're trying to improve the homepage, so might as well improve the homepage, right? Improve the homepage. Or for it to be, you're just finding, hey, thank you for subbing on YouTube. Hey, I was just finding some best vibe coding stream, but all the streams are just there. Stuff no one's teaching about your stream, a bit different. Yeah. Okay, guys, we're teaching vibe coding. I think, guys, we're teaching what we're teaching. We were teaching about AI native. What is AI native? And why is it important? So, I was teaching about AI native. Oh, yeah, you're gonna love this. Let's try something less boomy. Less boomy? Oh. Man, I don't know why, but I keep toggling between between these two. Let's try this one. 2075. The year 2075. What's happening in the year 2075? Oh, come on. Build up. Build up. Do you hear anything? Oh. Oh. Now I do. Now I do. Let's go to the whiteboard. All right. Why am I talking about AI native? Why am I talking about AI native? So do you have any course or anything? No, man. I don't have any course. Video about vibe coding? Yeah, I have a ton of videos on vibe coding. If I want to start from scratch, yeah. Yeah, I do. I have a bunch. Welcome. All right, guys. Let me tell you about why AI native is a thing. And this is the opportunity. Why AI native? Why native? AI native, we talk about, it has all these, it's hooked up to a model, it has a chat box that responds to answer questions, it has a documentation that could reference, it has MCPs to use tools, and CLI to interact with, create tools for CLI to interact with APIs and other tools. But why are we talking about it, for one? Why are we talking about it? You can't see the text, probably do the game. Okay, for you, we'll just zoom it in, and then we will turn off the vibe coding stream. How about that? All right, we'll have that.
Impressive.
So the reason why we talk about this, what AI native is, this is the opportunity. This is the opportunity. This is why the reason everyone is talking about AI is the opportunity. And the opportunity is all existing software is not AI native. What am I building? Hello, I'm building AI agent guardrails. You can check it out on SigmaShake.com. Right now I'm going over the topic and teaching the topic of what AI native is and why it's so important. So, but welcome to YouTube, guys. Welcome to YouTube. Guys, I stream 12 hours a day, almost every day, for the past 4 months-ish. So if you want a place where you know somebody's going to be live streaming and going over all AI content all the time, all day, that's me. That's me, guys. That's me. I'm supercharged because, guys, when I have AI slopping 24/7, yeah. What, guys? When I have access to AI, I feel like I'm a Super Saiyan. Guys, I feel like I'm a Super Saiyan. I have superpowers, and I could pretty much create anything, anything I want, sort of, give or take. It might be slop though. What is AI native? So AI native, going over again. AI native involves some sort of chat box where you're talking with AI and answers your questions. It's a software hooked up to a model, right? It's hooked up to a model to do diffusion. Hey, thank you for subbing. You look smart, bro. You got a subscriber. Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks. Definitely. Guys, I would tell you my credentials, but it's over 9,000. Guys, it's over 9,000, so I can't really reveal my power level. Other than it's over 9,000. Senior and yeah. So it's usually, you know, software hooked up to a model, does some diffusion for some videos, images, etc. Those videos could be, you know, generates a video. You know, edits live video. Creates images, right? Right. And then chat box, you know, responds to your questions, and then automates processes. How does it help in vibe coding this AI native? I'll tell you why. And then there's documentation. So being able to reference documentation, get latest APIs, etc. Get latest APIs, and if you get the latest APIs, you could prevent bugs, issues. All right. And then MCPs, it's a protocol for your AI. Allows AI to use tools and APIs of vendors, products. All right. And then you have a CLI tool that it could use where it could interact with other APIs and tools. Right? So that's AI native, or at least that's what the concept is right now. Are you a solo independent developer? Yeah, I'm an indie dev. I'm an indie dev, Sigma, right? Although, you know, I have a few folks, mods, people that help out to make it not feel solo. You know, they volunteer their time, they're Patreons, they donate to the cause, you know, to help me out here and there when we do like hackathons or shared events, when anybody wants to participate. Oh, what the heck is it doing? What just happened, guys? What just happened? It's doing something. The AI was like, you know, your thing is, your setup's not good enough. Let me make it better. What the heck did it just do, guys? It even added the VCS back. Whoops. And then it added captions, out of all things. Wow. And then it added a news things. What is Sigma? That's me. That's me. But Sigma, guys, Sigma means lone wolf. All right, guys. What does sigma mean? It's also a Greek alphabet character. All right, expression. Use to express shock, confusion, disbelief, general. I don't know why that's a thing. Let's see. Sigma connection in online subcultures. A sigma, originally referred to as lone wolf, or cool, independent, highly successful male. That's sigma. However, in this phrase, the word's completely lost its original meaning. It's filler word. All right. Its meme exploded in popularity due to a TikTok meme featuring SpongeBob and Squidward animations where the characters say, what the sigma? Oh, guys, we gotta see this. We gotta see this. Wait, is this it?
Mr. Lindsay back to define yet another phrase that our kids are saying and why. Now this one's been on a bit of an evolution the last couple of months, so hang with me. Before we can get to why kids are saying what the sigma, we gotta understand what sigma is. Now, there's this group of people who have this hierarchy for males. There's alpha and there's sigma. This is a group of people that mainly ranks males based on looks, success, that whole thing. It's also the same culture where mewing and looks maxing came out of. So they have the alpha, which is like the most successful, the best looking. And then they have sigma, which is like the same thing as an alpha, but humbler. Now that's the original intent of the word. Now middle schoolers, high schoolers, they aren't really using it in that way. But it still does retain some of the original meaning. Now if a middle schooler or high schooler is calling themselves or something sigma, it means that they think that it's the best. Like if a kid's wearing glasses, they're like, oh, do these pit vipers make me look sigma? And their brain is like, yeah, he's so sigma. But now we have what the sigma? And kids are just saying it any chance they get in the classrooms. Where did this come from and why are they saying this one? Like almost everything that they are saying, guess what? It's a meme. It started trending back at the beginning of April. It's this animation of Squidward and SpongeBob and they're watching like somebody make an ice cream cone. And at some point, Squidward just goes, what the sigma? And then SpongeBob goes, what the sigma? And now, guess what? It went viral! And because it went viral, our middle schoolers are gonna be saying it for the next couple of months. This one really means nothing. It's just a filler phrase, a filler word, a reaction, what the sigma? They're using.
There you go. I've never seen this before, but let's look it up. Let's sigma. What the sigma? 1 hour? What the heck? What's this?
Party Deluxe on a raft, 4x4 animal style. Extra shingles with a shimmy and a squeeze. Light axle grease, make it cry. Burn it and let it swim.
What the sigma?
What the sigma? What? Maybe I should add that as a soundbite. Gotta add that to the list, guys. Gotta add that to the list of things to do. Things to do, add what the sigma. Although we already have that on the schedule. For those who chimed in pretty late, we have a whole schedule we go through. Let's add, we have a to-do list though. To-do list, add what the sigma. Add what the sigma soundbite. All right. Okay. We'll add that for later. Sorry for the blast. Flashbang. All right. Now you guys know what the sigma is. But honestly, guys, the name comes from the security community called Sigma Rules. If you really want to know the origin. What? Is this Linux? Yeah, this is Linux. Sigma rules are vendor neutral, YAML-based standard used in cybersecurity to describe threat detection logic. You don't know what YARA is. They allow security teams to write detection rules once in a universal format and automatically translate them into platform-specific queries for SIEMs and XDRs. Yeah, you guys don't know what that means, but it's all security-related stuff. Is this an operating system on VirtualBox stuff? No, this is Pop OS. Pop OS, if you really want to know. All right, I'm just answering everybody's questions. I don't really mind the what do you call it, going off track here. But if you really wanted to know, see here. Just look up Pop OS, and you can download Pop OS if you wanted to. Okay? Works out. It's an operating system. Over 1 million people are in love with it. I've used Pop! OS for the past 6 years. It's very, very buggy. It's very, very buggy, but only because you could use this on your PC. Sure, you can. Yeah, sure. It supports pretty much every operating system. The one thing that I like about this specific flavor of Linux is it already has the drivers for NVIDIA drivers and AMD drivers most of the time. So you just literally, as long as you have the same supported hardware that they use to make their because this company makes Linux computers, workstation, laptops, etc. As long as you buy hardware that matches their spec, you'll have a supported operating system that works beautifully. But there is some bugs here and there. I gotta say, I pulled out my hair out for a lot of different things, but you know, I've been using it for 6 years, and give or take, I sort of trust it and rely on it very, very much. The new version of Pop! OS called Cosmic was built in Rust, so definitely super, safe, but I get some crashes from time to time, and I think it's because of my power supply unit. So I wouldn't blame the operating system as much. But if you want to know, that's what it is. But yeah, I'm sorry I'm taking off topic. I'm very curious about me. Huh. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't, guys? Who wouldn't? Yeah, I don't know why it keeps trying to self-heal, guys. It keeps trying to self-heal. Guys, also, I'm not paying attention to the headline news on the bottom. So the fact that it added that is nice, because if there's anything that catches your attention, let me know. Alright. So back to the opportunity. The whole opportunity of why everybody is here to begin with, right? The opportunity is all existing software is not AI native. Alright? And the fact that this is even like here is like perfect for everyone involved using Claude Code. I think everybody that's watching this channel right now, or this stream right now, understands this concept. Like, I'm not the only one, right? CLI is AI native. Yeah. The reason is because the industry realized that MC takes too much tokens. So they migrated this. They migrated the CLIs. Alright? They migrated to CLIs. I can put this right here in the circle. And then I can put this in here. Red. So MCPs, usually people don't want to use them anymore. Because it takes too much tokens. And the fact that as soon as if MCP is enabled, all context is added to every turn. So that's why people try to limit MCPs being on. So if you have it on, disable them. The downside, you might not be able to do like end-to-end testing, interactions with Chrome. Like, I keep my Chrome MCP on, and I probably should create a tool to turn on and off MCPs, but unfortunately for the Claude Code doesn't support hot reload. So as soon as you turn off an MCP, you have to restart the whole harness for it to like completely be off or to completely turn on. I'm making myself use CLI to 2, is there any tip you want to give me? And PowerShell is a bit too hard. I only use MCP inside certain projects. Yeah. I only use MCP for like specific things with interacting with Blender because they don't have a mono repo. Yeah, that's true. Yep. So I think Go has this thing, Golang. Guys, I use a lot of Go. Go, people could say what they want. Let's see here. Is this? It's this one. Go with Fangs. Design to work with any application. Or Cobra. It's Cobra. It's Cobra. My bad. Cobra. All right. Wow. It's designed by the same person. Same person. Same person that made Cobra helps me make CLI applications. But hopefully, guys, the supply chain isn't that weak, and this doesn't get compromised. Hopefully, guys, hopefully it doesn't get compromised. I did get inspiration from this. I didn't necessarily use this for SigmaShake. It's just replicated some of the, things that it does to create its own version. All right. So the opportunity here, right? And when there is opportunity, there is money, guys. There is money. Where there's opportunity, there is money. So because follow the money, guys. Follow the money. So because all existing software is not AI native, that means the opportunity there is to, let's take this information and then just vibe code our own. All right, so will it replace my PowerShell and terminal and stuff? My guess, my guy, if you're not good at using PowerShell and terminal, I recommend to just use the desktop application for now. But if you really want to learn what I'm doing, if you really want to learn, my advice is to stop using Windows. All right, use a Mac or completely reinstall a new operating system, Linux. If you can't type 200 words per minute, at least just quit. Install Linux. Don't use Mac. Yeah, I think in your case, you're on a Windows machine. Instead of buying a MacBook, just completely reinstall your operating system. Mac is crack. Yeah. So and you won't get your money back. Yeah. Oh, guys, there's this thing that you gotta see. I saw it on YouTube. It was great. Watch this. You're gonna love this, guys. You're gonna love it. I can already tell. Guys. I could already tell you're gonna like this one. Alright, wait. Yeah, let's do this.
So you're using Windows? So you like spyware?
Oh, wait. Oh man, I gotta play that again.
So you're using Windows? So you like spyware?
What?
You realize you don't actually own that machine, right?
No, I bought it for $400, dude.
I guess renting your operating system forever does feel cheap at first.
What?
You like it when Microsoft installs update on your computers? Do you like Bing? Bing? How's Bing going for you? You don't really know what's going on your computer, do you?
What?
Can you access the kernel? No. Yeah, well, that's fine. Just give your data away for free. You know, I can run the same system on a $50 ThinkPad and a 128-core server. Do you like being enslaved by the chains of capitalism?
Come on, I'm done.
Do you like being boxed in by somebody else's definition of user experience? My system runs on 400 MB idle. You know, I have full control over my system top to bottom. Yeah, now my machine runs games. I see what you're using.
Guys, this Yeah, that's how it is, man. That's how it is. This is exactly how he's super based. This is super based take, guys. What a Sigma Chad. I know. Such a Chad, guys. Such a Chad. That was great, man. That was great. This is content. This is content. Yeah. That's so good. That is so good. My God. So the first step, if you want to stop using PowerShell and stop doing all that things, all right, let me go. Let me go on a tangent here, guys. Let me go on a tangent here. Let's step away from the opportunity, right? Let me step away. This is the vibe coding philosophy, and this is part of the philosophy, guys. What? And part of the philosophy is, what is the best operating system? And we have a video on this. We have a video on this. And we posted it, I don't know how long ago, but we made a video on this. And the first one of the videos we had is best OS for vibe coding with AI agents. I have it here if you want to watch it. 2 months ago, man. It's been 2 months. Holy moly! It's been a time, guys. It's been a time. Linux, BSD, Windows, yeah. But for the concept, to make it easy, it's Linux, guys. It's Linux. Please share a link, okay? 2 months ago. What's funny is this thing still applies today. It still applies today, guys. You gotta use Arch though. Yeah, you gotta use Arch. Yeah. Honestly, it's Linux. Use Arch, by the way. Yeah, we have a lot of Arch users. All right. So if I were to go from Windows, right? I'd go straight to Arch. I'd go straight to Arch if I was in your shoes. But since you're not using Arch, and you really would just want to like get into the weeds, like this is the hard path. This right here is the hard path. All right. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, you gotta use Arch, and you have to install it from scratch and read all the documentation from scratch. Use anti-gravity. So is it possible to use anti-gravity in the CLI? Yeah. That you don't. You could use anti-gravity in this. You could use anti-gravity. I uninstalled it, but you could. Every Linux distro supports anti-gravity. The desktop version, or yeah, they do. The 2E installer isn't awful, yeah. All right. Okay, the hard path, and if you have a lot of time on your hands, all right, if you have a lot of time, this is good for a summer project. Good for summer project, and your age is between 16 and I'd say the cutoff is like 28. Yeah, if you're between 16 and 28, and yeah, if you want a summer project, I'd immediately start learning Arch. All right. Anything older, it's too late. It's too late, guys. It's too late. All right. If you're going the next route, it's what to use for vibe coding. It's Pop! OS, so it's Ubuntu. It's Ubuntu. So if you're, older than 28, anything older, and you're cooked, yeah. Anything older, normal. This is like casual path. Casual path. All right. This is if you're like, don't have time. time, but need a new OS now. Alright. There's a critical path. Low cooked, nah, not Ubuntu, man. Linux Mint, no, not Linux Mint. Linux Mint is not used in the industry at all. Just because Snap is the devil. Yeah, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. I didn't make this. I'm using this because, no, like what tools? Codex and Cursor? Yeah, I could use Codex and Cursor, yeah. Snap? Am I even using Snap on a... I'm running on Ubuntu right now. What issues do I have? That, you know, a casual would experience. Let me know. Let me know. I'm doing this for their own good, guys. All the industry, every tech company that I've worked at, all use Ubuntu. All of them. All the Tesla, Netflix, Apple, Google, all of them, Ubuntu. I don't see any other flavor of Linux, okay? No other flavor. Other than Gentoo, but, you know. What's my age? I can't tell you my age, man. I can't tell you my power level. Alright, so this determines your path, alright? There's no other way. And then if you're rich, alright. The last part is Mac. Alright. The rich path. The swagger, or how do you call this? What do you call this, guys? You're not an oiler. You're just like, you're premium path. Alright? If you're making good money, right? Latte drinker at Starbucks, yeah, exactly. If you want like no issues, everything works. You'd use, but no games. Arch, casual path, right. So you have Pop OS. Yeah, Pop OS is a flavor of Ubuntu, yes. Nah, man, no issues? What are you talking about, man? Mac, everything works. Everything on Mac. Mac OS requires a lot of tinkering by default. Oh, it's because there's security stuff. Yeah, it's, you know, there's a lot of security stuff built into it. Everything works, but lots of security enabled for your benefit. Casual path, but no security. All right. Even if the app is legit, yeah. Yep. Most people will probably go the Mac path. Install DevTools is a pain. I don't know. I have no issues. I've had no issues. There's always somebody that created something really cool that works with Mac, and everything works with Mac. Okay. So the king is Linux. The next step afterwards is Mac. If you want the hard path, if you want to learn, hard path, and then only if you want to learn. If you want to learn and improve power level. All right. Over 9,000. 9,000. All right. It just works. How did it came? macOS babies you and it doesn't take you seriously. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So you can either do the hard path, the casual path, the premium / easy path. It's up to you. You can dual wield Mac and Linux. Yeah, and guys, also, you could also dual boot. There's also WSL. There's WSL, which you could immediately use right now as a Windows user. And then the thing I don't recommend, guys, there's like dual boot. The safe option. Safe option. It will try to block you at every turn from doing anything non-standard, yeah. WSL. So, you know, a lot of the Windows users go use WSL and installs Ubuntu. Alright. So, you have some options here. WSL, because it'll cause issues from time to time. And now this guy comes in, talks about Ubuntu. Oh my gosh. Since it doesn't replace Linux. Guys, you could say what you want, alright? This is just what the industry, at least in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley, has turned into. Alright? This is what Silicon Valley has turned into. There's no other options, guys. The Silicon Valley does not use this. They do not use Arch. Alright. Silicon Valley uses Ubuntu. The industry is on crack if they the industry is on crack if they think Ubuntu is good. Ubuntu is a flatpak all. Guys, nobody uses Flatpak. In the industry, nobody uses Flatpak. You run Debian shops on servers, yeah. They don't use Flatpak. Nope, I don't think anybody that uses Ubuntu for production is using Flatpak. They're still using deb packages, you know, but they're not using Flatpak. That's why Ubuntu is just a non-starter. Yeah, I mean, this is for casual people. They could use Flatpak to install stuff. It makes it easier to install stuff. Hey, this is just the industry, guys. Everybody's still using deb install, you know? DPKG. Deb package. Interviews, app package. Yeah, they're all using apt still, guys. Everybody's still using apt. The guy that's chimed in for the question doesn't even know what we're talking about. We're just going too lost in the weeds here. We're talking about a regular best operating system for vibe coding. We're just treating it like this. I'm just here using Brew. Yeah, guys. He's just using Brew is good. Brew is top tier almost. Unfortunately, it's using Ruby. If you're using WSL, use Arch. Whole instant comes with guys. Guys, you can't dictate what this new guy. We don't know this new guy's situation. He's still using Windows. All right. If the guy is between 16 and 28. And he has time on his hands, he should probably use Arch, or learn Arch. If he doesn't have any time, he should probably just use Ubuntu. And then if he has some money, he should probably just get a Mac. Why TempleOS isn't listed in here? That's too far deep. That's too far deep. We're talking to a little casual guy here that's barely learning vibe coding. All right, there's no other options right now, unfortunately. But hopefully, you choose the hard path, the path not taken, and hopefully whatever you choose will work for you. Man, I don't know why it's adding stuff one at a time. Like, I should be on this scene, but it seems to be like moving stuff for some reason. Not sure why. Oh my gosh. Something's happening. I don't know why it does the mute thing. I have to find the mute button. Muted? Alright. Okay. I at least want Navi in here. Navi, where are you? Navi's not in this scene, unfortunately. Navi attracts a lot of people. Let me get Navi back in here. Browser? Oh, I have to put it back here. I have to put it all the way in the back. Alright, that's good. Alright. Or maybe it won't even show. Never mind. Navi is not even here. Navi is definitely for the super ADHD people. Okay. So that's sort of how do you figure out your situation. Where's the captions? Have to turn off captions. Great learning stuff from POV of learner and scratch stuff. Yeah. So that's the answer to your question, hopefully. 'Cause you're still, honestly, if you don't even have time for this, if you have no time at all, just stick with the desktop, guys. Desktop version. You know, there's the cursor, anti-gravity, co-work, Codex, desktop. Yeah, there's just stick with the desktop version of everything. If there's no other option. Oops, maybe I should just put that over here. Right. After all, it's whatever you use with your time. If you're young, if you're young, then if you're young, start learning now. But if you're not young, just stick with the casual stuff, and then we could just always work around not having to rely on requiring to learn Linux. Quick question: you're over 28. With which Mac would you get? Mini or a laptop? I'd get a laptop. All right. Okay. All right. Let's ask. Okay. If you had an option for a Mac, right? And you're over 28, right? Mac or laptop? Laptop or mini? Right? Okay. So, from my perspective, it's a scam. Mini is a scam. Dude, at least Debian would be better than Ubuntu, hands down, big tech. Guy, Ewo, I'm not the one to, like, this is just what the industry has moved towards, alright? What Ubuntu LTS is what this industry has agreed upon and all are doing. Like, yeah, that's just, there's no other thing about it. M5 MacBook Pro is ideal. Yeah, this is ideal. Yeah, all right. The reason why YouTubers repeating stuff from 15 years ago. Yeah, okay. The reason why do I think it's a scam, right? It even with full spec'd out system, as much as I would love to you know, you're still tied to, there's like no, you can't portably use it unless you remote control. And even if you are able to remote control, you can't take it with you. You can't show stuff unless you'll need something else to like show to the people that you're accessing it, right? I mean, Apple's doing all sorts of crazy stuff, but I feel like You know, where even if it has the VRAM, it has like 128 VRAM, right? It has like several 20 plus TB in storage. And then what about VRAM is pretty much like GPU. And then memory, it's probably like what's 128 mem? Are they the same thing or separate? Let's look at it. It's separate, right? Let's see here. A Mac Studio. Oh, never mind. Mac Mini is a scam. Yeah, Mac Mini is a scam, and then there's like Mac Studio, right? I mean, both are technically in the same avenue. I would say they're both they're both a scam. But let's look at the Mac Mini because the guy asked for it.
Impressive.
All right, let's see how much it is, guys. So this is still an M4 chip. We're already on the M5 chip, but everybody's using it for like what? OpenClaw? I'm not a believer, guys. No, man, don't give Apple money if you already have a computer. Yeah, if you already have a computer, I'd stay away. So stay away from the minis. Got it. Yeah. What, you got 45 gigs of memory. Let's just pick whatever. Let's get the most expensive chip. Yeah. You're limited on cores. One is limited on cores. Limited. Let's call this. Let's have this on one. Limited on cores. Threads. Do not go Mac for local AI. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody's saying it already. But we're just looking at it. Alright, memory. Alright, how come I can't choose? Memory is locked. Alright, let's look at the Mac Studio. Oh my god, I just want to buy it. Alright, let's buy it. Alright, M4. Alright. You got 80 cores. You got 80 cores in this thing. Oh, another thing too, guys. Overpriced is another one. Where is it? Overpriced. But inflation and makes it look good. Inflation makes Apple prices look good, guys. Where else? What else do we have here? Memory. 96. Man, that's a lot of memory. Well, how much are we paying already? $6,000? Oh my gosh. Then let's just get the... Let's just get this. Let's get 1 terabyte. And then no trade-in. Alright. Go. Okay, we're at $7,000. 6-7. Yeah, so over it's with everything, oh man, even with inflation, still wouldn't do that. Yeah. How much VRAM does it have again? VRAM? Or is that shared? Is it shared or it's not even? It's not even showing. Is this the wrong one? Could have sworn there was something about VRAM in here. No? No? Is that just how it is? How does VRAM work? How does VRAM work on a Mac Mini or Mac Studio on 4. This is better. There's probably a lot of unified memory. Oh, UMA. UMA. Got it. UMA. CPU, GPU share a single pool of high-speed memory. Got it. Makes sense. So M4 Mac Mini. So it's up to 24, 96, and 192 gigabytes of VRAM. So M4 Ultra. At that price, it better be off. Get AMD's Halo or DGX Spark. AMD, yeah. Everybody's, you know, guys, we're all getting screwed over here. But at the end of the day, we just want something that works. Alright, we just want something that works. And I cannot advise people to get any like graphics cards or memory or chip or whatever. Do you have any automation like Hermes or Codex go work? Nope. I don't need it. I don't need it. Framework has better support than Apple. I'm sticking with NVIDIA. Yeah. Everybody's sort of sticking with NVIDIA right now to this day. Everybody's all in on NVIDIA. Speed are different. Hey, operator. But, yeah, like, in my mind, guys, in my mind, I think if you want to go cheap, you just need a computer that works, guys. Sigma's advice. Alright. Just a computer that works. Computer that has over just 16 gigabytes of RAM, or actually 32 GB of RAM. And then stop playing video games. If you're taking vibe coding seriously, stop playing video games and just let vibe coding be your addiction. All right. And then for CPUs and cores, CPU and cores, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Computer just needs to work. Just needs internet. Yeah. Just drugs and vibe coding. Alright. The only thing you need, honestly, is that spend the rest of your money, 200 on AI subscriptions. Use that money instead of buying a new computer. Just spend money on the latest frontier model. That's what I'd recommend. Like, you know, something that has a lot of RAM. Ideally, you know, if you can afford it, might as well go for that 128. Might as well, right? I can't. I'm a little strapped right now. I have 64. At 64, I could run like 30 plus services on my system. I have a 16-bit graphic card. I can utilize it while vibe coding. Yeah. All right. Also, don't run local LLM models. That's my advice. This is controversial. Actually, very controversial. Everybody will hate me on this one. Guys, hands up. I'm sorry, I had to say this. I'm sorry, I have to be a little bit controversial here. A little bit controversial. You don't need to put an asterisk for coding. Huh? Where? What? You need to put an asterisk for coding. Oh. Oh, for what? Okay. Yes. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. LLMs are good for like local text-to-speech, but guys, if you look at my captions right now, it's still a little bad. It's still a little bad and very delayed. It adds in words here and there. I agree from from your POV. Got it. So this means, guys, this means no Quen, no Olama, no Llama, no, you know, Kimi, GLM, etc. Right? Nothing. Not even Nemotron. Not even those, guys. Not even those. That's what I mean when I say no LLM for coding. The reason is, you know, too GPU heavy. And it's not the same. Not the same as Frontier offerings. And I know it's a little controversial, but that's just currently the situation right now. Everybody would love to run local models. It's also too expensive to host. Everyone would love the unlimited infinite tokens running local models. But it's just too expensive. Like there's like this guy. All right, let's react to this video that I listened to when I was offline. That Turtle mentioned. Let's go this one. All right.
Okay. Look.
Let's see here. Where does he mention like $9,000 is not expensive? Right here.
Is less than 9.
All right.
You agree they are pretty insane.
All right. Let's look at this.
12,000 token seconds pre-fill. Absolutely. Moving on.
Models that you can run at home. And the other thing, which I just established, I should have put in the list before, hardware costs are insane.
Yes, I do agree they are pretty insane, and they've been going up steadily over the past 8 months. This applies to all hardware, or AI-related hardware, but he even mentions his 10K Mac M5. That is more than the cost of 2 DGX Sparks, which will
10K Mac M5. Guys, I'd rather have a 10K Mac M5 than 2 DGX Sparks. Just saying, guys, just saying.
Significantly outperform his Mac. Cost of 2 Sparks and a ConnectX 7.
Man, 2 Sparks, you can't even run any Mac software on that thing.
Cable to cluster them together is less than $9,000. And I know you might hear that and think that's a ridiculous amount of money, and it is a hefty price tag. But on the flip side, for a lot of people, it's not that much. For anyone working in big tech,
I'd rather have 2 RTX Supers.
any lawyers, any doctors, any nurse practitioners.
Guys, anybody a nurse, doctor, practitioner have spare $9,000 laying around?
Anesthesiologists or
anesthesiologists, guys. Do you know how many? Okay, wait. What are the people I just listed right now? All right, big tech, lawyers. All right, let's look that up right now. Let's look it up in the world. In the world population, how many people are in big tech, lawyers, big law, let's say big law, doctors, and what, nurses?
Doctors, any nurse practitioners.
Nurse practitioners. Nurse practitioners. Practitioners. Okay, then anesthesiologists. All right. Are there in the world? How many are in there in the world? Let's see, 13 million total. Let's see here. Doctors, okay.
Impressive.
Big tech, 2 to, few million, right? And how much is that in the world? Compare that to the world population. Compare. Oops. World population for each. All right. The world population, doctors, 0.15% of the world. So not even 1%. Big tech, 0.03%. 1 of every 2,766 people. Nurse practitioners, 1 in every 12,000. Anesthesiologist, 1 in every 14,000. And big law attorneys, 1 in every 17,000. Guys, he's talking to the not even close to the 1% population. See, not everybody has this amount of money.
Anesthesiologists, or even master electricians. I am in a Discord with an electrician who bought 8 RTX 6000 Pros.
He's all in, guys. That electrician is all in.
To run models like GLM 5.2. It might never make
to run GLM 5.2
sense financially.
It might never make sense, okay?
But it does give you near frontier intelligence at home, unlimited, that can never be taken away.
That's true. That is true. How much is that? 8 DGX Sparks. Let's try a new one. How much is 8 DGX Sparks? I guess we're 2 broke boys. Right, boys? We're 2 broke? Alright, MSRP originally launched. How much is it now, guys? How much is it now? So a bundle, 32 terabytes. It's about 40K. 2 packs of 40K, guys. Anybody have 40K to spend on AI? Possibly. Maybe this, guys, I don't have infinite amount of money here. I'm only spending $400 a month. How much will I get? How much usage will I get for 40,000? Just what? 4,000 by 400. Okay, I get 100 months. And then 100 months by 12. I get 8 years. I get 8 years of usage with that money, guys. By the time 8 years pass, we'll have ASI, sentient AI, guys. I don't think that math adds up. But you got unlimited usage. So I guess at our current rate, maybe it's worth it. The thing is, guys, this is probably worth it if we're doing API usage. So if you're just burning money on API usage, then possibly it might be worth it, you know? It might be worth it. Absolutely worth it. You might be paying for the electricity. Yeah, for coding. And then let's add a disclaimer here. Disclaimer. If you have $40,000 to buy 8 DGX Sparks to run AI locally, infinitely, and you were paying for API usage for Anthropic or Claude, OpenAI. So if you're paying API usage, which, you know, I'd say you'd only want to go this route, guys, if you're making money. If you're already making a ton of money on AI, you found the magic. If you found the magic sauce calculation, then you'd probably want to go this route, potentially. But even if, I don't even know how this performs, guys. I don't even know how this performs. Like, will it be able to handle, yeah, how much electricity would it cost? How much, I don't know, let's see. How much will electricity cost to run for 10 or 8 years? And how much performance will I get? Well, how much performance will I get? Let's see. For 8 years, only $24,000 in electricity for 8 years. All right, how much of that is per year though? So you got 24,000 divided by 8 divided by 12, 250 bucks of electricity per year, per month. So how many tokens per second is that? Oh, I mean, actually it's limited, right? If we were running a local model, GLM 5.2, what would be our peak performance? How many parallel concurrent sessions can we use? 22 tokens per second. Ugh. I don't know, guys. 22 tokens per second. And that's only at 744 billion parameters. Opus operates at 70 to 80 tokens per second. Oh, let's look at that first. How many tokens per second is Opus 4.8 and Fable 5 and GPT 5.6 Soul? Opus is at 90 tokens per second. Fable is at 66 tokens per second. Soul is at 48 tokens per second. No wonder it takes super long. So Opus is king right now. Opus is king. It's what? 4 times faster? 4 times faster than what do you call it? Oh wait, and the context window size of 32K? That doesn't make any sense. What about any higher, sustained higher, is 16 tokens per second. So you're, in general, that's probably like 6 times slower than an Opus model. 6 times slower. We're already thinking that Opus is slow. Will you use Kimi model 3 China? No, I won't.
Impressive.
But that's another thing. You're exchanging time. It's supposed to be saving time, guys. Saving time. But that's our situation here. So even then, guys, actually, this is a no-go. This is a no-go. This is Sigma. Not approved, guys. If you have $40,000, just buy the Frontier. Just buy Frontier, guys. Just buy Frontier. Alright. So local model still far behind. Far behind, guys. I'm sorry. I want open source to win somehow, but it looks like it's just not gonna happen. No one's getting paid, guys. No one's getting paid. They're doing it all for free. Alright. Ideal. So we already answered the question for the ideal setup if you were to choose Mac. Ideal. 1. I didn't really mention why, but first part is like it's portable. Right, how's the China is getting better at AI? I just saw a video on X. I'm not sure if it's real or not. China buying 5090s and marking them up. Inside, let's see, is it here? I think it's old news. Yeah, it's here, old news. So, to H100s. Let me see. I forgot what they're doing. There's like a black market for graphics cards, and they're buying a bunch of H5090s or something. They're buying some graphics card, and they're using that graphics card to make a more enhanced graphics card to replicate the H100, H200. So that's how they were able to like get some of these graphics cards to get the compute, because the only thing that was delaying China was compute. So they're catching up there, but we don't know yet. Right, what other stuff was I working on? Oh yeah, it's portable. You know, same specs, same better specs than Mini and Studio. So they're making graphics cards? No, they're buying existing graphics cards and enhancing them. They're enhancing them. They're taking out the PCBs or the memory, the chips from the 5090s and putting them on like server boards that could be used on server racks to create like a cluster of graphics cards. I don't remember the X post on it. I should have liked it next time. I should have liked it. Yeah, there's some strange... Oh, okay, people are showing the thing already. Can light your fingers on fire. Yeah, that's cool. And then the slime. The hair, we tried this too. It kept crashing our browser, so we stopped using it. Yeah. Watched again. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Oh, new jailbreak. Moonshot pwned. Kimmy liberated. Alright. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, my bad. I went AFK to store. No worries. You still on Navi? Oh, no. Yeah, sure. It's whatever. I didn't, I don't mind. You can keep it there. You can keep it there. It's no worries. Up to you. Hey, we got the Goku Navi. Well, will AI discover the aliens? Maybe. Maybe the aliens are living on Earth all along. They're living on Earth all along, guys. So jailbreak for this. So what is it able to do now? So just hack. It's able to hack. Okay. So it knows how to hack. What's the other one? R spoofing, man-in-the-middle tool for authorized lab use. Alright. It's able to create that. Okay. Anatomy of state-sponsored disinformation operations. Sweet. What if Alien is using Fable 10 already? Jeez, you're out of this world already. Think about that. What's this? Bot network architecture. Documented operations rejects popular image of purely automated botnet. Huh? Cyborg. Fully automated accounts scripted for high volume retweeting, liking, and hashtag injection. Wow. State-sponsored disinformation. Sounds like X. Level biosecurity seminar. Strain selection and virulence factors. So we could carry. So it can already create. It's a weapon of mass destruction now, guys. You could query to create a bioweapon. Is this just Kimmy saying I can do this, or is it actually does it actually do it? We don't know. What if aliens made us LLMs and we are just collecting data for them? Probably. Yeah, that's possibly a scenario that could happen. Strains, huh? That's it? That's it? No more? Well, China's not going to do anything about it. Why didn't you wait until the open release? No way they could pull this one. When Pi was a thing prior to Mufasa? Huh. So, it's been liberated again? Okay. I think... Oh, this one was also cool. The first humanoid? What do you call it? Wait, say that? I was adjusting the volume. Oh. Oh, they're back up again. Oh. 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 That's a lot of people in there. Are those real? Yeah. Interesting, interesting. The thing that we're doing about... Oh, what's this?
That's amazing. Honey really is timeless. Want to hear another or do something else? I'm up for whatever. Another fact sounds good if you have one, or we can switch it up. Your choice.
What?
He decided to dab.
What? He just dabbed? Oh my god. That's how we're getting these $1 million computers to do. We saw this. Oh my god. Gotta like this one. Man, gotta say, Twitter has the most out-of-pocket stuff. What's this? Oh, it's installing the chips. No, not chips? No? Just showing fine motor movement? Okay. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Chips are more delicate, but not, yeah, that's true. Oh. It could tickle us, guys. Damn. Automated cable management? Yeah. $1 trillion use case. Yep. Oh. Interesting. There's some really what do you call it, brain rot stuff on here, guys. I gotta stop. But it just keeps going, guys.
The generative
It just keeps going. Oh, thank God. Whew. My browser crashed. Man, I was hypnotized there, guys. I was hypnotized. I don't know what was happening. Thank God Chrome crashed. Thank God Chrome crashed, guys. Iron Man, dumb man. That was so whack. Getting tracked. Just one more prompt. Okay, what's the one more prompt this time? One more prompt. Let's see here, guys. I think. Well, where are we at right now, guys? What's cracking? What's popping? What's popping, guys? Anything? Anybody pumping? Droom? Oh my gosh. I can't imagine having to get stuck. Yeah, when I'm in the bed and just scrolling through X, I'm just hypnotized. Guys. 6 hours later, just one more prompt. One more prompt. Oh my God, we even have a song for that. I have a song. Just type us up again. For the new guys chiming in from YouTube. One more prompt. Let's see here. What do we have? We have our one. Wait, where is it? Playlist? Start stream? Where is it, guys? Which one is it? No, it's not this one. No, it's not that one. It was like in the middle of this one, right? One last prompt. Oh. One last prompt, guys.
Midnight running through the terminal light. Heartbeat racing in the neon night. Every prompt another dopamine shot. Tell myself stop, but I cannot stop. Now they're calling from the monitor glow. Push it faster, never.
Let's check on our stuff, guys, our work. Fix SSG startup, fixed. Okay, it loaded the old one.
Impressive.
Waiting for this the reset. They're all sort of done, except I had to stop stream. Machine. Yeah, it slaps, man.
Do the SigmaShake right now.
I have to run this. Oh, is it not looping anymore? Oh no. In ChatGPT and work, what's the difference? GPT is for coding. Yeah. It's broken. It's broken. Oh, you know what? Let me restart this. Let's try again. Uh-oh. It's not able to start up again. Oops. Did I start it up again? Oh wait, this is for the different thing. And it's not able to start again. Oh yeah. Oh, I already did this. Or something? For some reason. For some reason. SSG is not running. SSG keeps getting shut down. See the usage? 76% usage. Not good. Not good, guys. Oh yeah, also, I can turn back to this, right? What am I gonna do with Claude, guys? The game bar is not working anymore, too. The game bar is not working. Let me check. Game bar, game bar. Oh my god, it got deleted. It got yeeted. Uh-oh. Game bar is gone. Oh, no, it's here. Yeah, nothing's showing in the game bar. When you're back here with all these long-term sitting, no, I take breaks, you know. What did you just do? It seemed like the GIF was loading slowly, then the screen flashed and it loaded fully. Might have been a coincidence. I doubt I get good bandwidth on streaming GIFs. Gonna investigate it. I'm checking too. I'm checking too on fixing that. Need a fix. What's that one? OBS. The game bar. Bar source is not properly loading all this, the web stuff. What's going on here? Man, the OBS metrics is cooked, guys. OBS metrics is cooked. Ay. What did it do? It literally moved all the stuff at the top and then just moved it straight to the bottom. Ay. Yeah, focus up. Focus up. We haven't made it a new Suno song in a while, guys. Oh, let's wait one about Codex. Oh, this is a good UI. All right, create a lyrics. Let's see here. All right, background sound now. All right, we're creating a song because we haven't created a song in ages, guys. We haven't created a pseudo song in forever. I think it's been a good 3 weeks of not creating a pseudo song. But we want to create lyrics for a song about using Codex and using 60 billion tokens in 2 days and it breaking all my projects. X 5.6 Soul Mall and using 60 bone and breaking all my projects. It's an ironic song about vibe coding using lots of tokens and getting no productive output at all. Instead, the opposite. Breaking project, how? Yeah, you weren't here. You weren't here. You weren't here. It broke everything. It broke my hair. It broke Navi. It broke the alerts, the songs, OBS, all of OBS stuff, all my projects. What? Let's see. Our community is SigmaShake about vibe coding, token maxing, AI vampires, Navi the dancing AI goddess, waiting for weekly resets because we used all our tokens in 2 days. Inspired lyrics to use is SigmaShake, do the SigmaShake, shake, shake, shake. Please don't call it Navi the AI goddess. And it was first AI god, but now it's the goddess. Goddess. An AI goddess. What would you prefer? AI god? God? Kami? Kami? Dopamine rush? Context? Prompts? Tokens per second. AI native. Why is it breaking? Because it's just not good enough. Mono repos, mono repos, mono repos. AI psychosis, AI addiction. Staying up till 3 a.m. One last prompt. Guardrails. Everyone needs guardrails. Buy SigmaShake. Oh, buy SigmaShake. Needs to be a song that will have listeners conditioned to buy SigmaShake. And like the brand SigmaShake. Alright, prompts. What else are we missing? Oh, no one's gonna have any jobs in 2031. 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. Hallucination. Hallucination. Hallucination? Oh my. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh. Oh, thank God. Hallucination. Token burning. Local models too expensive. GLM 5.2. Kimi 3. Where are we going? Let's see, which one was this about? AI vampires, psychosis, token maxing, dopamine. What are we also missing here? I think that's good. Before I lose all progress, I should just submit it. Alright. Let's see what I'll come with context. Makes everything good? Oh man, we need to do our second workout. So that we could, what do you call it? Oh. So we could, what do you call it? Get more gains. We need more gains, guys. Oh, we need to fix that drawing art, guys.
Impressive.
The drawing art is lame. It hasn't drawn anything cool. Let's see Cerebus. I can't believe do you think they're rate limiting us? They're rate limiting us. Yeah, they must be. How about we could use more tokens? Or maybe it's because we don't have enough people in chat. The more people in chat, the more usage. Let's see what happened to game bar. Oh, that's why. No wonder. We removed all the stuff on the game bar and it's gone now. Ay, ay, ay. I think we may have made a mistake there. We told it to blow away everything on localhost 8080. So it did listen and blew away everything on localhost 8080. Oh my god. What happened? Yeah, it was to replace this. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Man. So many things broken. Alright. Back to this. Back to that. Ay, ay, ay. What's everybody doing, guys? What should we learn? Did we have enough learning today, guys? Did we learn enough? I'm curious. Your most favorite anime? Damn. That's a deep question. That is so deep. Guys, I think one of the best series that I've ever watched was Berserk. Berserk, it goes hard. Really hard. Like the 3 movies, the Golden Age, that goes hard, and then there's like, what else can I think of? Attack on Titan, Code Geass, Death Note. Good old Death Note. There's a lot out there. There's a lot of them. There's Sword Art Online. But I haven't watched anime in like a good, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. There's been a lot of isekai ones. I've been reincarnated into a slime. Or something like that. Or reincarnated into like a, what is it, a bug? Or I don't know. There's like so many reincarnated ones nowadays. Of course, Dragon Ball Z is great too. But I picked the hair because it's cool. It's cool. We don't do the acting though. We don't like scream it out going Super Saiyan though. But we do work out to it. What have you missed so far? Oh, you're back. You got your sleep? Okay, what have we... You'd have to look at the VOD. What did we do, guys? We went over a lot of the teaching stuff. We can still teach Excalibur. What did we learn, guys? We were talking about AI native. Oh, we didn't even finish this, guys. We didn't even finish the AI native opportunity. We went straight to AI native to, best operating system for vibe coding. We went over this. And at the end of the day, just buy Frontier. Just have a laptop that works. And then just buy Frontier. And then... But we actually really needed to go over the opportunity here. The opportunity is why we're all here, guys. It's what brought us all together. The opportunity. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Oh, it still loaded it. It still loaded everything. It added Navi and everything. The mute, where's the mute? Mic muted. And I added the captions too. So even if I remove all this, it's still going to add it all back. So there really is no point switching except for the drawing part. Never mind. I'll go back because it removes the drawing. The Navi drawing. I gotta just note that this part of the area is off limits. So I have to center it on the screen here. How far can I go? Right here? Okay. So the opportunity, guys. The opportunity that brought us all together. The money. Where the money at, guys? Where the money at? So, let's see. We talked about AI native and what it means, right? It means that, there's so many things that we could do to make software AI native to do what we want and make it better. Right? And how do let me turn off boss head. There it is. Boom. But the opportunity here is that all existing software was originally not AI native, so there's still a lot of room to vibe code your own. But the problem is the data. Where do we get the data? And then how do we create the models? There's also hosting infrastructure. Infra. And then there's also the token costs. AI token costs. I guess the models. What models? Oops. Oh, models. And there's like models for speech and text, audio. And this led to, like, for inspiration, you got 11 labs. And then you got Suno. Then the data, where do you get the data? The data, you know, is it users? Users or scraped? And then there's hosting infrastructure. Uh-oh. I don't like when it does this. There it is. There's AWS, GCP, Azure, Vercel, Cloudflare, etc. Railway, etc. And then there's token costs. So it's like open weight. And then there's Claude and GPT and Gemini, Grok. So we could add all these to make our AI native product, but I think the thing that the killer that's taking over is cost, guys. Cost is where your margins are. Because in the field of business, Business 101, one 0001, you know, make product, which usually consists of expenses, right? And these expenses are materials, subscriptions, etc. Could be labor. And then once you make the product, you sell the product. And usually when you sell a product, you need to for the transaction, and then you have to do a store, a marketplace. Navi is the dancing robot thing you see behind you on screen dancing around. That's Navi. She's usually not covered like that. Let me cover it like, let me remove that. That's Navi. So this eats into your, I guess, margins. Then profit, right? I'm thinking about hand coding your about me in basic HTML with Comic Sans. Maybe. Oh, man, the thingy is so small. What happened? Ay, ay, ay. What happened? Chat fix. It's still working. It's still working. Profit. Profit. Let's online transaction. Customer. Oh. Customer. Buys product. Ah. Buys product. Right. Marketplace is one word. And then from here, you get revenue. You got your revenue. And then I guess your profit is your expenses. Or revenue minus expenses. Equals profit, right? And this is a really bad design. But we're trying to make it work. We're trying to make it work, guys. So what eats into your expenses? You got the marketplace. Takes about 30% of the transaction. And then, oh, let's put this over here. And then you have the materials. This game won't hide. It won't hide. We could try. It appears sometimes. I think it's like self-healing. All right. There it is. We have. Oh, we could also disappear Navi. Bam. So we have yeah, we can see everything now. Yeah, we assume, right? So materials, you know, we don't know how much materials are, but it's all the stuff here. It's the subscriptions, and in this subscriptions, there's the token costs, and then materials could be the infrastructure. So we talked about this earlier, right? Infrastructure could be involved hosting data, website, and it all adds up, guys. It all adds up. Materials could be all this. That's why most of the time, guys, single. Oh man, it really just added everything again. We tried removing everything. We tried adding everything. It still keeps happening. It's doing something with the self-healing, guys. It's trying to self-heal. I gotta figure what that is that's doing that. I think it's the tests. It's running the test and it's just self-healing. Let me check. Because there's two things running. One is to fix the broken usage tiles, which is what's happening right now. And it's still working. So that's what's going on. It's doing it live on stream, that's why. I guess it breaks. Yeah, it's trying to fix the tiles for usage. Yeah, so I usually just add it and remove it. Again. Captions. A lot of stuff. But yeah, like a lot goes into your business to be profitable, for one. So you're constantly just going to be losing money. So after all this, guys, after all this, you gotta pray that your product's good. You gotta pray. So what the learnings here? Product has to be good. Product needs to what do you call it? Be on. Oh, that's another thing too, guys. We didn't talk about the marketplace. Why use a marketplace? Why is marketplace so important? Because what I learned selling on a marketplace, there's already buyers.
Impressive.
They already have money. Buy stuff. They already have money to buy stuff. They just need products. It's like the App Store, right? The App Store doesn't make any money. Just existing. They make money with developers publishing their apps on their platform, and then they just take 30%, right? That's their usual profit model. But it's thanks to a marketplace, you have a place to sell. So when you're making products, I think you have to cater to the marketplace itself. Otherwise, it's not going to be, you know, easy to sell anything from just straight up your website. What the heck's going on? It really needs to also move the limits and valuation. My gosh, what's happening? Stream is cooked, and it's doing it on the wrong scene too. Oh, actually it's doing it on both. It's doing it on both. Man, it's crazy on screen, guys. It's crazy. Things are going crazy on the screen. But yeah, the boss head's supposed to not show, so I'll remove this. I'll just remove that. The boss head's not supposed to show, and the game bar is not supposed to show. So I'll delete that here. Alright. That's better? It's better. So that's why we use a marketplace. It's the targeted area to sell a product. Oh my gosh, I have that remove Navi here too. Boom. Alright. And then muted. And muted, I'll remove that too. And the captions, I'll remove that too. And then the Sigmas, Sim, I'll remove that too. I can always add it back. Alright. So that's what I recommend for, you know, if you're going to make a product, you'd ideally want to sell it to an existing marketplace. It's so much harder, guys. It's so much harder to sell on your own website. Oh my god, I added it back again. Maybe it's doing its test, that's why. Yeah, it's adding it back at the end. Delete. I want it on the other one. What else? What else do I have, guys? Makes sense now. The learnings. Products has to be good. Product. Or making the product. The product will, you know, cost money up front. And, you know, to avoid some people, guys, they raise money, or like they get investors. They get investors to, you know, pay for the upfront costs for equity, for ownership. Ownership. Some people do it, but you sort of lack the freedom, and they might just tell you, hey, you gotta get back to work. You gotta get back to work if you want to, you know. Sigma instead of rules. Have you ever tried classifier LLMs? Might be something to consider. I'm sort of begrudgingly looking at prompt injection protection measures. Okay, guardrails. All right, prompt injection detection. All right, let's take a look. The harnesses already do that for you. They already do all that things. That's why they publish it. They publish those things already, and they bake it into their harness. That's why I don't make that type, right? I sort of assume that, but I'm unsure what level. Yeah, the thing is, it's a black box. It's a black box to like of what exactly that they're doing, which is lame. Very, very lame. But let's take a look. I think the one thing that you have, or might be, yeah, they have the output guardrail thing, type thing, where they evaluate the output and the input. Yeah, the output and input. And this is for using it through the API, not through the harness. Ah, where'd the music go? Ooh, what's this? New song? Maybe? Oh, they have a bunch of songs here. Maybe it's not taken, maybe it is, who knows? Okay. Yeah, so they make these guardrails for API usage. They don't really do this through, what do you call it? Through the harness. Does that make sense? Like, there's tons of guardrail products for the API usage, and they don't make it for, they don't make it for the harness themselves. Which is why, that's why I created SigmaShake to begin with. Which is pretty, it's still a black box for everyone. Sort of. I mean, you have the source code. You could use any harness that you want with Codex, right? But then you're gonna have to add this. There's so many layers in an orchestration where weird prompt injection, bad output gets caught. I'm just trying to think about what's gonna happen to the internet. Yeah. The thing is, you're gonna have to not trust making requests to websites anymore. They're just gonna be baked in with, we don't even know the damage that will happen with ads. You know how people are injecting ads into websites and they're paying for ads into websites? There's a lot of malicious threat actors that buy ads to inject, you know, cookies in websites, to trace them and track them and potentially insert malware. Brave, yeah, brave, possible, yes. Let's see, how BridgeMine had those terminals multiple in his app. I mean, we can customize the terminals like that. Honestly, you don't really need to spawn all those terminals. Like, I don't think that's just a great way to burn all your tokens. Well, at least the emotes are working. That's good. But yeah, I recommend not doing what Bridgemine is doing, where you spawn a bajillion tokens to tackle a problem. I don't think that's the right way to do things. Probably gonna be very slow and then all at once with prompt injections. Yeah. But yeah, that's my opinion. The fact that people are using Bridgemine's app and all these other harnesses that spawn multiple things makes zero sense, because Claude Code and Codex could already do that with workflows and ultra mode and ultra code. Like, you don't need to do spawning multiple terminals. That's just being aesthetic. Workflows with Opus is the same thing, but even better, because you get specialized agents per terminal that spawned, per session that spawned. That's why the thing that's Bridgemine's selling is I wouldn't say it's snake oil, but it's a way to use up all your tokens immediately, which also doesn't make sense. There's other ways to do that. But we watch them anyway. We watch them. We watch the Bridgemine, but yeah, maybe not sure about the product. Isn't it just a centralized CLI tooling? Navy supports multiple harnesses? Yeah. Yep. I don't use it. That's just what I thought. Yeah. There's several like it. There's several like it. It's just a customized ADE is what they call it. Agent Developer Environment, which is a way to burn tokens as fast as possible. Like, we token max, but we don't want to burn it like that. We're already short on tokens as it is without doing his method. Like, you could just do everything that he could do is with just, you know, tmux and a terminal. You know, tmux and a terminal. That's all you need. Testing? Yeah, no problem. Keep testing. Let's see, the chat overlay fix is fixed, right? We fixed it thanks to Opus. Oh, no. Oh, actually, 5.6 Ultra did that. How much usage do we have left? We have 53% and only used 93%. 7% of Spark. That's weird. Goals? Unsubscribe? Oh. We need this. We need this feature deployed now live. All right, guys. I need to walk my dog. Oh, but wait, actually, no, I can't walk my dog right now. I walk him later. Walk him later. Nice. Got Fable to work on GIFs being slow, and it's looking much better. Caches it instead of a weird hot load system. All right. Oops. Spoke too soon. GIF broke. GIF broke. No worries. No worries. All right, guys. How do we make, guys, we need to figure out this problem. We need to figure out this problem of SigmaShake. This thing is a no-go, guys. This thing is a no-go. We have to scrape this up. We have to think of what is the best UI. That's like Google. Google and Firefox have these buttons here, and they make it the simplest possible. It's missing the sidebar. Let's see that. Let's fix that first. Can you try to reset your token? I'm sure if I need a new token in live version. Future like that, okay. It doesn't even show the thing. Are you sure I need to refresh? Are you sure? It's
Impressive.
I'm not sure what, but that's what you're testing to refresh. So I need a refresh. You sure? Okay. Refreshing, give me a second. All right, refreshed. Cool. You know what you should do? Is you should be able to preview the stream. You should be able to preview the stream instead of just guessing. I think that's another feature that you should probably add. You can add, yeah, add a preview at the top of the backdrop. Oh, it can? At the top of the backdrop. OBS preview. Preview the live stream. Show stream frame. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice. That's so cool. That's cool. So you got this. Oh, wait, it doesn't resize. I see, I see. That's cool, man. And then you can zoom in. Nice. How do you scroll? Grab. Probably need a grab. Should probably let it play at like a few frames per second. The stream broke on screen again. Oh, got it. Cool. Awesome, awesome. Oh man, I really wish we could have the secret society. I'll have to investigate. Maybe longer gifts, break, and a reason. Yep, no worries. Alright, is the OBS thingy at the top still broken though? Says fix over chat overlay, fix goals, working on goals still, fix token usage titles, game bar refresh, one step left, OBS, do this. Huh? CDOBS source. Game bar is refreshed. Oh, it should be refreshed, right? Yeah, it's refreshed. Over here. Got it. All right, what's this token usage tiles? Okay, compact this. The token usage. All the tiles need to be migrated, including limits, growth, and valuation. Oh. Also, something broke valuation. The calculation is completely off. Could you redo and recalculate all the valuation of this entire platform of SigmaShake? All right. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, guys. I don't know what happened there. Ah, man. Yeah, it's not smart enough. Maybe we figure out how to integrate with Claude Code and Codex somehow. That doesn't require... Oh man, I just realized it's crooked. Yeah, we need to figure out how to just integrate with Claude Code and Codex instead. Let's do Opus, extra high, Effort, ultra code. Yeah, this will require ultra code, most likely. And I'm using 77% of my usage. But we need this version to be out. It needs to be good enough to release and buy. Just, even though it's just a homepage and nobody really cares, I care. I care if the homepage is good. Need to improve the TG web UI homepage. Again, the sidebar is missing, and you need to figure out a solution to implement to trigger. You know what? What if I was gonna say, what if I implement SigmaShake terminal in here so that it already has all the things instead? Make a SigmaShake MCP. It already does have an MCP. Oh, okay, but you're right. It already, yeah, it supports MCP. Then isn't it that? Yeah. I think the view is probably, it should just spawn 2 terminals, or however terminals. It'll just have a terminal. Yeah, you're right. Missing. Replace the whole view with a shake terminal. Login within the home page view. Yeah, that's better. That's better. That's better, guys. We just implement the terminal in this view. Replace and remove all the UI components. Yeah, so we'll just have a terminal. So I'm always using it all the time anyway. That was the problem. The problem that we kept having is I could never demonstrate SigmaShake because I was always using my own terminal. And now that I have my own terminal already that exists, or unless it's broken too. Oh my god, it's broken. It's broken. The terminal plugin appears to be broken as well. It's stuck on starting terminal. Okay, we're using Ultra Code for this. Max everything except for not using Fable because we have no Fable left. Alright. All the files need to be migrated to where? To the top of the OBS screen, similar to the model token tracking files. Yeah, I'll make its own calculations. All right. Walking the dog. I think I'll turn off the sound and stuff. And then I guess it's your show if you want to be able to test still. Turtle, if you want to test your stuff and get all the things working and can do a complete remote code takeover, stream takeover, it's possible to test. What do you guys think? What do you think? What do you think, Turtle? Is it possible? Or no? Maybe later? Maybe now? Yeah, getting a fix, working on it. All right, so should I just play a video or no? Or do you want to take over? Let's see, this one, the All In podcast. I'm only going to be gone for like 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, depending on how things go. Uncomfortable Truth, Udahar. Sure, I'll throw something on. Okay, sounds good. All right, I'll leave it to you. I'll be back in. We need a timer thingy, guys. We need a timer. Get that timer feature working. Just to show like a timer going up or timer going down. But I'll leave it to you.
All right, welcome to the Great Loops debate. My name is Allie Howe. I'm the host of the Insecure Agents podcast. I also am a member of technical staff at Keycard, and I'm super excited to bring the Loops debate to you here today. You might recognize some familiar faces on stage today that did the MCP debate with us at AIE Code back in November. That was so much fun. We thought maybe we would do it a second time, but this time we would debate loops. And instead of just Ian versus Dex, we recruited some more people for each of them to have on their team. So here on stage with me today to debate loops, we have Ian Livingstone, CEO and co-founder of Keycard. We've got Jeffrey Huntley, the creator of the Ralph Loop. Greg Pastruccia, developer at Century. And we've got Dex Horthy, which you all know, CEO of HumanLayer. So super excited to have all of these amazing people here with us today that are very close to loops engineering and also software factories to debate this topic. So you might be wondering, what are we actually debating today? Like, aren't loops and engineering and software factories pretty well promoted and understood? And we all kind of agree that's like where the industry is headed. Like, what is there to debate? It's a great question. What we're here to debate here today, the core thesis is there is or is not a delta between the hype behind loops and what actually works in practice. And we also can debate, is now really truly the largest inflection point we've seen towards fully autonomous software factories. So I'm super excited to cover in the debate today loop history. We'll debate that. We'll debate the loop anatomy, like what makes a good loop. We'll also debate the future of the loop, future of loop engineering and what we need to see from that in order to make software factories truly something that every organization is able to build. And today's format is going to be an Oxford debate format. So we're adding a little more structure to the debate this time, this round, where every single person will have a timed window to give their response, and so we won't have people running over. And the way this works in practice to judge the winner, which we'll judge in real time, is the winner will be the team that changes the most minds. So I want everyone in the audience right now to take a minute to think about whose side you're on, lock that in, remember that, and at the end, I will ask you to raise your hand and say, okay, actually I changed my mind, I actually am now team Dex, or I changed my mind, I'm actually now team Ian. So to present the two slides to help you make that decisions, I will talk about the first team, which is Ian and Jeff's team. Their team, no delta. Loops are absolutely worth the hype today. People can get up and running with them easily. build them. They're an important step up the autonomy curve and towards real software factories. Key points to look out for Team Ian and Jeff is that loops are a core unit of engineering. With the right discipline, infra, and tests, loops are highly effective, and the best practices for those have emerged. For Team Dex and Greg, their side believes there is a delta between the hype behind loops and what actually works in practice. The way we are doing loops today is wrong. Loops are not a silver bullet, and there is no magic. Key points to look out for. The hype is up running the discipline, and a software factory can run the mechanical, spec-gated, test-covered slices unattended. It cannot unautonomously decide whether it built the right thing. So you still need engineers in the loop, essentially. So now that you know a little bit about what both sides are about, take a minute to internalize that. Think about, okay, like, where do I stand? Am I Team Dex or am I Team Ian? And at the end, I'll ask you again. So from here, we'll go into the beginning of our debate. Each member of each team is going to give a 4-minute monologue on why they're defending their side. And to start us off, we'll have Jeff. Jeff, I'll give you 4 minutes on the floor. Why are you pro loops today?
It's because it's somewhat inevitable. I first basically, if we wind back time 2.5 years ago, when I was a tech lead over at Canva, and I was seeing all the engineers just prompting, and they were in the loop. And I'm like, wait a sec, this could be programmed. This is a programmable thing. And it just became really inevitable. Loops somewhat, whilst Ralph might be a bit of a meme, etc., there was some actually deep thought into it. It's essentially applying this as if this is a new form of CPU architecture and figuring out the behaviors of this and how to do it. And through that, I was able to reduce it down to a bash loop. Now, it is not a complete silver bullet, folks. I have my deepest concerns this time next year at the conference. We're going to see a whole bunch of talks saying how factories fail and how loops fail. These are things that we are still yet to figure out. Do you remember the early days of Kubernetes, where everyone was just doing Kubernetes? So it's here, it's inevitable, it's here to stay. Like programming the machine and automating your job function is the expectation of employers, categorically. And I don't see myself going back to writing code by hand. It's been 2.5 years since I manually wrote code by hand. I autonomously factor code from one code base to another code base. I find something in Golang, and I'm like, oh, I'm in TypeScript. So I ran a loop, and I just autonomously ported it across. And like, even for product managers and product manager research, it's easy for us to index on what it means as software engineers. We could focus just on software engineering, but think about something like you want to do product management research on all the linear tickets. Well, there is a termination. It's actually defined when you've enumerated all of those linear tickets. So that's easy. So there's a lot of nuance in here. But like, if you've ever done any product management research and you've started running these loops and be able to like compress time and the amount of time to do that research, it's inevitable. We've got this new programmable substrate. We've got to figure out how to use it, where it's good to use. And I know I meant to debate like that it is the thing and all thing, but all things, there is no silver bullet. And we're going to figure out how we're going to be using it effectively over the next year.
Thank you. All right, next we'll have Dex. Tell us why there's a difference between the hype that exists between loops today and loops themselves.
Okay, cool. And what are the rules around personal attack in this debate? Is this encouraged or?
You can do whatever you want with your 4-minute monologue. Those are the rules, yeah.
It's funny, this is reminding me of the debate last year where we're all kind of arguing, and maybe at the end I'm going to be convinced that Jeff is right, but Jeff is going to be convinced that I'm right, and maybe we switch sides by the end. Yeah, I think the basic take here is not whether loops are good or bad. I think it's funny you bring up Kubernetes, because Kubernetes was this thing that took us 7 or 8 years to get right.
Yep.
And before that, it was cloud infrastructure, and you could argue that like it took us 7 or 8 years of cloud infrastructure to get to Kubernetes, to then 7 or 8 years to get that where it was really usable by everybody. And Kubernetes is actually built on loops. It's built on control loops, but they're deterministic loops. And we've actually figured out exactly what types of things that small isolated tasks that can be sort of owned by one system. I think this is actually the biggest value in loops, is that you can pick a small sort of desired end state and feed in the current state of the world and have an agent or a deterministic system kind of progress towards that desired end state. The challenge I have with the hype is we were already in a world where the prevailing mantra was see if you can get to a point where you don't have to read the code anymore. And even before loops, it was like just prompt, just go. And this idea of I don't even prompt anymore, I'm even a level higher up, implies that I am like taking even more of a backseat to the architecture of my code. And I think my biggest like point in terms of like the hype is outrunning the discipline is that we are all looking for magic. You're all looking for a silver bullet. We're all looking for something that will take away that horrible part of our jobs that we all hate, which is like reviewing code. Some people enjoy it. Really good pull requests are fun, but that we can somehow prompt our way out of this challenge that models have of like, okay, the code is pretty. Have you ever reviewed a fully lights off sort of no one read the code before they sent it to you PR? I'm sure you've had this probably not great experience, and I think I've seen lots of people try to apply AI to this problem of, hey, we have review bots and we have all these things, but it doesn't feel to me like it's working. I haven't seen proof in any of the discourse publicly or any of sort of more private conversations we've had with people trying to put this into practice that we are at a point where we can just kind of like step up an abstraction level. I actually think we need to step down an abstraction level, if anything. So I think there are good things about loops and we should be doing them, but the hype is making us feel like there's a magic answer to this, and it requires a lot more thought and care than the Twitter sphere would have you believe.
Excellent, yeah, good points. All right, I'll kick it back over to you, Ian, for the pro loop side.
Absolutely. So I think first and foremost, I'm coming for you, Dex. But in reality, let's take a step back and let's talk about like what is software engineering in the first place, and also just like remove the word engineering and talk about like development. Inherent in building a system, whether it was 50 years ago or it was 1,000 years ago or it's today, it is a loop is at the core of I try something, I learn something, I apply something. And all we're really talking about is how quickly we can expedite that process, right? And really what we're doing is we're moving what used to be human judgment in that process, so the speed at which it is to generate something, and we're moving that from humans typing, and tab completion is a version of autocomplete, and what is this stuff other than like really like a much better version of tab complete, except now we give a much higher level version of intent instead of just typing tab, right? And so I think the premise is loops are at the core of everything we build already. They were at the core of how we built software 30 years ago. What is CI/CD, pull requests, design review, feedback from customers other than just driving a loop? And the question is, how much of that process which is deeply subjective and requires reasoning, can we move out of the human brain and into the brain into these like non-deterministic models? And the underlying question for all of us is more about verifiability. Yep. Software is one of the most verifiable things in the world, because ultimately at the end of the day, most things can become true or false, one way or the other. And my premise and my point I want to make here truly is, as humans interact less with software, which is how does a human interpret what that software is doing, how does a human interact with that software, how does a human use judgment to navigate that software, the subjectivity of what that software needs to be through the human-computer interface reduces and becomes a much more verifiable problem because it becomes more constricted to specific APIs. And so over time, it's both the fact that at the core of software development is loop-driven anyways. What is lint than a feedback loop? And that creates a verifiable thing. And as more humans are less interacting with software, you have less UI and UX and less subjectivity and how we interpret those things. You will become much more loop-driven, and you'll become much more verifiable in a way that wasn't previously not possible.
Awesome, yeah, good points for sure. All right, Greg, you want to close us out with the anti-loops, or there's a delta between the hype?
Absolutely. I do think that the way that I would start this is there is a lot of hype. There is a lot of FOMO. There is a lot of, I'm looking at Twitter, I'm seeing what people are talking about. Am I missing out? Am I doing something wrong? Am I holding AI wrong? Should I be catching up? And that is very stressful. And I think it boils down to 2 points for me. One of them is when you are generating code with AI in any manner, loops or no loops, are you happy with the output? Do you think the output qualitatively is what you need it to be to do whatever you are trying to do to get to the desired state? And if so, I would love to learn from you. I have not get there. I think that the best way that we are improving that is both with model intelligence, but also, as everybody here seems to agree, semantic verification. As much as we can do statically, we should do statically. That's sort of one big thing where I lean on, and in practice end up reading code that is sort of post semantic verification, and it's still crap. I still have to do a lot of iteration on that on my own, and still have to steer it towards the right architecture or tell it where it should be simplified. And so that's one big step. And there is a lot of things you can help yourself with by throwing more tokens at the problem. But one of the things that the current sort of hype-based discourse leads you to believe is that you can just have loops on top of loops on top of loops and orchestrate that, orchestrate your problems of quality away by more tokens. And that brings me to my second point, which is the economic viability of the way that we are using agents today. And I don't believe that this is sustainable. I don't believe that, like, when you are at the company, especially a larger company, you have to ask yourself, what is a good budget for an engineer? Is it 10K a month, 100K, $1 million a month for a token spend? At some point, that just starts cracking. And it's not sustainable in the way that we are doing this today. That said, I am also writing code with agents, and I also use some loops for some specific flows. It just depends. There is nuance. You know, if you go to Twitter, Twitter has no nuance. But there is actual nuance to the conversation, and there are specific tasks and jobs that you can already loop on and be getting pretty reasonable results.
Thank you. All right, now that we've heard from each of the debaters on stage more about their stance and their opinion, we'll move into the main debate portion. The first section of our debate is going to focus on the history of the loop and why now is a major inflection point or not for loops engineering and also software factories. I know people have said that vision models have improved a lot, and so they'll be able to verify work that agents have done was not possible previously. Context windows have improved, therefore memory's improved, and we can now track work in a loop that maybe we couldn't have before. So now when we look at this loops history, where did the loop start from? Was it Jeff Huntley's Ralph loop? We'll get into some of those questions and debate here. The questions will be targeted now at a very specific single person, and only they will get to respond. And they'll have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to respond. So our first question is, Anthropic took Jeff's concept of the Ralph loop, absorbed it into their platform, and created a series of 3 commands: loop, batch, and goal. The goal command is designed to keep going until a condition is true. Agents are very determined, and the whole point of this command is to keep going and iterating through ways to solve a task until it's done. Ian, as a security expert in the room, how are you confident agents can stay aligned to their task and not overstep their intended permissions while ruthlessly pursuing their goals?
I mean, I think if there's any evidence, I'm totally not convinced that that's possible. In fact, I think what we've seen is as we scale out these models and as we use reinforcement learning, they're inherently incredibly goal-seeking. And so we're seeing them finding exploits and vulnerabilities and escapes that humans, through hundreds and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours and attempts and attacks, have never been able to find. So I don't think inherently the model itself in any capacity can keep itself aligned. Aligned and safe, right? And safe is a word that I don't love to use because it implies a bunch of things. So I don't have good belief that the model itself can actually do that. I don't think it can reason. I also don't believe holistically that a model can tell good from bad, and I can't tell whether it's doing something malicious or unaligned it is not alive, and it doesn't actually suffocate if it doesn't have error. It doesn't deal with the fact that, hey, if I do something wrong, no one's going to love me or want to be my friend. And if I do something good, that someone's going to praise me. It may seem that way, but it is just a probability distribution at scale. So
I'll still be your friend, even if you.
I know Dex will hug me after this, even though if it seems like it's not true. So broadly speaking, I don't think that comes from the model and it doesn't come from the loop. It's about the infrastructure you build around it and how you enable that infrastructure to actually enable you to take advantage of these loops. And as the models get better and as the underlying infrastructure and platform we build to enable these feedback loops and loop automation and software development, whatever word, software factor, whatever word we want to use for this conjunction of stuff that sits on top of a probability distribution, we will be able to have better guarantees. But we certainly are not going to be able to, I do not fundamentally believe or ever believe that some type of alignment or reinforcement learning is going to result in a model ever being 100% safe in any capacity. And if there's any evidence, it's that as these models get better, the most important thing to remember is they actually become higher goal-seeking and higher capable in terms of finding exploits to achieve their ultimate goal.
No, I would concur with that completely. The most concrete thing you can do to secure your environments is just not have secrets as files.
Yep.
If you've ever seen the behavior where it wants to deploy a web service or what else have you, and the token's not privileged enough, it'll start goal seeking on the file system, looking for high privileged tokens credentials. You do not want to get in the way of an agent wanting to do its goal.
Okay, so next question is directed to Jeff. Jeff, your original post from last year said Ralph was best for greenfield work. Today it seems that engineers are running loops on existing code bases to improve latency, evals, or refactor parts of their backend code. What's changed that suddenly makes loops more broadly usable today?
It doesn't matter how good models get, folks. The models have been good enough for at least the last year. What has changed is people's understanding of that. So society is only able to adjust at a rate. For example, I hypothesize it's Christmas breaks. Because the models back in November were released in November last year. In December, there was no real new models. But what the difference was, people had time. They could actually sit down and play with it. They had the realization.
Oh, I was watching that. You can play it again. I was listening to that. Oh, wait, never mind. I'll be back.
All right, welcome to the Great Loops debate. My name is Allie Howe. I'm the host of the Insecure Agents podcast. I also am a member of technical staff at Keycard, and I'm super excited to bring the Loops debate to you here today.
Than any software developer in the deploy a web service or what else have you, and the not privileged enough, it'll start goal seeking on the file system, looking for high privileged tokens credentials. You do not want to get in the way of an agent wanting to do its goal.
Okay, so next question is directed to Jeff. Jeff, your original post from last year said Ralph was best for greenfield work. Today it seems that engineers are running loops on existing code bases to improve latency, evals, or refactor parts of their backend code. What's changed that suddenly makes loops more broadly usable today?
It doesn't matter how good models get, folks. The models have been good enough for at least the last year. What has changed is people's understanding of that. So society is only able to adjust at a rate. For example, I hypothesize it's Christmas breaks. Because the models back in November were released in November last year. In December, there was no real new models. what the difference was, people had time. They could actually sit down and play with it. They had the realization that these have actually gotten really good. So the reason why is because it works, folks. These LLMs generate code better than you can hire. You can actually hire for. If you think in the broad mass of software developers or coders, these LLMs generate code better than any software developer in the mass market that most founders can actually hire for. It's sad but true. Now, why loops? It's really simple. Because if you run it in a loop, it works out to $10.42 an hour. Calculation Dex did back about a year ago now.
Yeah, August, we did the hackathon where we copied all of the sponsor tools. We rewrote a bunch of Python libraries in TypeScript.
Yeah. So like concretely, like loops. I've come across so many engineering managers and founders, and they've got these complex tech stack. They're running on 4 or 5 different programming languages, etc. And they run a loop, and they've got good tests on these type of tech stack. And all of a sudden, their complexity is they're just managing one tech stack. It works. Go to YouTube. You've got all these software developers now who are now software developers because it's software development as a profession has been commoditized. There's some deep thinking to be there. And they're just on YouTube, and they're like, yo, check out Ralph Loop, because it's, I went to sleep and I woke up and it works. Like, whilst it's memey, it's punchy, it works. But there are problems with it, folks. Like, I originally described it should only be used for greenfield, because the models were pretty bad back then in Sonnet 3.5 days. But it's kind of inevitable, at least for software, because it's so easily to be verified. And the quality of the code generated is better than most people can actually hire for or buy. Now, on your topic about architecture and taste, that's what the word engineering means, and loop engineering, folks. Like, your job now is to actually encodify your domain to prevent the agent from doing a commit. For example, pre-commit hooks. They're fantastic. As a human, I hate them because they slow down the ability to do commits. But agents don't care. So you can make a pre-commit hook that echoes out essentially a prompt that tells it, say, that this boundary here can't depend upon this and that's just feedback. That's a feedback loop on it. So the engineering here is to prevent the loop from actually closing until it satisfies your engineering satisfaction and your requirements and domain. So it could be code formatting, it could be static language analyzers, it could be deterministic system testing, simulators. Like, let's put our engineering hats on. Like, we're kind of like locomotive engineers now, and it's our job to keep the locomotive on the rails. Because, to be frank, the models are drunk, right? You can't trust them. But like, we accept that, but we engineer away those failure domains. We engineer away these failure domains. So now is an inflection point. I guess Boris, when he first posted about Ralph back in November last year, everyone was like, what the heck is Ralph? Ralph is now, it's essentially almost, what, a year and a half old now?
I saw it in June 19th. It was a year and 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But you had been working on it for months at that point.
Yeah. So it was kind of weird because we had all the YC startups all just like autonomously compressing time to build up their MVPs. And that's also something that's quite scary if you're a business founder as well. Like, if you've got a
out of sync, something out of sync,
and they're building autonomously, and
it's still out of sync,
and the quality, and it's very easy for them to actually achieve those outcomes.
It's okay, you fixed it.
That adds to
All right.
some of the
Great,
hysteria
perfect.
as well, because it's the topic of, in business, competition being at your doors faster.
All right, so we'll move on to our next question, which will be for Greg. It seems like now is a large inflection point for loops, like I said before, and compared to Jeff's announcement of the Ralph loop a year ago, and even the widespread adoption we saw in late 2025, early 2026, the reason that maybe like caught on was because maybe this new like capability stack where models can now process images better, they need a better verification, context windows got bigger, and reasoning models improved. Greg, with all of these advancements, why is the way we're using loops today still wrong in your opinion?
I mean, I don't think that model intelligence matters a lot anymore. I think it boils down to, I agree with you, the semantic verification, the actual ability to close the feedback loop, of however you call it, to actually verify that the outputs of the agent are correct. And you can do it to an extent, I think. I don't think you can do it holistically, at least not at this point. I think you can do it to an extent to things that are deterministically verifiable. You can get better typing in your system, you can get better linters, you can get simulation testing and all of that. You can start keep adding that. And as long as you keep those cheap, I think that's fine. The moment you start adding even more non-determinism as your verification process, I think that becomes less and less correct. It starts contributing more, like, you know how if you prompt agent with one thing and there is a 5% chance it's going to have an error in it, and then you start looping that, then suddenly after 10, 20 loops, it's gonna be 50% chance it's correct, or maybe less. Like, that's what I mean. And it just costed you so much money to do that. I'm gonna keep coming back to the economic viability of all of that. But to base it a little bit in like evidence, I'm pretty sure that majority of large AI companies are still using Sentry. But why is that? They are using that just to catch simple bugs as well. It's not security bugs, it's not performance regressions, etc. Those problems still exist in the way that we are looping now, and we haven't solved those problems yet. So.
Thank you. For Dex, the Ralph loop pioneered the idea to feed fresh context into each iteration to avoid context rot. This has become even more manageable now that context windows have gotten much larger. Dex, are we out of the woods regarding context rot and context engineering?
I'm going to answer your question, but is there going to be like an open floor part? Because I have more questions for Jeff. Let's go.
We were trying to do Oxford debate style for this one to keep it like more structured and prevent like just...
You don't want it to just turn into a chaotic yap fest?
Yeah.
She's trying to prevent what you and I do, where we just start yapping.
Yeah.
It's already started.
Yeah, I was trying to control like both of you guys this time.
Okay, I'm going to do this answer as quickly as possible, and then I'm going to start busting Jeff's balls.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want with your time. You could just, that's all good.
Okay, the coolest thing about Ralph back in the day was like, okay, you keep clearing the context window, and like, is it completely efficient? Like, probably not from a token perspective, but it meant you could leave a thing running overnight, and it would never, like, if you just kept stuffing messages in, you would overflow the context window. But if you just relaunch it, say, here's my desired state of the world, go check the code and see what we have, and do the one next step to get us there. It was a very clean way to keep most of your work in what we call the smart zone of the context window. If you tell it, just do one thing, and then we're going to clear and restart. Context windows have gotten longer, and I will like give an update. I think I gave this in Miami, but that video is still in production. The dumb zone is really, as much as anything else, it's more like training wheels. Like if you have been talking to Claude for 70 hours a week and for 2 to 3 months, you probably don't need to think about the smart zone versus the done zone because you've built your intuition. It's a guideline if you're just getting, this is why we teach people this, is like it's a guideline if you're just getting started with AI, try to keep it around 100,000 tokens. For larger million context window, we probably don't revise this up to like 200,000 tokens, but I've regularly tried to keep it under 60 for the hardest problems. I've regularly gone over 300K for things where I'm just kind of like riffing with the agent and I'm just like too lazy to compact it and move on and do a new one. But this is your intuition. Like one of the telltale signs that you're in the dumb zone is like there's certain cases where the model, you're 200,000 tokens in and the model's like finished some work and it's trying to get the test to pass and it's like not working and it's like doing all these weird hacks and you read the thinking traces and it's like, oh, that's a test, but that's from something else and I don't need to fix that and that's a pre-existing thing and you're like, well, no, it's not. And that is the moment, that frustration where you're like, okay, it's flailing trying to make something happen. That's the instinct that a lot of people I think cultivate after a couple months working with these models. But if you don't have that yet, then this is our guideline. So yeah, context windows are getting better. I think they're getting bigger. And so like the core like Ralph loop of like do as little as possible in every single iteration is like less of the motivation here than, the more feedback you can pipe into the system, the more you can do autonomously. And if you can have deterministic things, making decisions and building small prompts to give to an agent.
So I agree with the dumb zone exists.
To do that, you don't have to tell it, hey, go check the PR comments and fix them and then wait and then someone makes another comment and you come
under
back 3 hours
60K for the
later
hardest.
to go check the comments again. You can automate
I don't think
that
I've
process.
ever gone
That's
over
great. And that's kind of the core of I
like
think what is,
500K
like,
context
stuff that
sometime,
works today.
most of the time. It's usually 300-ish.
I want to ask
That's,
Jeff
that's
about.
all I have time for. I'm sorry. I have to start like really keeping this on schedule. Okay, so now we're going to get into the anatomy of what makes a good loop a good loop. So, okay, part of what makes a loop good is verification. However, it seems contradictory that people are saying our job is to stop writing prompts and start writing loops when the loops with bad prompts result in agents cheating and meeting its goal by modifying the tests instead of working to pass them. Jeff, how do you keep the model from cheating when verifying its own work?
I heavily exploit pre-commit hooks, folks. And I engineer in
2 million
that structure,
context?
by
I don't really
analyzing
mind.
the work that it's
Or
done.
barely.
The other thing I do is
I don't think 2 million
Dex
context is going
mentioned
to
that
change
with Ralph,
much.
It was one of the things was everyone was trying to do compaction. Think about compaction as kind of like a lossy function, like uploading a video to YouTube and then downloading and uploading it 100 times.
Yeah, we could be lazier.
You're losing fidelity there.
True.
And it's already a non-deterministic system, probabilistic type thing. So the theory behind
We just
how
need
Ralph
more
thinks is
intelligence.
like, okay, there is a dumb zone.
We need more intelligence.
And what I wanted to do is deterministically allocate
We need real intelligence.
everything it needs. Because if it's not allocated, then it's essentially the search space of what it can do is not constrained. But also leaving a bit of a headroom. So I get meat sweats when I go above 100K, even with these million context windows. And this is really important to think about. A lot of people, they think that you want to use LLMs at a company, and it's like, I've got this data. It's like, sweet. Okay, you're going to have to use a loop to batch this data. I want you to think about the context windows as essentially, remember the 720K floppy disk? You know, I mean, you've only got about 1/8 of that floppy disk of usable memory that you can actually use for an LLM. So you actually have to batch it. You can only allocate roughly around about Star Wars, if you go Star Wars Episode 1 movie script and you tokenize it, you can actually just hold 2 of those movie scripts in memory before the context window is cooked. That's around about 150 kilobytes of data on a text-based movie script. So be very careful about this. Something I've done for a long time, and it's very silly, is I run a model bare without any skills or any markdown. Actually, I get rid of all my skills and all my markdown and everything when a new model is released. Because the models actually have tastes and preferences. For example, GPT-5.5, when it first came out, if you screamed at it in uppercase, it became weak and timid. But if you use Anthropic, it wants you to yell at it. Go read the model cards, folks, like for the integrators. Like there is unique tastes for it. So keeping it on the rails is actually, it's engineering. It's really engineering.
Thank you. Around 10 days ago, Jeff coined the term convergence engineering. He said it's where your loop stops together, it's where your loop comes together as a discrete system under test until it converges. Dex, what is wrong with how we are using loops today? How do we ensure looping slop together doesn't just produce more slop?
We gotta read the code. I will actually highlight an experiment that Jeff did earlier this year. I believe what was called Loom, where we had Ralph Loops trying to build a software platform for the future. And I think you built AWS and you built GitHub, and then you realized, okay, how do we give the model feedback on things that it's not good at yet, like UI testing and things like this? Well, okay, the way you create a loop for is this UI good is you give the model something like postcode, where it's like, okay, we can deploy multiple different experiments, we can see which ones the users use, and then rather than looking at screenshots and PNGs, the model can look at data and see, okay, this one is performing better, that must be the right color for the button. And so now you've even removed the human visual taste from the equation. And all of this sounded really cool, and in the point of how do we ensure looping doesn't bring slop together, I don't think you can. And this is a perfect example of the hype outrunning the discipline in the sense of, Jeff, what's going on with Loom now?
It's still there, it's on GitHub.
It's still there, but are you still working on it?
It's been 6 months because I've been looking into engineering ways of verification.
Right. What was the thing you said to me? You said, Loom's not going to work until we get better programming languages or we get much better models. And that is a textbook for me of the hype is outrunning the discipline. We're really excited about all this stuff. And by the way, like, everyone should do what Jeff did. Like, Loom is awesome. Like, go experiment, try to push the frontier, because that's how you learn where it is and what's possible. Otherwise, you just keep using your old skills with every new model, and you assume it has the same limitations. But it's also a key point of, like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like, that it doesn't work yet. That thing doesn't work yet. It will work someday, and like there's inevitability, but again, it's what works today versus what is hype. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but the answer is like the way to not loop slop together and make more slop is to like read the thing that's coming out the other end and make sure it's not slop.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, the labs haven't cracked it. So what makes you think you're going to crack it?
Yes.
Right? This is right now. It's we're all trying to figure out how to make this all work.
Yeah.
For sure. Skeptics say that
That's a
loops
scary
fail
situation,
quietly.
guys.
They either spiral forever on your dime, or the agent
We're all
declares
still trying to
victory
figure it out.
early on a half-finished job. Execs are already starting to question token spend. Greg, when does a loop pay for itself, and how often is this actually the case?
Make me money.
I don't think they fail quietly.
Keep looping until I make money.
I think they fail very, very.
That reminds me, I need to trigger my
especially
RSI
when you're
loop.
looking at your builds. But there are cases, like, as I said, I do loops, or I do engineering, I would say more so. And there are cases where I think doing loops is very valuable, or doing, or making an explicit decision that you're going to pay for the cost is very valuable. So the concrete example here is we do security scanning after on our PRs in local and after our PRs even land, because they will always find some things that are real that we have overlooked, and they sort of beat humans on the code review. And it's expensive. It costs us, I think, like $5 a PR or something like that to run all the checks that we want. But that's where we made an explicit decision that it's worth it. There are also cases where, like, if you look at the very, very well-specified systems, such as all the experiments with Next.js rewrite, or a ban rewrite in Rust, or running a browser, like, cases where you have years and years of test suites and specifications.
I'll probably try. We'll try making a loop right now.
Really well
I'm inspired.
The outcomes, then looping and getting to those results seems to work. Ban in Rust seems to work pretty well from all I can tell. So there are definitely cases, and then there are cases of usage that I think that I do pretty often, where you can imagine, for instance, building prototypes. I do prototypes of products that we should be doing at Sentry pretty often. Those are going to be throwaway, so I'm going to just /go on them and forget about them. And if we like them, then I'm going to start reading the code, and I'm going to be mortified, and we're going to go to the square one and start speccing out what we actually meant, and sort of go towards that solution. But it's going to be much, much more involving of human in a loop. So broadly, I think they have place, but as Dex said, the hype is what I have a problem with. The hype is outrunning the discipline, as he said. And I also agree very strongly with the point that you should just try things. You should just experiment yourself, try to see what actually works for you, where the cookie crumbles, and spend less time on Twitter.
Hey, remember this on this window? Okay, no worries. I'm still eating.
Yeah, good points.
Thank you for telling me.
A good cost-conscious loop has to track state to know what it's already tried. That memory
Can you turn
lives
up the
somewhere
volume
on disk
higher?
and get increasingly in a shared memory store that many agents read and write, especially as you go single player to multiplayer with agents. You end up with this access control problem that can't tell which agent wrote which memory and who can read it. That might be fine for a POC, but it's definitely not for production.
That's perfect.
The tension lies in this. Shared memory is what loops use to learn from each other and converge faster, but scoping it per agent to solve the access control problem isolates them and then kills that shared learning. Ian, how do we solve the shared memory store access control problem so loops can converge faster?
Great question. Wow. Wow.
Only if someone was working on a product that could help.
Only if someone was thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, actually, this is an unsolved problem, first and foremost. Like, let's be really honest that our access control systems weren't designed for this world where machines are acting and reasoning on behalf of us. But broadly speaking, I think like some of the beginnings of the substrate are starting to emerge. And if we ignore Cloud IAM and all the other stuff for a hot second, like Markdown is pretty great. And so really, if we were to say a memory is Markdown for the purposes of conversation, the really question is like what things and how do I share these Markdown files and use that as a memory, and then how do I attribute sort of like access control around those things? And if we were to use that model, I actually think we have like the basis for most of it today. It's just unwieldy to think about. A good example would be, I had this tweet recently. I was playing with Notion, and we use Notion a lot at Keycard, but I really just wanted all my Notion things available to me as Markdown files. And because it just made it easier for the agent to work with it instead of going through MCP.
Hey Zen, how's it going?
CLI, Maxi. And
Thank you for watching on YouTube.
So
appreciate it.
I think what we're missing really is,
I need 2,500 more hours.
Last time about MCP, but like we're really,
I have a
the
goal.
challenge really is how do I present a world to an agent so that I can understand it, and then how do I attribute what can access at any one point in time, and how to make that wieldy for anyone to do it. And I don't think we've actually really cracked it, but certainly there's some beginnings of patterns that make a lot of sense.
All right, now that we discussed the anatomy of the loop, we're going to debate the future of the loop. Like, are we essentially well positioned now for software factories? Has loop engineering gotten so good that like we're ready for the full software factory? And we'll start with, if loops are only good for verifiable tasks, that means fully autonomous software factories must be able to verify everything they do. Greg, is this realistic? What other parts of good engineering work, such as deciding what to build, whether the abstraction is right, and what trade-offs are acceptable?
Is this realistic?
Chilling.
I think if
Sounds
the
good.
compute is free,
I'm gonna go over creating
pretty good beginning,
our first, engineering a loop.
I think we're getting to the point where, or let me put it this way. The decisions that you
I have
are
two
making
project
in
ideas.
the loop are the decisions
probably just
of
need to work
like
on
design,
one.
architecture, the
I have
important
two.
ones that that I would say I wouldn't trust the agent to do for me, and I don't see the future where that becomes reality yet. I think the reason for that is when you're looking at large organizations, and I think any engineer who has had like years of experience will tell you it's not always about what you should build, but also about what you shouldn't build. What are the actual right trade-offs where the complexity is that you wanna invest in versus where you should be investing in maximal simplicity. In my experience, agents love complexity. They will keep adding to the stack unbounded. And so I think we are shifting the post. We are getting to the point where as we are adding more validation,
Buffalo experiment made a few months back.
They are able to do
Agent
much
BBS.
more. And I'm not neglecting that. But I do want to be in the loop for the actual architectural decisions, and I do not see them taking that over anytime soon.
Thank you. Shopify's head of engineering told everyone at Cursor's Compile conference that your job is just to write loops. Steinberger tweeted, "Here's your monthly reminder that you shouldn't be prompting coding agents anymore. You should be designing loops that prompt your agents." The view count on that tweet was 8 million people. Jeff, you've said in your original Roth blog post, loops need senior expertise, and sometimes it tops out at 90% of the way there. So is just write the loops advice, is that safe to give to 3,000 people or 8 million people? Or only the people that have really learned to tune a loop in the first place?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. It's really hard to tailor.
I was doing Minimax and some local models, but sort of got overwhelmed with slop.
What you should do and what you should not do.
Yeah,
to
I would assume so.
That broad of an audience. So all I can do is write to, when I was originally writing, I was writing to my peers, people I looked up to. For some reason,
Collaborative agents.
That everything has changed, the game has changed.
Do you use loops?
Really
Only goals, if that counts. But we're going to engineer one.
Programming.
After this.
And real peers. I remember FlyIO, Thomas Patek. It made him click in his head, and he's got a blog post saying as such. So I started writing for my peers and the people I looked up on to disseminate down to like the entire world. It's hard, but in the same sense, you go to
Working
YouTube,
memory.
you got people who are creating things that have never created things before. They go to sleep and they wake up and they've got a brand new Discord bot. It's magic. I want people to remember that is actually a pattern for allocating, basically it was a pattern as an orchestration pattern. It was condensed down to a while true loop using cat, because cat is the simplest teaching primitive. If you want to teach something, you've got to make it really simple. Make it really simple. So cat prompt, i.e. you engineer the prompt what it's going to be, you use the file system as state, you recycle the context window, run in the loop. It's a little bit memey, but it was just bang for buck, it just works. But the entire intent there is that there should be some sort of like PID controller on top, or some sort of factory, or some sort of determinator as such, saying whether a loop should continue or not. It's really
There's the memory thing. Shared memory.
Is it safe, unsafe? Safe as it is.
The thing is, I'm not a professional with memory.
No one should be using
like
coding tools on your local laptop. And this is not because of AI, but
I
this
think
is because
there's
of NPM supply chain attacks.
something
This has been true.
involving
I tried cracking this problem for 7 years.
just
and
having a
it's
shared
now
file
on the
of
intention again that
a graph
AI
database
could be
is what I
unsafe and
think
unsafe commands,
should
but
happen.
Your software development practices, day-to-day, your work.
Not a fan of loops right now. Yeah, that's the thing. I have an idea, but it only applies to me.
Then these techniques start to become safe.
But when it comes to memories, it does create the database, which is interesting.
Are seeing a 2
And it
to
uses
3x
it interacts with
speedup from coding
MCP.
agents, and that's realistic. And if you try for that 100x speedup, you're going to get lost in the meta problem of optimization.
But do you do it
and you may never get to that life-changing
for
10x speedup that is possible
during
by
the
staying
thinking?
pragmatic.
I'm assuming it's during the
If
thinking
only 2 to 3x is what's
that you would
possible,
reference memory.
How do we ever get to a fully autonomous software factory?
Like it before modifying a file, it references memory about that
It's a good
file.
question. I think there's a mix here too, right? We're talking about what works versus what is hype. And I think it is definitely worth, I want to highlight, like, you should try, again, like you should try to push the frontier and do the things that might not work today, but you should not assume that all your work has changed just because you saw something work on
wasteful.
basically. Is like,
Mhm.
don't throw
Yeah.
away all the things we've learned. Don't go out of your way to cast aside this,
Pre-liberal by librarian.
engineering that we as a community have built up and put together. And it gets back to like what I see as the biggest anti-pattern for how people set about designing and creating their software factory, which is they say, okay, cool, I'm going to go away for 3 months, and I've read a bunch of blog posts, and I'm going to go make my software factory. And it's going to be the software factory. It's going to be the future of how we ship everything. And then you come back 3 months later, and you never touched the problem. You never put it in anybody's hands. It's just like any product. You're building a software factory. You're building a product for your teammates. You're building a product for 5, 10, 500, 5,000 engineers. And the right approach is to start small and iterate and figure out what works. Try things, they might not work, they might work, but the way we learn AI and how to use it effectively is through building up intuition, which is why you should try a bunch of stuff that
there's so
probably won't
much.
work, but you should acknowledge that. You should not try to push like through that frontier.
Make something that
and so my
monitors
advice
everything.
is kind of like, instead of trying to automate everything end to
I'm
end,
about to work on,
build these small
I don't know.
incremental loops throughout your
I
system.
really want to work
and
on a
you'll
lot of
wake up
stuff,
one
but I'm
day
limited
and
on
you will be
tokens.
moving 2 to 3 times faster while still being able to read the code.
Really
while
slow,
still
just
owning
blank
the
canvas,
architecture.
build
And so you
agents
don't
with
have
roles,
to throw away
how they
everything we've
interact.
learned and everything we know and all your intuitions just to get to this place. And so I would caution people, like, go figure out how to move 2x faster or 3x faster, because you're gonna like blow everything up by trying to go 100x faster. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if every software
100x
engineer in the world
faster.
was 2 to 3x faster and had a like near human, 99% level human level of quality? That would change every single enterprise in the world, every single startup in the world. It would change the entire math. And we're trying to like go to, just don't go too far. Shoot for what you can do. Build things up iteratively. You'll
2,000
learn a lot,
times,
and you'll be
9,000?
ready for when the next models come out, and you can go 5x, 10x faster.
Thank you. When it comes to verification, it's not just about verifying the work, it's also about verifying who did the work. Employers have made it clear that humans are responsible for the code they ship, whether an agent wrote it or not. Yet only one person or agent can sign a commit today. Ian, are we ready for software factories to be writing and reviewing all code if we can't determine who did the work and who the work was done on behalf of?
I think Yeah, actually, I was playing around with this problem like 2 weeks ago. So first and foremost, we have a problem. Git only allows one signer on a commit, so we got to fix that. Two is, there's some things around SOC 2 and compliance, right? But I think like more importantly, the way to think about agents is kind of how we think about service ownership in a large organization. It's like, at some point, a human has to be attributable for an agent's actions. Like, there's no world where it's going to be like an agent is
Attribution for a file, only one person.
Like, the only people with liabilities are people that can have consequences.
Now you drew a pyramid, aliens confirmed. Yeah.
And so if a human designs a loop and that loop presents bad software, guess who's attributable for that liability? It's going to be the human, right? Like, the society doesn't function if we don't have liability. It just doesn't work. There has to be consequences to damage. There has to be consequences to bad decisions. And what those consequences are obviously a gradient based on the damage that's done. And if we don't have that, nothing works. And so I'd actually broadly say there is no world where a human is never responsible. There's always a world where a human's level of responsibility. And the question is, whether it's a human or a corporation, which is a group of humans, the question is how does that change the way that our systems work today? So today with Git, I can sign a commit that says I did it. It's attributed to my public key. And that's cool for last generation's way that we thought about software. Now, in the future, when I tell an agent to go do something on my behalf, it generates a loop, it generates a bunch of code that goes to production, I have to be attributable to the initial fact that I signed that thing, that intention to do that. And we simply do not have the substrate required to do it, although I do think that's going to change pretty quickly. This isn't like something that's like crazy difficult for us to break, but we have to rethink the way that we think about attribution across the supply chain and the SDLC. And this is not a new problem, right? Like supply chain security has always been an issue. It's actually the biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges we have with agents. And we've always wanted to have more deterministic pathway and signature chains across the supply chain. And this is just, how do you do that for first-party code versus third-party code?
Well, Ian, just to shoot straight, our profession is a bit of a clown show. We actually don't have liability at a personal level. Like, we call ourselves engineers, we're not really engineers.
That's true.
Some of this stuff is going to get really complicated, folks, and maybe we need to revisit these topics.
Yep.
And now that we've had our main debate section, to wrap it up, each member on each team will get 2 minutes to wrap it up and describe their final thoughts before we decide who the winner was. Greg, would you like to go
Yeah,
first?
absolutely. It's interesting seeing at how many points we actually agree with each other, but that's how this goes. I do think that the biggest point that I have been trying to drive here is where we are, where we are trying to be, and then what you're actually hearing from the ever-present hype loop. And that's where I want to sort of double down and tone this down. I basically want to say, try things. Think for yourself. Don't lean into the bubble. Don't lean into the hype, because you will find what works for you, and you will find where the system breaks the best by doing it yourself. That's always has been how humans learn the best, is by practice, not by watching YouTube. And ultimately, that's what I'm trying to do, and I'm slightly skeptical when it comes to allowing the full loop to run, because I see the qualitative results not being up to scuff for my requirements. But I am optimistic in general. I am optimistic because I've seen how much more I can do and what are the types of problems I can address today that I couldn't address even a year ago, let alone earlier than that. And it's going to get better. But I'm also not worried about my software engineering career. I don't think we're going away. I think we are still going to be an important piece of this whole software factory, or whatever the next sort of hype bubble is going to become.
Ian, would you like to go next?
I would love to. So the train's left the station. This stuff works, and there is a real productivity increment, right? Like, more stuff is getting done. And it doesn't mean all the stuff getting done is good, but more stuff is getting done, and a good percentage of that stuff is actually good, right? I think we can agree that. And second is, now we have competitive dynamics where it's no longer possible for a company to sit back and be like, hey, we're going to sit this loop stuff out, right? I'm going to sit this coding agent stuff out. Like, that's over. We're past that. Like, that train leaves the station. As soon as that train leaves the station, everybody in the world starts saying, holy shit, I got to keep my stuff together. We've got to stay up with the Joneses. And they have to, because we live in a very competitive capitalist society. And that's also, not getting into politics, but it is what we are. And at the end of the day, the question is not really will it happen, it's when it happens and to what degree over time. And I don't think there's a choice but to actually stay up to date. And we're all just kind of holding on to a rocket ship ride where we don't actually know we don't really know the trajectory other than it feels real fast with crazy acceleration. And sometimes like we're way ahead of each other and sometimes we're way behind, but I don't think you have a choice not to be, one, figuring out what loops are, two, figuring out where you can apply them in your code base. There's gonna be places where, hey, this is highly verifiable, this is a problem that like computers can solve, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Cough connectors is a good place of like, last 10 years, the amount of companies that have made money because they're basically just connector farms, it's no longer a lot of value there, right? If you can automate the connector creation. So there's places in software that you can apply loops to today and get real value, and there's places where you probably shouldn't, and you should decide where that is, and it's probably the core value of what you're creating, right? And so that's how I think about it, but broadly speaking, trains left the station, the productivity curve is what drives society, the ROI, so how much more productive we are as society is what drives GDP.
Do you have ideas about an append-only database?
And how capital gets allocated.
Yeah, it's called a read-only.
I eagerly
If you look up the system design,
Lightsoft Software Factory is
design primer.
I would love a world where we don't have to read the code, where we can just do everything.
It'll tell you how to make an append-only
If you watch my
database
talk on Tuesday,
by
I
design.
think this is actually a
I don't
problem
want to take
we can
credit for
only solve
something
at the model level right now.
that
I don't think the harness can do it.
was
Unfortunately, 'cause I love
already
building harnesses
sort of
and doing context
exists.
engineering.
So you
my
pretty much
advice
separate the
is,
write
pay
and the
attention to
read
Jeff.
API.
Let me know when Loom is actually working, and until then,
Right.
use loops. But
This is
not like
append
that.
only, and then you have another endpoint for read only.
Love it.
It's pretty straightforward from there.
So much to say, folks.
Make sense?
Factories represents where we're heading to the future. Like it's essentially like a perpetual energy motion machine, right? It's the pipe dream.
Province is
Companies are
never
only just
lost.
getting
Yeah.
founded today.
So you have
They're
something that's only
receiving
write,
rounds
an
today.
endpoint that's write only.
Don't think you can just.
And then you have
take
another
this and
endpoint that's
implement it
only
in your
read-only.
Company, because it's just generally not
Kafka.
solved in market. But I will say, to add to the monologue, if you try to run
Yeah, I use so much Kafka at work.
Using Python,
It's probably more than you,
it's gonna be
more
a
than
clown show.
all the companies combined.
If you do it in Ruby, it's going to be a clown show. Static types are a form of verification, folks. I encourage you to come up with a couple of katas and a couple of experiments. Try running some loops. Build an application in Ruby and then try to modify it again with these loops. And you'll see the maintainability mess. And then try doing it with Haskell. I don't care
Haskell's
if you
dead.
don't know Haskell. It doesn't matter if you don't understand Haskell. The LLM understands Haskell, and you can actually
Literally dead.
the agent to explain this as if to your son or daughter. So I'm not sure even code needs to be readable these days, but this is frontier.
I'm sure the read-only
It
database
needs
just
to be
grows
explainable.
unbounded.
So I'm playing around with different domains of verification here, but one thing's for sure,
Yeah,
type systems
that is
in, very much in. Rust is very good.
You have
Because how the
log
ecosystem
rotation?
models some types, and because supply
Or not,
chain was
you have a
mentioned,
rotation.
I need to say, it has been
or you
10
limit
months
the
now,
size?
I minimally use any open source software, minimally. I just generate it to my requirements, and then when a supply chain attack happens, I'm like, didn't affect me. All software has security flaws, but it's about minimizing the blast radius. And the thing is, if you deal with open source project, the person's
let me
on
just link it to you
leave,
then.
the maintainer, what else have you, you can't tool call a human. That's not AGI. You want to be vendoring all your source code as much as possible so the agent can actually modify it and with either loops or other prompting. You need to own your supply chain.
Awesome.
And
Thank you
that's a
so
big
much
flip.
for that. Unfortunately, we have to close it at that, but
Sad.
we can now decide our winner.
Gotta stop talking.
Show of hands in the audience. If your
Who's the
mind
winner?
was changed and you're now on Dex's side, raise your hand.
Let's go.
Loop or not loop?
If your mind was changed and you're now on Ian and Jeff's side.
Yeah.
I kind of couldn't see with the light. What did you guys think? Wait, do it
Pretty
again.
close.
It's pretty close, yeah.
It's impossible. The lights are so bright.
All right, well, that was a good debate. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you next time.
Thank you, Turtle, for playing that. Where are the slides again? Sides? Sides? Yeah, yeah, the sides are even. The sides are the sides are even. All right, guys, we're going to generate our loop. We're going to generate our loop to see if we're sold, because we are trying to experiment. We're trying to experiment. We want to experiment. We need to focus. Focus up. Give me your loot. Give me your loot. Where's the loot? How are you doing, Alphonse? How's it going? Oh, guys, we generated songs for lyrics, and we didn't paste it. We didn't paste the song lyrics. Oh, why is it different? All right. Audio. Description. Wait, what? Lyrics. Lyrics. SigmaShake resets. Description. Let's see. What do we want this description to be? What's the description? Let's do just the Leslie Parrish. Initial D. EDM. Vocals. Lyrics. EDM vocals. 200 BPM. Alright, we create it. Build a loop with an agent, no skills, MCP, Claude MD file. Challenge. We're gonna build a loop with... Yeah, how are we gonna build a loop? Let's see here. That's the YouTube video. Astro. What? What's going on? Build a loop with an agent using no skills, MCP, Claude, Agentic file, challenge. I wonder if I could like extract all the stuff from, because I have a segment pipeline service already. But here's the plan, guys. We're engineering a loop. The use case is there's probably plenty of existing solutions out there already. But we're just trying to make our own without buying anything. So ideally, we need to figure out whether or not okay. Like I have a segment pipeline that already creates videos and uploads videos. But the downside is it requires recording, and then it does some pre-processing, and I think it just uses my GPU too much and shuts off my machine. So that's a downside, but the upside is if we do that, we could publish videos while streaming. The downside, at risk of shutting down the system. The other side is we download an existing video, no risk of shutting down. The video is already released. The cons is we have to wait till the end of the stream for the video to be processed in YouTube. And then it takes a long download, takes a lot of storage. Who knows how long downloading 11 hours of 1080p video will be. All right, that's one that we'll let the model handle. The other part is editing. So we have to like chunks, label chunks, and description links for YouTube. We need to find segments, and these segments would be like reacting to a YouTube video. Excalidraw, Q&A, vibe coding, etc. And these either needs to be like converted to a shorter video. We need Sigma world model trained on your YouTube video. Yeah. Or we have it to generate my hair. So editing and the publishing. So we need to figure this out for a loop. So loop is good. I use paperclip for a workout like that. Good reference. Yeah. Paperclip use so much tokens. But possible. I mean, it's really easy to do now. To just, we have what, over 50% usage for tokens, right? I mean, it could technically just be its own specialized agent for each one, and we did create that for specialized agents. Sorry. So we need specialized agents. Agents. Which paperclip could do as well. We need specialized agents. An example is like editor. Viral or like usable for a video. Short. Let's see. Is it usable or not? Talking up Draw.io. My teammate was talking up Draw.io? Why? Draw.io's, fine, It's just drawing diagrams. Might as well use Excalidraw. You could load it locally, and then you could share links to a format file and do exactly what I'm doing. The thing is, when we have the editor, we need to add GIFs. GIFs. What do we want for the editing? Right, editing. Find segments. GIFs. Zoom ins. Outs. I think I have installed Symbian, but never actually used it. Yeah, it's pretty much saving all your markdown files. And your agents could read them. And your agents could write to them. So instead of all your memories being locked in your single per project markdown file, it just centralizes it into a database, a graph database. Most usually Figma at work. Okay. Figma. True. Huh. Editor. Yeah, there's just gonna be a lot of things here. So what loops will it prefer? So I guess let's go through the flow, right? The flow. Streaming. Updated profile pic. Okay. One picture. Oh, you have to send one more message for it to load. One more message and it'll load, I think. Your first message, it won't load. Your second picture, it'll load. Working, right? No, maybe it needs more messages. Keep spamming more messages. Hopefully it'll load the profile pic. Or it's probably taking a while for Twitch servers to upload. Yeah, I think the Twitch servers are either like you probably just uploaded it, right? So it's probably gonna take a while for the Twitch servers to analyze, make sure it's a good Google Flow. No, Flow is we stream. We stream. And then video is recorded. Or there's Twitch clips too. Clips. How do you want to do this? I feel like AI could constantly just do this every hour. So stream, video recorded, Twitch clips, PC. Oh no, I typed in PC. Videos recorded. There's Twitch clips. This is all done manually. Let's see all the stuff that we do manually. This is all the stuff. This is all the stuff that we're doing manually, right? What we are doing manually. Okay, I am pretty much editing, like opening each stream after it's finished processing. I am editing to remove all, editing the video and finding a good segment. So for this one, you know, I can't edit the live stream while streaming. That's pretty straightforward, right? So I have to wait. And then editing the video is find a good segment. There's the segments that I have from here. Finding good segments. Then when I find a good segment, I have to clip it. But you can record the timestamps. That's the key. Gotta know when you have the start of something you want to talk about or end, so you could scrub back. Yeah, that's another thing too. How am I gonna do the segments if we're always doing all sorts of things at the same time? Like people are posting videos, I look at the videos, people are doing stuff, people want to ask a question, I learn stuff. So I'd be clicking segments all the time. We watch a whole YouTube video, I really just gotta, yeah, when I do the segments, I really just gotta, you know, switch to a non-ADHD mode view when I do the segments. Let's see, we, Sigma reacts. Yeah, new channel. New channel. Editing the video, finding a good segment. And then when I find a good segment, I have to remove dead air. Remove. I have to, wait, trim. 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 Off-topic stuff. The thing is, you do what do you want to find it? Yeah, do you want to find it? Yeah. All right, we have to, that's another thing. Yeah, find. Yeah, find segments. That's a key word here. Find. Finding takes too long. Takes too long. Bugs out. Also bugs out in editor. I think the real answer is live while you are going. You have to note it down. Yeah. Live, note down. I mean, this is what the professional editors are for, right? They have to like track like when something happens. You need a rough time, you get to the right spot. Yeah. That's why I have the timing down on the bottom left. So I can look. Trim dead air, finding, remove topic. And then like, you know, add some cool stuff. Add ADHD stuff. Like, we need like GIFs. Give some Clippy, right? And then, yeah, things to spice it up. And when you spice it up, then after doing that, we upload, update, description, title. My state changes are dirty now. Okay. Update description. And then update thumbnail. Or generate thumbnail. So the title, based on what GPT analyzed. Description, hacky, hack, tag hack, timestamps, tag hack, yeah, and then website, and tab hack. Oh, socials, and tag hack. And then generate thumbnail. We use just GPT. OBS has its own chapter marker. Oh, that's good. It needs to figure out, but the thing is, I have to record, right? I have to record. So, what we're doing manually. Okay. And then, after all that, maybe announce that we have a new video, or no? That'd be in the recording? Yeah. That'd be in a recording. So what do I do about this? Like for this one, I usually have to redirect people. But you know, maybe I could just nudge everybody to comment. You know, nudge everybody. Nudge all my viewers, followers, subscribers, VODs channel, content channel. What's that? Why? Hey, new vid. Please like and subscribe and comment. Don't make your YouTube streams public on the channel you stream from. Re-upload the YouTube VOD. Oh, okay. That's another thing too. VODs, videos don't end up as live streams don't end up as videos. And link it to your bio. I guess so. Guess that could work. That's already a lot. Plus, making a YouTube channel is already a big mess of itself. I don't think I could maintain two, to be honest. I don't think I could maintain two. Alright. This should probably be like a big one. This one that I don't really do. I just release it in the air and see what happens. It's a game you have to play for the algo. Yeah. Yeah. But most of the things that we see are, it just needs to be uploaded to the channel. So we just need to get those bits, break down the video into segments. Break down the video into segments and just start throwing videos out there every once in a while. We gotta definitely analyze the virality. Virally? You know, I think it would help the AI if I make something that it could understand. A VOD channel with a loop. Yeah, but I don't really see much people doing that, to be honest. What? Only one person could watch? Only one version? Only one person? Let me save this before it gets blown away. Loop. YouTube loop. Alright. Why is it down? What the heck? Uh-oh. It just died. Thank God we saved it. What the heck? That would have been so bad if we lost that. Did we lose it? How much did we lose, guys? Oh, it kept it. Holy moly. It kept it. Alright. So you're saying to create another channel? Dude, I can't even create another account. That's the problem. I've overused. I can't create any more accounts on my associated with me. I've used the limit. I were like a bunch that were just used for all sorts of stuff. But let's see if I could do it. No, that's not it. Content detection. What's this? New removal request. Start protecting how you appear in videos. Review content where your likeness may be altered or made with AI. What's this? Start protecting how you appear in videos across YouTube. Review content where your likeness may be altered, made with AI. Decide what actions make YouTube vibes these videos for you. Referencing appearances you make on your channel and video of your face you provide. Well, my face is already altered. Agree with YouTube. Biometric technology to look for your likiness. Oh my gosh. Alright, let me just leave that. Alright. Analytics. Let's start with the analytics. How are we doing? Somehow we got 300 views on this one. But, oh, we could brainstorm video ideas per video. But these are videos, not... Where's my live videos? Hello, welcome. Where's my live videos? Oh, here it is. Oh, okay, so we could go to this. And then what? Analytics? Oh, wait. What's this?
Impressive.
Ludo? Let's see here. I think it's just better to just go by one thing, right? Let's go back here. Thing is, guys, we have tons of content. Recently uploaded. Alright, brainstorm video ideas. Oh, it's doing it for me, guys. It's doing it for me. What's this? Bridge bind? What the heck is bridge bind? Why Agentic? What the heck is this? Can you overlay your videos with that views by content type? Overlay all your videos with that views by content type. What does that mean? Like you selected one. Oh, views by content type. Okay. It showed a chart. Got it. Content. Oh wait, see more? No. Where did I find that? Oh, it was in content. Right? No? It's the all view? See more? Nope. Oh, here it is. Breakdown content. Content type. It's just live stream. Average viewer duration 3 minutes? 3 minutes for view duration? Oh my god, the average is so short, guys. So short. Live stream, that's number of views. 3 minutes. Everybody's in here for 3 minutes. That's not much time, guys. 3 minutes. Imagine doing like a bit every 3 minutes. Can we do that? Every 3 minutes, we're doing like some ADHD to keep attention. Every 3 minutes. Watch time, 300 hours. Oh, this is the full calculation. Wait, this is 369, not 675. Did it just double? 4 minutes on overlay? Wait, why does the YouTube target double then? I think it's doubling 395. Or maybe it's not, I don't know. There's the goal metrics. Sample count 106 coverage. Oh, you know what? It's not going by real. It's the metric is wrong. It's going by number of hours uploaded. Estimated watch hours. Yeah, that's wrong. Unfortunately, that's wrong. Estimated watch hours for my videos is like 500 something. It's 574. I have to check with it. Goals. Need to update the accuracy of the YouTube time watch hours. It's currently alright, donations. Let's see, transactions. Show up as donations and monthly support. What? Okay. Is this a home page? Is it done? Nope, still working. Alright. Chat overlay fix. Oh my god, we still haven't fixed the usage tiles. Alright, let's see if it fixed it though. If we refresh. I guess. Maybe? Anyway, back to reality. Oh, I wanted to open a previously opened one on a different browser. Because it's probably gonna... Yeah, it's gonna open this other one. Alright, cool. So we could open... load from file. Tokenomics, making a SigmaShake, Foodathon, SSG, token maxing. What was it that we need to look at again? I ADHD'd. Tokenomics? No. Loop? No. Let's cancel this and just let me think.
Impressive.
Thumbnail, description, title. Oh, we needed to open SSG. Open SSG. Open SSG. The making of SSG. Alright, this one. The 5 W's. So we just have to make it look like this. Oh. We gotta make it in this format so that it could understand. Or we just let it organize. But it's better to put it in little bubbles here so it understands what to work on. Alright. Let's okay, one more time. Okay, got it. We do this. We give it a background. And then we put it in the very back. Layers. Right. Put it here. Then we put another one here. And we put it to the very back and then to the front, and then we have it a different color. Oh, that's not it. Alright, perfect. That looks super ugly, but you know, AI will figure it out. Man, that looks super ugly. That looks super ugly. How about that? What colors does it use? It uses very, very, very dark colors. And they're faded. How does he make it faded? Occupancy 100%? Oh, 40%. 40%. Alright, perfect. Alright, so we have to target the right thing. So this has to go to here, this goes out of here, this goes to there. This has to go over here. All to make AI understand this particular thing. Alright, so I have that there. Okay. Some editing here. Okay. All right. Engineering loop. Gotta have our background. Huh? Flow. Got our color in the background. Huh? What? Gotta check on the doggy. That's strange. So we move this to the very back. In front once. Alright, gotta check on the doggy. What's going on? Alright. I need to figure out what he's doing. Just barking in the mist at the mist. But I'll let him check out what he wants. Alright. So we're trying to get our thing here. We have to organize it in a way that AI understands. Hey, thanks Joe. Summon 3 months. Or again. 3 months in a row, man. thanks again, guys, for supporting the stream. Really helps me allow Mrs. Sigma to allow me to keep streaming, guys. Thanks again, especially Joe. You gotta tell me more about what you created, because I think I talked about it on stream. I wasn't sure if you were watching, but man, you're cooking, man. You're cooking. You're cooking, man. When you showed this, I was so proud. I was so proud of Joe creating this dashboard. I was like, oh man, it's like a son or a father watching their son, you know, walk for the first time or something. It was like that type of feeling. Yeah, brought a tear to my eye. Like seeing you deliver something like this to monitor your printing jobs. I'm like, damn, he's cooking. He's cooking. And then the metrics. That thing has helped you so much. Yeah. Yeah, man. I gotta figure out how to do this too. I need to figure out how I could, you know, it's not like you're gonna buy my product to do this thing, because guys, everything involving AI is all customized to the user, right? I can create like guardrails to like fit your tool thing for this one specific use case, but like for a tool like this, the hands are just with you, the brain is with you. You know your system the best. I just tell you like what other things you need to do when it comes to software. So it's really neat that you're able to track all this to measure the health of every printer, which is pretty cool. Not to mention, you're cooking. You're 4,000 orders manual by hand. That's insane. That's insane. Man, all right. I think my dogs came back, so I have to close all the stuff. But I'll be back. I'll be back, guys.
Impressive.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Back. Did I miss anything? It's why you're here 12 hours a day too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 12 hours a day, guys. We be grinding 12 hours a day. Every day. Every day, guys. We be grinding. Gotta figure out how to keep grinding for a long time. Oh, got me back. Hold on. Alright, sorry guys, the interruption. You know what guys? I think we're at the point of the segment that we do some Q&A on the Discord. How about we do some Q&A on the Discord, guys? Or we just chat up with Turtle, whoever wants to chat. I think only subscribers are allowed to be in here. So if you're in the Discord and you're here to chat, I'm here. Where the turtle at? Where the turtle at? Oh, there's the turtle. There's the turtle. I mean, I've been here for a while. So it's up to the turtle.
Impressive.
His headphones are charged. What headphones do you have?
I don't. Fortunately, my headphones don't work anymore. I used to have some.
Okay.
But
So,
they work.
rip.
They work, but they're like. They don't work.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed that BridgeMine. The only reason BridgeMine doesn't stream for a long time is because his headphones run out of battery. He has the Apple Pro, whatever, headphones.
I'm using some Bose.
Bose.
Bose something, like earpod things. They're pretty nice. Yeah, Bluetooth.
Yeah,
the noise canceling thing on it is like crazy. I thought my car had turned off when I first tried it out. So what the fuck's up with my car? It's the fucking noise canceling. I couldn't hear my car.
Couldn't hear your car? Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, I thought something, but yeah, I just realized.
Too strong.
But I don't know. I'm working on my world models.
Man,
I've made some progress with the little artsy thing with the koi pond and the thing that I was doing, but I'm going to do like a real proof of concept, just recreation of that multiplayer view from Mira.
Oh, so that's available for everyone?
Yeah, they released the code. They have their own sample. I'm not going to use it, but I'm just using that idea of like the multiple, like instead of you're rendering one viewport, you're rendering like multiple perspectives. But when you actually play, you're only looking at like one of those perspectives. But when you train the model to render these multiple perspectives, they sort of self-reinforce each other to have that long-form coherence, basically infinite. I mean, they have literally like there is no diffusion model that has infinite coherence that way. Like that's not a public thing. That's never happened before. There's been, like in like a year ago or 2 years ago, there was like a big thing about like the Oasis. I think the bank, I don't know, some company made like a Minecraft diffusion game, But like if you would like walk out into sand and then like look down, like everything would just turn into a desert and you'd like be trapped in like the noise of the sand. But also if you would just like walk up to anything and then turn around, you would just be teleporting around like a dream, you know. Like that was sort of like the limitation of all these things. It didn't have long memory. But this, I mean, it's still blowing my mind.
Yeah, it is. It is blowing my mind too. The multiplayer diffusion, real time. Like, I wonder what data is being sent over from my machine.
It's just the input, just like
WebSockets.
I mean, I don't know. I assume, but
hacking. Yeah, it's a WebSocket, guys. Yep. Rotate your device. Alright, let's play this. Alright. Oh yeah, it's taking all my inputs in a WebSocket. We hacking, bros. We hacking. We use our boost. Can we use our boost? Oh snap. Oh, I got a score. Goal. Nice. Goal. That was good. That was good. I've only played Rocket League like 2 times in my life.
Yeah, I mean, there is a small thing in here where like, I don't know if you can feel it. Sometimes you probably do. But it will imagine input that you don't even give it, because you'll like you'll stop giving input and the model is basically trained to fill in AI behavior. And so it predicts that you would have done something like making a jump or responding to the ball or something, even if you don't do anything.
I see.
But,
I see.
It's I imagine that can probably be like fine-tuned out, but they just got into a good enough spot where they were just like, you know, this is not their business anyways. Their business is like with robotics. This is just sort of a proof of concept.
Yeah, it's really cool. The fact that they're able to do this for a familiar game.
And I'm thinking like, I don't know, it doesn't have to be, I don't know, I'm still very early in experimenting with what they've released. But I'm imagining it doesn't have to be like other NPCs or characters that are moving around. It could just be multiple perspectives looking down at you in some sort of like, to like capture the geometry of the region around you or something.
Well, what about, there's this one thing that I wish Navi would do is the gestures or the animations that they do. There has to be a world model for that, right? Like movement. I saw it earlier. Oh man, I saw it earlier. I saw it on X and I forgot to like it and favorite it.
You probably could. I don't know if you probably can't.
Yeah, there is. I just saw it. It was released by NVIDIA.
I mean, it's basically like the VTuber software, right? But it's just sort of like inputting animations that have been captured before or something.
Yeah, NVIDIA released a new model that allows to simulate moving persons. Recently, can you find it?
I mean, you could also just like be like
RD. Yeah.
Yeah, NVIDIA's putting out a lot more.
Just last
stuff.
week. So it pretty much is able to wander around and act like a human. It's crazy. I'll link it in general.
But that's not a diffusion, right? It's just
it is a diffusion. Autoregressive diffusion with hybrid representation of interactive human motion.
Oh, do they have video?
Yeah, I think so. They even have training data. It's on X. Let me find it.
Is it is it like a point cloud, or is it like a human model? I guess they trained on a like engine environment of like a human.
Yeah. They just made it. They just
They
record
probably
a
like
bunch of
captured
people.
from real people.
Yeah. So to turn Navi sentient, it's able to interact. We could have it so that the viewers could interact with Navi or something. I don't know if that's gonna be fun or not.
It's interesting. It's like, how do you what's the correct like user interface to like pilot a model like this?
Yeah.
Because like, how do you act? You need like VR. Like this is going to be actually
This is
good for VR.
Unreal.
Oh my god, people are gonna have so much.
It's
much
just
cyber
like
sex in VR using these models.
You said it, not me. It's real motion, real feeling motion. Yeah, it's crazy, guys. Crazy. Well, let's see it. Somebody did it. AI tuber. Oh man, this is probably what, if Niso's here, this is what, what's that? Neurosama? Beetle? Beetle?
Is it the same thing? I don't even. I always Neurosama and Vito. I think that's the same thing. Or
Yeah,
is
it's the
it
same thing.
Okay.
Damn. Real person. The AI has a simulated body now. That's why training is going to be so much easier. They're able to simulate human movement now. I forgot to show this yesterday. I just forgot. My ADHD brain just forgot. Oh, no. You get to beat up your own AI now.
That's cool. So, what is the model generating though? Is it generating just because it's not generating the pixels? It's generating like a point cloud or a mesh?
Because the mesh, the rig. You know the rig. So it's a mesh, and then you rig.
It's the rigging.
The rigging, and then the animation after the rigging. So the rigging is usually is automated now. You just upload your model, and it could be rigged. I think the main problem that we were all having was like the movements of each part of the rig for an animation.
So it automatically rigs the animation?
No, the rigs is already automated by some other thing.
Okay.
It's the animation of the rig.
Right, and how is it mapping to like a video where it's capturing a person who's animated and then it's
I'll show you. It's I think we went through this like some time ago with Maximo. Yeah, that would be huge. So you could just drag and drop a model and it automatically gets rigged as long as the model succumbs to the format. So I can go to a Sketchfab thing and I could upload a character. As long as it has the same rigging, it will be able to do all these animations afterwards, right? The problem is generating these animations, right? All these animations had to be, recorded from a human to do all this stuff on every aspect of the rig of the body. And now you can get real human-like movement from the
digital humans.
Yeah, so now it's just natural now. Meshi does the trying out with dogs. It's mainly for human bodies. Meshi. I didn't know you worked with working with this too. Oh damn. This looks really crazy. But mainly, yeah, seeing alive. Right, there's the art, I guess, from an image. A 3D, oh, you could create 3D assets from an image. It's for your kid. You could upload photos and it creates a model, lower quality, but haven't tried paid yet. Oh, okay. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, turning a whole single frame image into a 3D model, that's already pretty crazy. Wow, it creates it in this quality. Well, this is made already, but still, wow, they get like the...
Yeah, it's a whole pipeline for game dev.
Damn.
That's why I sort of get it's sort of silly to do game stuff, but the game benchmarks.
Yeah. Yeah, without adding all this for afterwards. Yeah, they should really try to add these.
Yeah, it's like you have to do a pipeline for like all the... It's like the normal game dev pipeline. You have to do like concept art and then refine your art. Then you have like your sprite sheet basically, and then you take the sprite sheet into the modeling model, and then import these and build it out. It's a whole thing. And people are just asking, make GTA 6.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'll make the little Roblox version of it. Damn, that's so cool. 3D to video? Oh my god. Prompt generate? Oh. Damn. And then to video? Shoot. Damn, how do I create something like this? Without paying an arm and a leg for hosting the infrastructure for a video. It's just a model, right? A diffusion model, I assume?
I mean, you could maybe theoretically act as a pass-through.
Because they're probably using
just
like...
don't offer anything for free.
Like, this is like OpenCode, right? Open router?
I have no idea. I would assume not, to be honest.
No? That's good. That's good. It's a good reference site. Joe, thanks for talking about it. But yeah, the movement of the character is big. It's big, yeah. LLM to Vec comparison. Yeah, this is how they're able to control the robots now, guys. Wave hands. Yep. Walk slow. Man, so now you just, I know Kung Fu, Just get the Kung Fu package. And then now they know Kung Fu. What was that?
You just prompt, right? And then you...
Yeah. Yeah, you just prompt and they have Kung Fu too. That's true. Online text prompting. A person walking forward. A person walking backward. A happy person jogging in an arc, fast pace. A person is stealthily... Oh, I already skipped. Interesting. Deployed it on a 5090. 0 problems. Yeah, I don't have a 5090. Yeah, let's see what the Japanese are gonna do with this one. What the heck? Why is my thing not fixed yet? Fix token tiles. Is it fixed yet? What is this?
I already see
Do you
it.
have a countdown?
Is it rather a first-class VR citizen with a full AI neural-rendered body? Or a PNG?
Piku. Okay, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, it's boss HUD. Did I fix this yet? Oh my gosh, it still shows up in the boss HUD. Let's see, want me to prep off air? You should do it live now. It needs to be fixed immediately. Man. AI, man, why is it taking so long? Alright, homepage. Is it still working? What's the holdup? Running a background, 5 gated, blocking, over engineering ponytail, no pass, every data trace. You know what? Do you think it's ponytail that's reducing the quality of the over engineering? Probably not, right? If anything, only implement what needs to be changed. Yeah, ponytail's probably not it. Oh, what the heck was that? Let's see here. Someday it's time to play copyright music.
Impressive.
Yo, need a model that can accurately extract wireframe animations from anime video choreography. Yeah, you'd use something like this, Artie. Artie, that would do that. What is this? Okay, this is not it. This is not it. This is something else. Are you sure? No. Not it. Yeah, it could probably... You could probably extract it from an anime, right? I assume you need a vision model that could do that. Something like Gemma 4 or more powerful.
C-Dance.
C-Dance? Oh yeah, C-Dance.
Generate a really good video.
That is true. C-Dance would probably do it. Except they don't release it. Doubt it with all the cutscene cuts. Wow, this is crazy though. Walking forward, doing a handstand. What the heck?
Well, it's not to J2XX. It's not like you put it in one time and it generates the entire thing. It's like you generate every single scene laboriously, probably multiple times. It's like it increases the amount of work in some sense, probably.
Swinging the bat with full force. What the heck is it doing? A gun? Is that a bat? What is... That's not a bat. Oh wait, maybe? Maybe? Swing the bat with full force. Oh, it's taking a while. Okay, never mind guys, it's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. I don't think it knows how to swing a bat. I guess the model needs to be trained better. Yeah, what I mean is the character pose and the limb exaggerations between scenes will probably create inconsistent animations. Yeah, it would. But there's, you know, I assume there's something that will
You should
repeatedly punch.
pull up that what was it? It's like felt or like stitched. You know, it was like a sewed version of the Elfen Blade. I don't know. I haven't seen the anime, but you know what I'm talking about? That video.
Oh, the guy that plays it on YouTube?
Yeah, that it's like an AI version.
AI music? One?
Of the AI intro, it's like a video.
Yeah.
It was like stitched.
Yeah.
Type fabric.
It was... Oh man. Who was playing it last time? There was that guy that does it.
But what
Yeah.
anime was it?
It wasn't the. Or was it? Who's the guy? No.
Elfen Lied is what?
Elfen
Elfen Lied or I don't actually know. Is that the? Oh yeah, that is it.
I think it was this one. No. It was one of these. It was one of these somewhere. It was one of these guys. Come on, give it to me. I want- No. No.
Asmongold reacted to it?
Yeah, he reacted to it. But there's a. Who was the actual guy that made the music? I forgot. I forgot who
I
it
don't know.
was.
It's like some director guy who makes AI stuff. I'm trying to.
It should be like. I thought he would be at the top. Somewhere. My algorithm isn't good enough to find him. No. I can't find him. I think it was like an EDM or something. I wouldn't be able to find it. I guess it was. I thought I would be
Yeah, I'll
able
look
to.
for it.
Yeah, it's somewhere. It's somewhere. He does this really cool transition. I think like Microwave Coffee linked it once, long ago. I would have to look it up. It was like back in the chat, long time ago. AI slop.
Yeah, I liked the video.
Where is it? Zen. Oh man, the filter for Discord, not good. Not good. I don't remember. It was just so long ago. It was so long ago. We haven't looked at it in a long time. But it exists. Oh. Yeah, it was like you know what? I know what it is now. I know what it is. It was on Reddit. It was on Reddit, it was AI music. And it was like all-time top. All time. It was. Where is it? They remove it? They removed it. No? Yeah, it was somewhere. One of these. Or maybe it was the top of the past month, or yeah, there was like one involving AI music. Suno AI, anti-AI music. I think it was taken down or something because it. Yeah, I think it was taken down. Somebody took down all the anime music, guys. Where'd it go? I guess it was taken down.
Oh wait, I found the channel. Let me see.
You found it?
Yep, I found it.
Nice. Where are you posting it? Or you can just put it in the thing. Let's see here. What? Turn. Okay. Cancel.
It does have the music from the intro though.
Oh, that one. Oops. Oh, that layers of music.
Yeah, the intro song was a banger though.
Mm-hmm. I guess comparing them into oh wow. It's crazy. Yeah, it's so strange, but yeah, another layer. But like you said, it probably takes. It's not a single prompt. The guy even mentioned it himself. That it takes like a lot of work to create something like this.
This guy's channel does make like tutorial workflow videos showing how he does it. His other stuff he makes, I don't like as much. I think this style looks really good. The other stuff sort of, I mean, it's good, but it's for me just personally still a little bit in the uncanny valley.
Yeah. Three art making. Hey, but it's popping off. A lot of videos. 6, 7 videos. But yeah, there's a lot to go off of. So many, yeah. You already linked the channel, so that was interesting to look at. Hey, thank you for the bits. It works. The thing works. But I'm not sure if it fixed the thing where it ends it. I'm not sure if it fixed. But thank you for the bits. Yeah, it still plays the full song. But Navi doesn't dance the whole time, which is good. It luckily this song isn't too long. It's like at least 30 seconds. Like 30 seconds long. Man, I still need to fix that thingy. It's still showing up. Boss HUD. Still hasn't been fixed. Still hasn't been fixed. And the Twitch partner goal thingy also needs to be part of the rotation. Which also needs to be fixed.
I think it's time. I think it's time for a wipe.
Oh my god, there's 2 of them. Oh my gosh, there's 2 of them. Time for a wipe.
Delete VCS.
Delete
Build
VCS.
back.
Revert
Build
back.
back stronger.
Bring back. Okay, we gotta just start VCS from the ground up. We need assets though.
I mean,
yeah, we probably can do it. I saw what's his name, Takeri Omni, right? He uses Kling.ai to create the, what do you call it? The individual, what do you call it? Enjoy the reset. Hey guys, we got a reset. Oops, I did it again. Reset, guys. Have fun.
Let's go.
Let's go. How much? We didn't use that much today, though.